Chapter 433. Master, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Jiang Hui asked nervously when she saw Feng Zichen fall into deep thought after glancing at her. You're good. He's much better and stronger than your two senior brothers. Feng Zichen put away his messy thoughts and patted Jiang Hui's head with a smile. Really? Jiang Hui couldn't help but feel a little proud after being praised by Feng Zichen. Hui, how did you come up with the idea of combining spiritual herbs and ferocious beast meat to form the effective pills? Tell me about it. Feng Zichen didn't answer Jiang Hui's question, and asked about the spiritual cuisine instead. Oh, Master, you're asking about this. Jiang Hui thought for a while and replied, ferocious beast meat can improve one's cultivation, and so can spiritual herbs. Different ferocious beast meat has different effects, and different spiritual herbs have different effects. I thought that since the two are so similar, ferocious beast meat can be used as a kind of spiritual herb. Why can't I use it to refine pills? So I wanted to give it a try. However, at that time, I didn't know much about medicine, nor did I know how to refine pills. But I know how to cook. I experimented with spiritual herbs and ferocious beast meat, and found that when they were combined, the effect was indeed increased by several times. Unfortunately, compared to medicinal pills, its effects are much worse. At that time, I understood that not only can spiritual herbs be used to refine pills, but ferocious beast meat can also be used to refine pills. After that, I asked for the method of refining pills from Uncle Master Yang, and I succeeded in refining pills. As she spoke, Jiang Hui took out a few pills and placed them in front of Feng Zichen for him to evaluate. Her little face was full of pride, and she looked as if she wanted him to praise her. Feng Zichen glanced at the pills. They were indeed good. Although they were only third-grade pills, their color and appearance were all superior grade. At a glance, he could tell that they were made by a master alchemist. However, looking at the pill, Feng Zichen was speechless. Using ferocious beast meat to make pills was indeed not bad. It could be said that it promoted the development of alchemy. Just based on this point, Jiang Hui could be called a grandmaster of alchemy. If she went to the Eight Visions Palace on Mount Shouyang, even the Grand Pure One would have to meet her personally, and give her some benefits to commend her contribution to the Tao of pills. However, these benefits were nothing compared to opening up the path of spiritual cuisine. Establishing a Tao, just how extraordinary was that? It could be said to be a great accomplishment that shook the heavens and the earth. It was enough to leave one's name in history, and one could be called an ancestor. That was the achievement of existing forever with the heavens and the Tao, surviving through myriad tribulations. In the future, he would at least become a quasi-saint. Compared to that, the benefits of becoming a grandmaster alchemist were nothing. At most, it would bring about a Daoyuo Dao fruit. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. But Jiang Hui gave up. He gave up on the path of spiritual cuisine, and turned to study the more advanced path of alchemy. To be honest, Feng Zichen could understand Jiang Hui's choice. Alchemy was a supreme Tao, while the path of spiritual cuisine was just a small Tao that was discovered by chance. Its future was unknown, and was far inferior to alchemy. In fact, even in the future when cultivation flourished and the path of spiritual cuisine was widespread, it was far inferior to alchemy. Pills, formations, artifacts. These three Taos had a high status throughout the entire history of cultivation. Their status was irreplaceable. Between the path of spiritual cuisine and alchemy, most people would choose alchemy if they had a choice. However, that was not learning, but creating. No matter how deep one learned, it could not be compared to creating. No matter how good alchemy was, one would always be inferior to others in the path of cultivation. Creating the path of spiritual cuisine was the ancestor of a Tao and was respected by the world. It was not Jiang Hui's fault. She was intelligent, but she was still too inexperienced. If a Daoyuo Jingxian was faced with such a situation, he would choose to continue researching the path of spiritual cuisine without hesitation in hopes of opening it up. He would not change his path of cultivation. That was a matter of experience. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Jiang Hui's cultivation realm was too low and the future she could see was limited. She did not understand the significance of the Tao of spiritual cuisine to the primordial world. Therefore, she gave up on researching the Tao of spiritual cuisine and chose the more advanced path of alchemy. Looking at the smug Jiang Hui, Feng Zichen could not bring himself to praise her. He really wanted to say something. Silly girl. You've really lost a watermelon and picked up a sesame seed. However, he could not say that out loud. Although Jiang Hui gave up on the Tao of spiritual cuisine, it was quite extraordinary that she could think of using ferocious beast meat as medicine. Ferocious beast meat is the same as spirit herbs. They are both formed from Kanate Qi. Of course, they can be used as medicine. That's such a simple logic. But no one thought of it. Hui. The fact that you can think of something that ordinary people can't already proves that you're extraordinary. This is your resource for the Tao in the future. Just based on this, Daoyuo Jingxian can look forward to your future. Your two senior brothers are far inferior to you. After a while, Feng Zichen could not help but praise her. No matter what, Jiang Hui had achieved quite extraordinary achievements. If he did not praise her, it would inevitably dampen her enthusiasm. Only by doing what ordinary people could not do could one achieve great things. Jiang Hui, who had achieved this, could become Daoyuo Jingxian in the future even if she did not have the Tao of spiritual cuisine. All things are formed from Kanate Qi? Doesn't that mean that all things can be used as medicine? Feng Jie murmured and suddenly asked. Yes. My good friend Xian Qing, the celestial lord of the 9 heavens, was a great master of this Tao. In his hands, all things can be used as medicine. Feng Zichen nodded and praised himself without blushing or skipping a beat. That person is also formed from Kanate Qi. Can he also be used as medicine? Jiang Xiong seemed to have thought of something and asked. That's right. Not only humans, demons, witches, Kanate spirits, Kanate gods and demons, etc., can all be used as medicine. Nodding, Feng Zichen said to Jiang Xiong. However, looking at his increasingly excited eyes, Feng Zichen could not help but frown. He had to warn him. Xiong, if you dare to use a living person as medicine, I will refine you before anyone else does. Jiang Xiong. With the name Xiong, one could tell that his character was extremely murderous. When the heavenly Tao destroyed the treasure of wisdom, Jiang Xiong's predecessor was accidentally contaminated with the murderous aura of heaven and earth, which created his current character. In addition, he practiced the Qi to demon scripture, which made his murderous aura even stronger. Now that he asked this question, who knew what he was thinking? Master, don't worry. I'm just asking. I don't know how to refine pills. I can't use people as medicine even if I want to, Jiang Xiong said with a simple and honest smile. That's good. Feng Zichen also knew that Jiang Xiong would not do such a thing, but his murderous aura was too strong. It was inevitable that people would think too much. There's something I don't understand. Chapter 434. Since you've discovered that the combination of spiritual herbs and ferocious beast meat can increase the effect, why don't you continue researching? She was his disciple after all, so he still had to give her pointers. How could a pill Tao Grandmaster be compared to a Tao Master? Master, although this method is not bad, its effect is limited and far inferior to pills. If I want to choose, I naturally have to choose the best. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hui answered. How do you know that this Tao is inferior to the pill Tao? Have you studied it? Do you know how many years of development and how many people's efforts have taken for the pill Tao to reach its current state? Do you know what it was like when the pill Tao was born? It might not be better than the spiritual cuisine method you discovered. With a thought, Feng Zichen used his divine ability and found the scene when the Grand Pure One comprehended the pill Tao from the long river of time. That was not when the Grand Pure One announced the birth of the pill Tao to the world. That was the process of the Grand Pure One creating the pill Tao from nothing. This history was the glory of the Grand Pure One. It was witnessed by the primordial world, and engraved in the depths of time and space for future generations to admire. When one's strength reached a certain level and had a great understanding of the pill Tao, one could see this memory from time and space and experience the difficulties of their ancestors. Although Jiang Hui's understanding of the pill Tao was deep, Her realm was too low and she could not see these scenes from the depths of time and space. Therefore, Feng Zichen used his divine ability to let her come into contact with the scene engraved in history in advance, and experience the spirit of creation. Thank you, Master. If not for Master's guidance, I would have missed a great opportunity. Jiang Hui was a person of great wisdom. Although she was limited by her experience and could not see deeper problems, she understood what she had almost missed after Feng Zichen gave her a little guidance. It was a supreme opportunity, a great opportunity that could allow one to become a quasi-saint karmic rank. If it's yours, it will be yours in the end. If it's not yours, you can't snatch it away. You are fated with this Tao. The Tao of spiritual cuisine is destined to be opened in your hands. Even if I don't say it, you will understand it one day in the future. What I'm doing now is just bringing this time forward. The incarnation of the treasure of wisdom was destined to achieve extraordinary achievements. The path of spiritual cuisine was a part of Jiang Hui's glorious future. Come, I'll teach you this technique. It might be useful to you. With a tap of his hand, Feng Zichen passed Xianqing's understanding of alchemy to Jiang Hui. This was not about alchemy, but Xianqing's summary of the medicinal theory of spiritual herbs. Although it was called the Tao of pills, it was actually more like the Tao of medicine of the later generations. This was exactly what Jiang Hui lacked. In order to truly open up the path of spirit cuisine, one must have an understanding of the medicinal properties of spirit herbs in order to create the best recipes. Now that Feng Zichen had taught Jiang Hui about pharmacology, she would have the foundation to open up the path of spiritual cuisine. She would definitely be able to open it up even faster. Ugh! Feng Zichen had given her too much information, and Jiang Hui couldn't accept it all at once. She had no choice but to seal a portion of it and read it later. When Jiang Hui returned to normal, Feng Zichen pondered for a while, and suddenly said to the three disciples below, "Now that your cultivation has reached the complete golden immortal realm, you are about to reach the Tai Jingxian realm. It's time for you to travel and prepare for your future breakthroughs." It just so happens that Jiang Hui wants to open up the path of spirit cuisine. Ferocious beasts and spirit herbs are indispensable. The three of you can go out and travel together. On the way, catch some ferocious beasts and collect some spirit herbs for Jiang Hui. Now that the witches and demons were biding their time, the situation in the untainted land was gradually calming down. It was a good time to go out and train. It just so happened that Jiang Hui and the other two had enough cultivation. They could take advantage of this opportunity to travel and try their luck to find a chance to break through. Moreover, Jiang Hui wanted to open up the path of spirit cuisine. Ferocious beasts and spirit herbs were indispensable. Traveling could solve this problem. Traveling and training could not be delayed. It was perfect. Moreover, if they missed this opportunity, they would never see the untainted land of today again. Go. You must work hard to cultivate. In the near future, the human race will face a great calamity. Everyone may die. Only with great strength can you survive. After saying that, Feng Zichen sent the three of them away without waiting for them to speak. When the calamity of slaughtering people broke out, Feng Zichen could not even take care of himself. How could he take care of others? If he wanted to transcend the calamity, in the end, he still had to rely on himself. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed since Feng Zichen returned to the human race. During this period, because the upper echelons of the witches and demons had all entered seclusion in order to enter a higher realm, nothing major happened in the untainted land, and it ushered in a long-awaited peace. However, all the experts knew that the peace in front of them was an illusion. It was the calm before the volcano eruption. There would definitely be a great battle between the witches and demons. It would be a turmoil that would affect the entire untainted land. No one could stay out of it. The current peace would not last long. The war would break out at any time. But now the untainted land was peaceful and stable. The 10,000 races had entered the stage of cultivation. During this period, Feng Zichen did not stay idle. Sensing the great calamity in the future, he took out the treasures he had accumulated over the years and opened the treasury of the human race. He did not hesitate to increase the strength of the human race. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to attain the Tao. It was the foundation of the human race. 10,000 years had passed. There were many more people in the Tai Jingxian realm, but none of them were in the Daoyuo Jingxian realm. Now there were only 6 people in the human race who had attained the Daoyuo Jingxian realm. In Swerin, there were the Chou clan, Zi clan, Yu clan, Daoist Xiandu, Yang clan and Fengzichen. 6 Daoyuo Jingxian was already a lot. In the 10,000 races of the untainted land, they could be ranked in the middle. However, compared to the calamity that the human race would face in the future, it was nothing. It could not even cause a ripple. One had to know that the demon race had at least 3,000 Daoyuo Jingxian. The gap between them could be imagined. It was too easy for the demon race to destroy the human race. It could be said that it was completely effortless. Even Feng Zichen had to admit that the human race was no match for the demon race. There was no comparison at all. Even if he was the great Taoist priests, it was the same. The great Taoist priests was only invincible to the Daoyuo Jingxian. However, the 3 emperors of the demon race had already stepped into the half-step primordial chaos realm. They were half a step away from the Daoyuo Jingxian realm. If they really fought, Feng Zichen was no match for them at all. Therefore, Feng Zichen had no choice but to use the plan that he had made in his early years. He sent a portion of his clansmen out of the primordial world, through the Tree of World, to the 3,000 sectors in order to achieve the prosperity of the human race in the future. At this moment, Feng Zichen was the one who planned this. He set up 12 secret realms in Zichen's grotto heaven for his clansmen to train. He also set up an arena in the human race's market for the younger generation of the human race, to compete with the descendants of the 10,000 races. His goal was to select those with extraordinary aptitude from among them. Chapter 435. After all, the 3,000 boundless worlds had not been completely nurtured, and the ability of the world tree was limited. Feng Zichen could not send all his clansmen away. Then he could only choose the most outstanding clansmen. Although this was a little unfair, how could there be fairness in this world? Moreover, Feng Zichen did not intend to send all of these talented clansmen away. In the end, he had to leave a portion of his clansmen behind to fight to the death for the human race. He had to fight for the human race's momentum, dignity, and future. Before the great calamity broke out, all the clansmen who had cultivated Tai Jingxian had to stay. Not only did they have to protect the human race, but also because, when one's cultivation reached Tai Jingxian, the heavenly Tao would not allow them to enter the boundless world. The boundless world was far inferior to the primordial world. The Khanate godfiends that were nurtured there were at most golden immortals. If a Tai Jingxian went there, wouldn't they be invincible in the world? Then, wouldn't everything in the boundless world have nothing to do with the Khanate godfiends? Therefore, the heavenly Tao would never allow Tai Jingxian cultivators to enter the boundless world. Sigh. It's difficult. With a sigh, Feng Zichen's mind sank into the spiritual battlefield and fought with the chaos fiend god's shadow. When the great calamity arrived, not only did the ordinary clansman have to fight to survive, but he also had to fight to survive. During this period of time, if he could improve his strength a little, he would do his best to improve it. The more strength he had, the more confident he would be. Elders, why have you come to see me today? On this day, Feng Zichen had just woken up from his seclusion when he saw a group of elders looking for him. He could not help but ask, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The elders came to the human emperor's palace and first bowed to Feng Zichen. Then they looked at each other and said together, "It has been hundreds of thousands of years since Your Majesty's ascension. Under Your Majesty's leadership, the human race has become stronger and stronger. They have walked out of the ancestral land and competed for the primordial world." These were the achievements that Feng Zichen had made when he became the human emperor. What the hell? As he listened, Feng Zichen's expression became strange. These elders suddenly came to the human emperor's palace, and without saying anything, they just kept praising him. It was really strange, extremely strange. Cough. Elder, you're exaggerating. These are all Zichen's duties. It's nothing. May I know why Elder has come? Seeing that the elders had no intention of stopping, Feng Zichen had to interrupt. As the saying goes, those who bow to others must have a request. Judging from the attitude of the elders today, It was probably not a small matter. Your Majesty's cultivation is exceedingly high. You should know that there is yin and yang in the sky, water and fire on the earth, and men and women in the human world. There was also a saint who said, solitary yin does not grow, solitary yang does not grow. The combination of yin and yang is the truth of heaven and earth. Thus, if I may be so bold, I would like to ask your Majesty to choose a woman from the clan and make her your empress, in order to ensure the harmony of yin and yang. Dong Yunshi, the elder of the human race, stepped forward and said loudly, as if he felt that he had laid the groundwork. What? Hearing this, Feng Zichen almost thought that he had heard wrongly. At this moment, his expression was extremely interesting. He wanted him to choose his empress? Was this a forced marriage? Unexpected. Really unexpected. After coming to the primordial world, he could not escape the fate of being forced to marry. This was really sigh. Elder, you must be joking. Feng Zichen said with a forced smile. The great calamity of the human race was coming. He wished that he could put all his energy into his heart. How could he have time to talk about love? Your Majesty, yin and yang are the right things. The celestial emperor above the heavenly court is said to be the strongest in the primordial world. Didn't he also take the empress to combine yin and yang? Seeing that Feng Zichen did not agree, Dong Yunshi continued, and took out Dijun to prove it. How could it be the same? For a moment, Feng Zichen was speechless. Dijun and Shihe, one was an innate saint born from the sun star, and the other was an innate saint born from the moon star. That was fate set by the heavens and represented the Tao of yin and yang. The combination of the two, yin and yang, the benefits obtained were beyond imagination. Not only could it speed up the progress of cultivation, but it could also deduce the mysteries of creation. Moreover, the marriage between Dijun and Shihe was the first wedding in the primordial world. It was a heavenly marriage and was witnessed by the heavenly Tao. It was a great merit. How could others compare to it? Ahem. After coughing twice, Feng Zichen was thinking about how to refuse when he suddenly felt a throbbing. He could not help but use the connate 8 trigrams to deduce. A moment later, Feng Zichen understood the origin of today's matter. The marriage of humans should be on him. In the primordial world, there were 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and man. These 3 marriages were born from the 3 Taos of heaven, earth, and man. They combined the changes of yin and yang, and represented the endless growth of all things. There was a great opportunity and great merit. Not long after the establishment of the heavenly court, the heavenly marriage should be on Dijun and Shihe. The earth marriage and the human marriage had always been hidden. But today, a human marriage appeared. It should be on Feng Zichen. And this opportunity should have belonged to Fuxi. In the future, the human race prospered. Fuxi led the human race to become the main character of heaven and earth. He obtained the title of the human emperor and was boundless. Therefore, his marriage with Niwa was called a human marriage. However, with the appearance of Feng Zichen, everything changed. Before the human race prospered, and the liches still ruled the primordial world, Feng Zichen had already gathered most of the power of the human path, and became the person most favored by the human path in the primordial world. He was also the only spokesperson. The Magi stopped fighting, and the primordial world was peaceful. The myriad races could develop, and the 6 paths of reincarnation were opened. There were more and more living beings in the primordial world, and the human path flourished. Thus, everything fell into place. The heavenly Tao flourished, and the heavenly marriage came into being. The human path flourished, and the human marriage came into being. Feng Zichen was the person most favored by humanity, so naturally, he should be the one to get married. A human marriage, one of the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and man, would have great merit and luck. It was an opportunity that all living beings in the primordial world dreamed of. However, although this matter was good, Feng Zichen did not dare to accept it. In the current primordial world, the one who ruled the heavenly court was Dijun, not Feng Zichen. The ones who dominated the primordial world were the liches and demons, not the human race. If Feng Zichen got married, then in the next moment, he would receive a thunderous blow from Dijun. A human marriage was the symbol of the human path's favor. Jun could tolerate a Daluo Jingxian, an invincible great Taoist priest, but he could not tolerate a great Taoist priest who was favored by the human path. Because the former was not a threat to him, but the latter could shake his position. The 3 marriages should be with the emperor. The appearance of a human marriage meant the birth of the human emperor. And the human emperor was second only to the heavenly emperor. If he went one step further, he would be able to replace him. In that case, how could Jun tolerate it? Especially when the demon clan was about to have a decisive battle with the wizard clan. A human sovereign suddenly appeared. Who knew if he would take advantage of the situation? Therefore, the human emperor could not be left alive. Chapter 436. The Great Magi Demon War had yet to begin, and there were already too many variables. He could not allow any more variables to appear. Whether it was for the human race or for himself, he could not agree to this marriage. If he agreed, he would die. I understand what you mean, Elder, but the human race is an acquired race. We have been born for a short time, and we are not strong enough. Our foundation is not deep enough. For now, you should focus on increasing your strength. As for the rest, it won't be too late to talk about it when the human race becomes stronger. Having made up his mind, Feng Zichen refused again. Your Majesty, since you want to strengthen the human race, you must establish a queen that is based on the principles of yin and yang to strengthen the destiny of the human race. Unfortunately, the matter of human marriage was proposed by the elders, but it was actually promoted by the human race. The elders of the human race were inspired by the human race and unanimously believed that Feng Zichen's queen would strengthen the destiny of the human race. No matter how they argued, they could not shake their will, and Feng Zichen was annoyed. In the end, there were even dozens of city lords who returned and went to the human emperor's palace to pressure Feng Zichen with the elders and persuade him to establish a queen. F***ck. This group of people is too much. It's none of your business whether I get married or not. Feng Zichen was really helpless. This group of people was getting more and more enthusiastic. Okay, stop talking. I agree. In the end, Feng Zichen was really forced to agree in order to be quiet. Your Majesty is wise. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly bowed. Was this wise? Feng Zichen was so angry that he almost laughed. Establishing a queen was wise. Then this Shengming was really worthless. However, although that was what he thought, Feng Zichen did not say it out loud. Instead, he said to the crowd, "Since this matter was proposed by the elders, then I'll have to trouble you to choose a gentle and graceful woman from the clan to marry me, so as to complete my yin and yang." These words sounded like he was gnashing his teeth, fully expressing the dissatisfaction in Feng Zichen's heart. Of course. Hearing this, everyone bowed again. Naive. Seeing everyone's reaction, Feng Zichen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Did he really think that he had given in? As the Run Huang, he did everything according to his heart. How could he be swayed by outsiders? He was just annoyed by their noise, so he dealt with it casually. Furthermore, a promise was a promise. Whether or not this matter could be accomplished was still another matter altogether. With a thought, Feng Zichen continued. Elders, please remember that the person who marries me must be worthy of me. Otherwise, the excess of yang and the decline of yin would cause an imbalance between yin and yang. It would be a disaster and not a blessing. Feng Zichen emphasized the words worthy, as if he was afraid that the elders wouldn't understand. In order to be compatible with his yin and yang, the woman's identity must be as noble as his. Otherwise, how could she complete the marriage? However, Feng Zichen was the Grand Taoist Priests, the authentic Panga Taoist priest, one of the noblest existences in the untainted land. As noble as he was, there were only a few female immortals who were worthy of him in the untainted land, let alone the small human race. It would be a miracle if they could find one. Feng Zichen believed that even if the elders of the human race searched through the entire human race, they wouldn't be able to find a woman worthy of him. He had agreed to this matter. But if the elders of the human race couldn't find a suitable person, they couldn't blame him. Your Majesty is right. We will go to the human race to find a suitable woman. We won't disturb Your Majesty's cultivation here. Your Majesty will take our leave. They weren't afraid of Feng Zichen's opinions, but they were afraid that he wouldn't agree. Now that Feng Zichen had agreed, their goal had been achieved. They didn't want to stay here any longer, and were about to leave immediately. Go. This matter concerns the fate of the human race and is of great importance. Elders, don't worry. You can take your time to find one in case something goes wrong. With a plan in mind, Feng Zichen wasn't in a hurry and said to the crowd calmly, "We understand." After bowing to Feng Zichen, the crowd turned and left. Just as the crowd was about to step into the palace, Feng Zichen suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He faintly felt that something was wrong with this matter, as if there was something that he hadn't noticed. "Wait. Elders, please wait for a moment." Driven by this ominous feeling, Feng Zichen called out to the crowd who were about to leave. "Your Majesty, what orders do you have for us?" The crowd stopped and returned to the main hall. They asked Feng Zichen, who was sitting high on the throne. In my opinion, this matter is inappropriate." After pondering for a while, Feng Zichen said slowly, "Inappropriate? What's inappropriate?" "Your Majesty, please speak clearly." Seeing that Feng Zichen had signs of going back on his word, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little anxious and hurriedly asked. It wasn't easy to persuade him to agree. If he suddenly went back on his word, who knew how much effort it would take? It was really troublesome. "Elders, don't be anxious. I don't intend to go back on my word. It's just that the appointment of the Empress is related to the change in the fate of the human race. It's not a matter of one person, but a major event that affects the entire human race. We have to report to Her Highness Niwa first to show our respect. Therefore, after the elders find a suitable candidate, don't decide directly. Instead, bring him to the ancestral temple, and let Her Highness Niwa have a look first. Only after Her Highness Niwa agrees, can you bring the person to see me. In that case, do you understand?" The crowd below didn't know the importance of this matter, but Her Highness Niwa definitely knew the pros and cons. Therefore, no one could pass Her Highness Niwa's test. This matter was settled. "Your Majesty is right. Indeed, we have to report to Her Highness Niwa first." The crowd hurriedly said yes, and left the palace one by one. Let's go. I don't believe that we can find an innate saint among the human race. Innate saints were born from the origin of heaven and earth. They were incomparably noble, and their status was second only to the chaos demon god. As long as they didn't die, they were destined to become primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. There were only a few dozen of such figures in the entire primordial world. How rare were they? It would be strange if they could be found among the human race. The probability of this was like winning the lottery in the modern world. It was completely impossible. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed since the elders of the human race left the palace. In these 10,000 years, just as Feng Zichen had expected, many elders of the human race searched the human race several times, but couldn't find a suitable candidate. However, they still didn't give up. Every day, they stared at the newborn babies and waited for a suitable candidate to be born. This way, the elders didn't have time to bother Feng Zichen. He was happy to do so. He devoted himself to the spiritual battlefield and fought with the demon god Phantom, trying his best to improve his strength. Just like that, another 10,000 years passed. It had been 20,000 years since the elders of the human race proposed that Feng Zichen be the empress. Chapter 437. 20,000 years was nothing compared to the long years of the untainted land. But compared to Feng Zichen's age, it was a long time. During this period of time, Feng Zichen had not been idle for a moment. Either he sank into the spiritual battlefield and fought with the demon god's shadow to comprehend the Tao and truth of the chaos demon god, or he meditated on the great Tao and experienced the changes between heaven and earth, the evolution of the universe, and the truth of the birth and death of all things. Originally, at Feng Zichen's level, every step forward was extremely difficult and required a lot of time. But Feng Zichen was different. He had obtained the great Taoist priest's Tao seat. The blessings brought to him by this supreme Tao seat in the untainted land were undoubtedly amazing. In just 20,000 years, Feng Zichen had achieved what others had achieved in 2 million years. His strength had made considerable progress. Of course, this was also related to Feng Zichen's efforts. In just 20,000 years, Feng Zichen's body had undergone tremendous changes. In the untainted land, the innate 5 elements Great Tao that had never been proven by anyone had been proven by him. Moreover, he had relied on his own strength to prove the innate 5 elements Great Tao. With his own strength, he had broken through the 5 great heavenly Tao spaces without borrowing the power of the 5 elements sacred beasts. This was an unprecedented achievement. Not only that, Feng Zichen's innate 5 elements Great Tao was different from the innate 5 elements Great Tao recorded in the untainted land. He had added the principle of the 5 elements Chaos Demon God to the innate 5 elements Great Tao, causing it to undergo a tremendous transformation. It was more powerful, had more changes, and was more mysterious. Now, even if he did not use the power of the great Taoist priest's Tao seat, Feng Zichen believed that he could make Daoyuo Jingxian invincible with his own strength. Of course, this Daoyuo Jingxian only referred to the Daoyuo Jingxian, not including the sage to be. The 5 elements have been formed. Next is yin and yang. With a sweep of his psyche, Feng Zichen confirmed that the human race was safe and sound. Thus, he decided to continue his closed-door cultivation. He planned to reverse the innate yin and yang with the innate 5 elements and attain the innate Tao of yin and yang. Chaos was divided into yin and yang derived the 5 elements. By the same logic, one could obtain yin and yang by reversing the 5 elements, and chaos by reversing yin and yang. If the chaos continued to push back, it might become Hongmeng. This was Feng Zichen's future path. In the primordial world, he wanted to be the Lord of the Stars because he was Great Emperor Ziwei. In the chaos, he wanted to be the Lord of Hongmeng because he was in charge of Hongmeng Daozhong. Achieving Hongmeng was achieving eternity. This was a realm that was on par with the Great Tao, a supreme realm. This was also the achievement that Feng Zichen was most likely to achieve. The Great Tao was Penge's pursuit. Hongmeng was Feng Zichen's pursuit. Unfortunately, although Feng Zichen had the Hongmeng Daozhong in his hands, as the oldest principle, the Tao of Hongmeng was too obscure and difficult to understand. He could not understand it at all, and had only grasped the surface. However, just the tip of the iceberg allowed him to possess extraordinary power. If it was the complete path of primordial chaos, how extraordinary would it be? Therefore, in order to comprehend the Tao of Hongmeng, Feng Zichen thought of using the 5 elements to reverse the Hongmeng Daozhong. Just like that, step by step, he had mastered the foundation of the Tao of Hongmeng. With the help of the Chaos Bead and the Hongmeng Daozhong, he would definitely be able to comprehend the Tao of Hongmeng in the future. Moreover, even if he did not comprehend the Tao of Hongmeng, it would not be a big deal. These innate principles could be integrated into the Tao of Stars and strengthen the power of the Tao of Stars. In the future, he might be able to use the Tao of Stars as the foundation to refine various great Taos and billions of laws to achieve the Tao of Hongmeng. Now that the Tao of the innate 5 elements had been completed, Feng Zichen had taken the first step. He was going to reverse the 5 elements and use the changes of yin and yang to achieve the supreme Tao. Feng Zichen's body suddenly emitted a 5-colored brilliance. It was dazzling and abnormally gorgeous. However, this 5-colored brilliance was extremely unstable. It trembled violently as if it would shatter at any moment. Faintly, black and white colors appeared in the 5-colored brilliance, filled with mysterious Tao runes. That was the phenomenon caused by Feng Zichen adding his own understanding of the Tao of yin and yang into the Tao of the innate 5 elements. He wanted to deduce the Tao of yin and yang. Unfortunately, his understanding of the Tao of yin and yang was far less profound than the Tao of the innate 5 elements. He could not deduce it. This caused the 5-colored brilliance to be unstable and show signs of collapse. Chaos Bead out. Hongmeng Daozhong out. Seeing that the 5-colored brilliance was about to collapse, Feng Zichen summoned the Chaos Bead and Hongmeng Daozhong. With a soft tremor, the Chaos Bead and Hongmeng Daozhong appeared from the void and landed in the heavenly flower and earthly flower above Feng Zichen's head. Strands of Chaos Qi and Hongmeng Qi hung down. As for the Primal Chaos Aura and Grand Mist Aura, they continued to transform and decompose as they descended. When they reached Feng Zichen's body, They had completely turned into the innate yin-yang qi. In an instant, the five-colored brilliance on Feng Zichen's body stabilized. All kinds of understanding of the innate yin-yang Tao surged into his mind, helping him understand the mysteries of the changes of yin and yang. This was Feng Zichen's confidence in reversing the Hongmeng Tao. Although the Hongmeng Tao was obscure and difficult to understand, it was much simpler compared to the chaos yin-yang Tao and the five elements Tao. With the help of the Hongmeng Daozhong and the chaos bead, it was even easier to comprehend. Hongmeng could only be accomplished if it was easy first and difficult later. Gradually, more yin-yang Tao light appeared on Feng Zichen's body, and gradually replaced the five elements Tao light. Obviously, with the help of the two treasures, his understanding of the Tao of yin and yang had deepened. And just as Feng Zichen was comprehending the innate yin-yang Tao, the matter of establishing an empress that he no longer cared about suddenly changed. On the distant lunar star, a beautiful figure walked into the origin space of the lunar star. As she moved, innate Tao patterns appeared under her feet and resonated with the origin of the lunar star. Boom! One day, among the stars, the lunar star suddenly shone brightly. Countless Tao patterns appeared and attracted the surrounding star power to form a terrifying power. The power was strong enough to kill Dao Yuo Jingxian and severely injure a sage-to-be. You killed my 9 sons. Ho-yi, you deserve to die. Die with them. On the lunar star, a voice full of hatred sounded. Then, the power that was enough to kill Dao Yuo Jingxian suddenly blasted toward the Eldritch Land. Its target. It was Ho-yi, who had just left the Pengu Palace. Needless to say, it was the lunar goddess Shihi. Haha. I've been guarding against you. Beside Ho-yi, Dijiang's figure quietly appeared. He glanced at the power that blasted toward him and smiled coldly. He raised his right arm, clenched his fist and punched toward the lunar star. Chapter 438. In an instant, a terrifying power burst out, shattering the vacuum, rules, great Tao, and everything else. It crashed into the power coming from the Tyne star. Boom! At this moment, Dijiang's power as the overlord of the world was fully displayed. The power that was enough to kill a golden immortal was directly annihilated by the huge force the moment it collided with Dijiang's fist mark. Then the punch continued, shattering time and space. It suddenly arrived on the Tyne star and blasted toward Shiha. Dijiang, you're courting death. Although Dijiang was strong and could be called the overlord of the world, the Tyne star was Shiha's territory. She was not invincible here, but she was not far from it. Shiha waved her hand gently, and countless runes appeared on the Tyne star. Khanate Tyne Chi surged out and condensed above Shiha's head. It turned into a jet-black immortal light, emitting endless coldness, and brushed toward Dijun's power. Whoosh! Khanate Taoist rhymes danced in the air, and the Tyne law spread. A coldness that could freeze everything appeared, condensing and annihilating Dijiang's punch. Kill! Shiha shouted. She formed a seal with her hands, and activated the power of the Tyne star. It turned into a jet-black immortal light, piercing through countless dimensions and charging toward Dijiang and Ho-yi on the Eldritch Land. Shiha had planned to kill Ho-yi quietly when the sorcerer tribe let down their guard. Therefore, she had used all her strength to avoid attracting the sorcerer ancestors' attention. But now that she had been exposed, there was no need to hold back. Therefore, Shiha used her strongest combat power to attack the two of them. The jet-black immortal light was the supreme theurgy that Feng Zichen had been searching for, the Khanate Tyne divine light. It was a supreme theurgy derived from the Khanate Tyne Tao. It could freeze everything and kill all life. At this moment, this supreme theurgy appeared in Shiha's hands and blasted toward Dijiang and Ho-yi. Good timing. Seeing the Khanate Tyne divine light coming, Dijiang was not angry. Instead, he was happy. He raised his right arm and punched a few more times, each punch stronger than the last. Incredible power burst out, shaking the space. Then, a huge spatial storm formed around Dijiang, annihilating everything and shattering the innate Tai-yin divine light. However, supreme divine abilities were supreme divine abilities, exceeding one's imagination. They reached the source of the great Tao, possessing inconceivable abilities. After the innate Tai-yin divine light shattered, it landed on the barren land and formed a freezing storm. It triggered the Tai-Yin Dao between heaven and earth, and continued to attack the duo. At the same time, on the Tai-Yin star, Shiha activated the origin of the Tai-Yin star with all her might. Countless beams of Tai-Yin innate divine light rained down like a storm, intending to kill the two. In an instant, the area where Dijiang and Hou-Yi were was completely transformed into a world of ice and snow, and a heart-palpitating chill pervaded the air. Fellow Taoist Shiha, you won't be able to kill me and Hou-Yi. Around Dijiang, the power of the spatial storm was getting stronger and stronger. There were even void Dao patterns appearing. No matter how powerful the innate Tai-Yin divine light was, it couldn't break through the void storm and hurt Dijiang and Hou-Yi. Shiha's strength was not as strong as Dijiang's. Moreover, in order to give birth to the 10 golden crows, she had caused her congenital origin to be depleted. Her strength had fallen greatly, and she had yet to recover. Thus, she was even less of a match for Dijiang. Is that so? On the Tai-Yin star, after hearing Dijiang's words, Shiha sneered. Thinking that it was about time, she suddenly activated her hidden hand and attacked Hou-Yi. Whoosh! On the barren land, the shattered innate Tai-Yin divine light suddenly condensed and turned into rays of divine light of annihilation, striking towards Hou-Yi. Hou-Yi couldn't dodge the innate Tai-Yin divine light in time. He hurriedly revealed his Grand Wizard true form and tried his best to fend off Shiha's attack. At the same time, Hou-Yi's bow found itself in front of Hou-Yi. The bowstring buzzed without anyone's help, creating layers of ripples and shattering the oncoming innate Tai-Yin divine light. But who was Shiha? She was a top grand divine master of the untainted land, a congenital saint born from the Tai-Yin star, one of the dominators of the stars, the queen of heaven, and a perfected pre-saint. She couldn't deal with Dijiang, but she could deal with a puny Hou-Yi. In the blink of an eye, all of Hou-Yi's defenses were broken by the innate Tai-Yin divine light. The coldness that could freeze everything burst out and rushed into his body, trying to destroy his vitality. Oh no! On the other side, Dijiang sensed that Hou-Yi was in danger. A spatial storm exploded, and the surrounding void disappeared. The innate Tai-Yin divine light was destroyed. How cruel! In a flash, Dijiang came to Hou-Yi's side and saved him. However, Shihi's attack was filled with hatred. With just one move, he heavily injured Hou-Yi to the brink of death and left him unconscious. There were still remnants of Tai-Yin Qi in his body, which was destroying his vitality crazily. In a short while, half of Hou-Yi's remaining vitality was destroyed. Even his connate origin was affected, and was on the verge of collapse. Shiha's attack was so cruel that it almost took Hou-Yi's life. Moreover, even if Hou-Yi was lucky enough to survive, his strength would drop several levels after he recovered from his injuries. No one knew how many years it would take for him to recover. Terrifying, too terrifying. Shiha, who stood on the Tai-Yin, was so powerful that she could destroy a top warrior of the wizard race with one move. Shiha, you're courting death. Hou-Yi was seriously injured and dying. Dijiang was shocked and angry. He didn't hold back anymore. The great path of space appeared and blasted toward the Tai-Yin star. Dijiang's full power was earth-shattering. In an instant, the void disappeared. Shiha and the space around her showed signs of dissipating. They were about to turn into nothingness. Erasing space and making everything lose their meaning of existence, and return to the state of nothingness was the supreme achievement of the great path of space. It was also one of Dijiang's strongest attacks. He used his strongest attack right from the start. It was obvious that Dijiang really wanted to kill Shiha. Unfortunately, this was the Tai-Yin star. If it were any other time, Dijiang's attack would be able to severely injure Shiha even if it couldn't kill her. But this was the Tai-Yin star, where the Yin pole of the primitive world was located, and where Shiha was born. Even a saint wouldn't be able to kill Shiha here. Just as Dijiang's attack was about to land on Shiha, the Tai-Yin star suddenly moved. Endless power exploded and collided with Dijiang's attack. Boom! The huge impact caused the lunar star to shake violently. Countless stars were displaced, and some of the smaller stars were unable to withstand the force and shattered. But the attack was blocked in the end. Dijiang's vengeful strike did not cause any harm to Shiha. However, as the lunar star trembled, an ancient seal began to loosen. Chapter 439. The lunar star was lonely, cold, and lifeless. This was its true portrayal. Here, far away from the noise of the mortal world, everything returned to peace. But today, the peace on the lunar star was once again broken by the battle between Di Jiang and Shi He. The entire star was trembling violently. Earth and rocks collapsed, and the earth cracked. It was a doomsday-like scene. With the trembling of the lunar star, the secret hidden in the depths of the lunar star was revealed. In the depths of the lunar star, an ancient and deep secret place suddenly emitted light. The light was gold and silver. It was incomparably blazing, but not intense. It was strange and contradictory. The golden light gave people the feeling of facing the sun, emitting a blazing aura. The silver light revealed the aura of the origin of the lunar star, freezing everything. Whoosh! On the lunar star, the originally silent lunar laurel tree suddenly moved when it saw this ray of light. Silently, he extended a root and followed the source of the light to an unknown place. There was a beautiful figure. However, she was not in a good state. Her figure was faintly discernible, as if she would disappear at any time. And on her body, there was a Tai Chi diagram, a gold and silver Tai Chi diagram. It was the purest power of the lunar star and the solar star. The two combined to form a huge seal, firmly suppressing the beautiful figure. Moreover, the lunar star and the solar star combined to form the power of yin and yang, producing countless changes. While suppressing the figure, it was also destroying her. Every time the Tai Chi diagram rotated, the beautiful figure weakened a little, and part of her origin was destroyed. But then, an inexplicable force appeared and surged into the figure's body, strengthening her origin so that she would not die because of the lack of her origin. Just like that, the two forces went back and forth, reaching a subtle balance, causing that person's strength to neither increase nor decrease. This seal, it was set up by Di Jun and Shi He, because in the primordial world, only Di Jun and Shi He could master such pure Tao of the lunar star and the solar star. This beautiful figure was the first generation Khanate saint born from the lunar star. Ancient moon god Wang Shu. She was the first living being born on the lunar star. She was the oldest lord of the lunar star, and was more orthodox than Shi He. It was also because of this that he suffered such a great calamity, and was sealed by Di Jun and Shi He. At the end of the ancient era, the great beast calamity erupted. An unprecedented war broke out between the innate gods and the innate beasts, resulting in the deaths of countless innate gods. Moon god Wang Shu was one of them. Wang Shu perished together with the enemy, and his innate indestructible true spirit was shattered. Of course, his luck was still good. His innate indestructible true spirit was only broken, and not eroded by the innate baleful qi. There was still hope for the former to be resurrected, but the latter's return was far away. Because his innate indestructible true spirit was shattered, Wang Shu's return was especially difficult. It was only after the entire ancient era had passed that he condensed his true spirit, and was reborn on the lunar star. Unfortunately, before he could be born, Di Jun came. At that time, Di Jun had just married Shi He. The two of them came to the lunar star to play and accidentally found Wang Shu. How could this be? If Wang Shu was resurrected, wouldn't the master of lunar star be replaced? One must know that the lunar star was one of the foundations of the monster race. How could it be controlled by an outsider? Therefore, Di Jun couldn't tolerate Wang Shu and wanted to kill him on the spot. However, as the oldest moon god, how could he die in his own birthplace? With the protection of the lunar star, Di Jun couldn't kill Wang Shu no matter what he did. In desperation, Di Jun and Shi He joined forces and used the power of lunar and solar to seal Wang Shu, preventing him from being reborn. The meaning of the Tai Chi diagram's existence was to constantly wear down Wang Shu's power, preventing him from using the power of the lunar star to break the seal. However, man proposes, God disposes. The seal that was supposed to be foolproof had a slight flaw because of the battle between Shi He and Di Jiang, giving Wang Shu a chance to escape. Fellow Taoist, it's time for you to escape. We're here. When the roots of the laurel tree arrived here, they swung at the seal, causing boundless laws to descend and shatter the seal into pieces. Its power was no less than that of a perfected sage to be. The laurel tree, one of the top 10 primordial spiritual roots of the primitive world, Not only had it developed intelligence, but it also had the cultivation of a perfected sage to be. It was really surprising. In fact, this was normal. Among the top 10 primordial spiritual roots of the primitive world, only the primordial fusang tree and the primordial laurel tree were the most special. Unlike other primordial spiritual roots, they didn't grow on the primitive world. Instead, they took root on the solar star and the lunar star to balance yin and yang, and suppressed the rebellious lunar star and the lunar star. Therefore, with their great merit, it was understandable that they had developed intelligence. However, it was even more difficult for them to transform. They were already extremely heaven-defying. With the addition of merit, if the heavenly Tao didn't go crazy, it wouldn't let them transform. As the only two creatures on the lunar star, the laurel tree and Wuxia had accompanied each other for hundreds of millions of years. Naturally, their friendship was very deep. A long time ago, he had been planning to save Wuxia. Unfortunately, he was very wary of him, so he couldn't find a chance at all. Now the lunar star was shaking, and there was a flaw in the seal. The laurel tree seized the opportunity to break the seal and save Wuxia. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Regaining freedom. Even though Wuxia was indifferent by nature, he couldn't help but be happy at this moment. However, before he could be happy for long, he suddenly heard a loud roar from the void. Dijiang, how dare you! Then the He2 and the Luoshu flew out from great sky, combined with each other, turned into a 9-palace map, and attacked Dijiang. At the same time, on the lunar star, a big golden hand appeared and grabbed at Wuxia. It was Dijun who had made a move. From Shihi's attack on Hou-Yi to the appearance of Dijiang, to the battle between the two and Wuxia breaking out of the seal. This series of events seemed to be extremely long, but in fact, not even a breath had passed. It was because the sage-to-be powerhouses had begun to close their own timelines. Their battle had long transcended time and space and drifted away from time. Whether it was a breath or 10,000 years, it was the same in front of them. Time had lost its meaning to them. It was also because of this that when Dijun felt the movement, it was already too late to salvage the situation. Dong. After Dijun made a move, Taiyi's attack followed closely. After that, there were also the supernatural powers of Fuxi, Kuanpeng, and a series of demon experts. All kinds of lights bloomed, and it was incomparably beautiful. It was like a sea of light that wanted to drown Dijiang. Let's go. Seeing so many supernatural powers coming at him, even Dijiang couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He grabbed Hou-Yi and quickly left. Chapter 440. On the other side, Dijun's giant hand ignored space and time. It carried enough power to annihilate everything and covered Wuxia's head. The surrounding space suddenly froze and blocked all of Wuxia's escape routes. He wanted to kill Wuxia with one blow. My friend, leave quickly. I'll stop Dijun. Seeing that Wuxia was about to be killed by Dijun, the bay laurel tree could not help but roar. Its branches danced wildly like dragons and snakes and stabbed the giant golden hand with all its strength. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Dijun's golden hand was penetrated by the bay laurel tree and turned into pieces in mid-air. However, after the golden hand was broken, its pieces did not melt. Instead, they exploded and turned into the purest Grand Sun primordial fire, burning in all directions. The Grand Sun primordial fire was the hottest flame in the untainted land. Moreover, it was released by Dijun, the master of the sun. Its power had reached an incredible level. Burning the sky and boiling the sea was not enough to describe its power. In a flash, the branches of the bay laurel tree were burned to ashes by the Grand Sun primordial fire. Without the protection of the bay laurel tree, Wuxia's weak innate true spirit was directly exposed to the Grand Sun primordial fire. Boom! The Grand Sun primordial fire burned mercilessly. Wuxia's innate true spirit became more and more illusory, as if it would disappear at any time. Fortunately, although the branches of the bay laurel tree could not block the surging Grand Sun primordial fire, the bay laurel tree was an object of Taiyin after all. Even though it was destroyed, it still weakened the power of the Grand Sun primordial fire. As a result, although Wuxia's situation was not good, he was not in great danger. After being weakened by the bay laurel tree, The power of the Grand Sun primordial fire was not enough to refine Wang Shu's innate true spirit. Humph! Above the great sky, Dijun looked in the direction that Dijiang had left and snorted. He did not chase after him but turned and rushed to the Tian star. If Dijiang wanted to leave, who in the untainted land could stop him? Only ancestor Hongjun himself could stop him. Therefore, chasing after him was just a waste of time. It was more important to solve the problem on the lunar star first. That was a major matter that could shake the foundation of the demon race. Shiha, have you forgotten that you are an innate god born in the Tian star? Are you really going to join hands with that Dijun and kill Wang Shu? On the lunar star, the innate lunar cassia tree roared furiously at Shihi. He originally wanted to use the origin of the lunar star to help Wang Shu escape. Unfortunately, Shiha acted first and firmly suppressed the source of the lunar star, not allowing the lunar cassia tree to use it. Even Wang Shu, who was also a moon god, could not use the origin of the lunar star to recover his power under his suppression. Shiha was a god born from the Tian star. Compared to her, the innate laurel tree was just an outsider. How could it compare to her in terms of controlling the origin of the Tian star? On the other hand, Wang Shu had just escaped, and before he could recover, he was severely injured by Dijun. It was already difficult for him to keep his innate true spirit intact. If he wanted to compete with Shihi, he would be powerless. Taoist lunar cassia, don't blame me. Now that I am the heavenly empress of the heaven court, I naturally have to think for the monster race. Although I am happy that you have appeared, the lunar star is the foundation of the monster race. We cannot lose it. So, for the sake of the monster race, for the sake of my husband and me, I have no choice but to let you sleep in the lunar star. As Shiha spoke, she channeled the power of the lunar star's origin and blasted it towards the innate laurel tree. She did not want to kill it, but she wanted to trap it so that it could not help Wang Shu. The lunar cassia tree had no choice but to gather its power and resist Shiha's attack with difficulty. As for Wang Shu, it was powerless to help. On the other side, Wang Shu finally got rid of the true sunfire that wrapped around his body. Just as he was about to leave the lunar star, he saw Shiha walking towards him with a smile. We are both innate gods born from the lunar star. Why do you have to force me? Knowing that there was no way he could escape with Shiha around, Wang Shu could only say helplessly. He was also a person with heaven-defying talent. In the primordial age, when his path was cut off, he managed to forge his own path and cultivate to the level of a sage-to-be. It could be seen that he was extraordinary. If he did not suffer a calamity in the primordial age, he would be an ancestor today. Even if his achievements were not as good as Dao ancestor Hongjuan's, he would not be far behind. Unfortunately, a moment of carelessness caused him to die in the calamity. Not only did he miss an era, but his cultivation was also caught up by the younger generation, and he ended up being sealed. It was extremely miserable. Sister, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but the monster race has reached a critical moment. There is no room for any accidents. And an existence like you is the biggest accident. You are enough to reverse the situation of the primordial age. So, I must not allow you to be born. At least, not during this calamity. Shiha stopped not far away from Wang Shu. However, she did not make a move. Instead, she explained softly. That's right. My wife is right. Even if you want to be born, you can't do it now. You have to wait until the monster race becomes the overlord of the world. Only then will it be the time for you to be reborn. At that time, my wife and I will come together to welcome you into the world. Is that okay? Dijun is here. His voice arrived first before he arrived. A deep voice suddenly sounded on the Tian star, causing the great Tao of heaven and earth to resonate and produce many strange phenomena. It was extremely shocking. Alas! Sighing, Wang Shu's heart was full of helplessness. He was already no match for Shiha. With the addition of Dijun, who was even stronger, he had even less chance to escape. I will do as you say, fellow Taoist. But fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid of retribution in the future for treating me like this? Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Wang Shu put away his unnecessary thoughts and said coldly to Dijun and Shiha. He had participated in the ferocious beast calamity. and even killed the overlord of the innate ferocious beasts, preventing the primordial age from being ravaged by the innate ferocious beasts. He had made great contributions to the world, and was a hero of the primordial age. Dijun and she had treated him like this, so there would definitely be many tribulations. Haha, when I attain the Tao, I will be the true celestial emperor of the primordial age. I will preach the Tao on behalf of the heavens and have the power to carry out the heavens. All karma will not affect me. Who can retribution against me? Hearing Wang Shu's words, Dijun could not help but laugh. He was the celestial emperor, an existence that was about to attain the Tao. As long as he attained the Tao, any problem would no longer be a problem. How could a mere tribulation hurt him? If he could not attain the Tao, he would definitely not survive the battle between the liches and demons. The so-called tribulation was even more meaningless to him. Therefore Dijun was fearless. Fellow Taoist, please. At this point, it was time to send Shiha on her way. Not to mention that Shiha was just an innate true spirit. Even if she was at her peak, Dijun would not be afraid. It would be easy to take her down. At this moment, Wang Shu was close to despair. Chapter 441. Dijun attacked while Shihi assisted him. Who in the Eldritch world could escape from them in a one-on-one battle? Perhaps. But it was definitely not Wang Shu. Fellow Taoist, run. Just as Wang Shu was in despair and Dijun and Shihi were about to win, the connate laurel tree that they had neglected suddenly erupted. Tao sounds rumbled between heaven and earth as billions of rays of light bloomed from its body. Innate talismans danced in the air as infinite power emerged, allowing the connate laurel tree to break free from the origin of Tayin. Whoosh! The connate laurel tree shook its branches as infinite light shone like an ocean of light. It was unusually bright and vast as it swept towards Dijun and Shihi. The light was dazzling as the connate Taoist rhymes flowed. The Tao patterns were endless, containing the coldness of the Tao of Tayin, and the rhythm of the connate wood elemental Tao. Loneliness and life coexisted, contradictory yet balanced. This was the Tao of the connate laurel tree, the coexistence of Tayin and wood elemental Tao. In an instant, endless talismans appeared and drowned Dijun and Shihi. At the same time, the power of Tayin and the power of life erupted. One froze everything, the other obliterated all life. Dijun and Shihi were careless and were successfully ambushed by the connate laurel tree, freezing them into ice sculptures. However, Dijun was too strong. The connate laurel tree could not hurt him at all. It could only trap him while he was careless. But this did not last long. In the blink of an eye, Dijun shattered the ice on his body and got out of the trap. But this was enough. In a battle between experts, a moment was eternity. A moment was enough for Wang Shu to break free. Tayin Pearl activate. Seeing an opportunity, Wang Shu instinctively activated his eternal spiritual treasure, the Tayin Pearl, without thinking. A silver light rose from Wang Shu's body, growing bigger and bigger until it gradually turned into a bright moon. It looked very similar to the Tayin star, and wrapped around Wang Shu's connate true spirit as it flew towards the Eldritch world. The lunar divine pearl was the first connate spiritual treasure nurtured by the lunar star. It was also the most powerful connate spiritual treasure. With 45 connate divine seals, it was one of the best connate spiritual treasures, second only to connate cardinal treasures. Although it was called a pearl, the Tayin divine pearl was actually a miniature version of the Tayin star. It had all the power of the Tayin star, but it was not as powerful. You want to leave? Not so easy. At this moment, Dijun had already broken free. When he saw Wang Shu escaping with the lunar divine pearl, he threw out a punch without hesitation. With a boom, the entire starry sky shook. Although Dijun's punch was not as powerful as Dijong's, it was still extremely shocking. It ignored time and space and blasted directly on Wang Shu's body. Even with the protection of the Tayin divine pearl, Wang Shu's innate true spirit was shattered, and he was on the verge of death. He didn't die? Then give me another punch. After the punch, Dijun seemed to be surprised that he did not kill Wang Shu with one punch. He clenched his fist and was about to throw out another punch. But at this moment, several terrifying divine thoughts suddenly burst out from the depths of the untainted land. They distorted the rules and crossed the boundless void, came to Di Jun's side, and surrounded him. These were the supreme masters of the Archean era. They were not fake masters like Feng Du, but real masters who had lived from the Archean era to the present. Each of them was in the half-step origin realm, and none of them was weaker than Di Jun. What's more, some of them were only a step away from the origin realm, and their realms were even higher than Di Jun's. If Di Jun did not use external forces and only relied on his own strength, he might not be a match for these Archean giants. This scene seemed shocking, but in fact it was reasonable. Although Di Jun was powerful, these Archean giants were not weak either. Not to mention that they were born at the beginning of the world, and had obtained many heaven-defying creations. Even if they had once fought with the Tao ancestor, they might not be inferior to Di Jun and the others. Silence. Endless silence. After these Archean giants appeared, they directly surrounded Di Jun. Although they did not say a word, their meaning was quite clear. They did not allow Di Jun to attack Wang Shu. The longer one lived, the more they cherished the past. It was unknown how long it had been since the Archean era. It was so long ago that the Archean era had become a legend. After many battles, there were not many old antiques who had lived from the Archean era to the present. Looking up, there were fewer and fewer people traveling with them. These Archean giants could not help but feel sad. Now, the moon god had suddenly recovered, and their fellow Taoists of the past had reappeared in the primordial world. There was one more person traveling with them. How could these Archean giants let anything happen to him? They woke up from their deep sleep one after another to protect him. Emph. With a cold snort, Di Jun retracted his fist and returned to the lunar star, no longer chasing after Wang Shu. He had to admit that Di Jun was afraid. Although he was not afraid of these people, there were more than these few experts who had survived from the Archean era, who knew how many more people were hiding in the dark. If he continued to attack, he would provoke the Archean giants to attack him. Even Dao Yuo Jingxian, who had become a primordial chaos expert on the spot, would not be able to avoid the fate of death. Therefore he could only retreat. Di Jun was right. If he continued to chase after Wang Shu, even if he was the celestial emperor, after this time, he would be skinned even if he did not die. This was because the moment Wang Shu left the lunar star, many Archean giants sensed it. In the Far East, the Azure Dragon's sacred beast's divine ability was ready to be unleashed. In the southern undying volcano, the vermilion bird subconsciously took out her Dharma treasure. In the deepest part of the northern underworld, a huge shadow was filled with Khanate Dao runes, ready to launch a shocking attack at any time. Even the purple cloud palace, which was far away in the sky, had already made a move. Dao ancestor Hong Jun seemed to be hesitating, not knowing if he should make a move. The heavenly Dao Hong Jun was cold and heartless. Naturally, he would not make a move. However, Dao ancestor Hong Jun was one of the most powerful beings in the Archean era. He was also one of the leaders of the Khanate godfiends during the ferocious beast cataclysm. There was a reason why he had to make a move. Fortunately, Di Jun stopped in time, saving Dao ancestor Hong Jun from a difficult situation. As Di Jun stopped, the Archean giants also withdrew their divine senses. The primordial world once again returned to calm. Husband, are we going to let Wang Shu go just like that? On the lunar star, Shihi looked at Di Jun in confusion. Now that the two sides were like fire and water, once Wang Shu recovered his strength, he would definitely take back the position of the lunar star lord. This was a great disadvantage for the demon race. How could they let him escape so easily? Now that he has the protection of the Archean giants, ordinary methods can't deal with him. We can only use other methods. With a mysterious smile, Di Jun already had an idea on how to deal with Wang Shu. What method? Shihi was puzzled and asked. There's no hurry. We'll talk about it later. Now let me help you get rid of the hidden danger on the lunar star. With that, Di Jun moved to the front of the Khanate lunar osmanthus tree. This time, if the Khanate lunar osmanthus tree hadn't suddenly attacked and frozen the two of them, how could Wang Shu have escaped? Today's matter was all the fault of the lunar osmanthus tree. Chapter 442. Fellow Taoist, why are you doing this? Wang Shu is the moon god. Isn't she he? In front of the laurel tree, Dijun's heart was filled with anger. Who would have thought that the laurel tree, which had not moved for countless years, would suddenly give him a big surprise? It caught him off guard, and allowed Wang Shu to escape. Damn it! What kind of person was Wang Shu? He was one of the peerless experts of the primordial era. A peerless figure who had once competed with the Tao ancestor. His escape this time was like a hidden dragon entering the sea. He would definitely soar into the sky. Not to mention recovering his cultivation. Even if his cultivation was one step higher, it would not be a problem for him to cultivate to the top realm of the primordial era. At that time, the demons would be in big trouble. However, such a figure had escaped because of the laurel tree. How could Dijun not be angry? At the same time, Dijun was also a little glad in his heart. He was glad that the laurel tree had erupted at this time, and not at another critical moment. If the laurel tree had suddenly erupted during the battle between the liches and demons, it would have given the demons a ruthless blow. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, the laurel tree, an unstable factor, had been exposed, allowing him to be prepared in advance and not be flustered when the time came. It was not necessarily a bad thing for Wang Shu to escape. Moon God. Is she worthy of calling herself the Moon God? The lunar star and the lunar star are both supreme stars. They are divided into two extremes of yin and yang. They command endless stars and have no difference in strength. But ever since he married you, the lunar star has become a foil to the sun star, and is weaker than the sun star. He is really a good moon god. A divine thought was sent out from the laurel tree with a strong sense of ridicule, which made he, who had rushed here, very angry. However, what the laurel tree said was the truth. She really could not refute it. Don't talk too much. Since fellow Taoist Laurel doesn't know how to appreciate favors, don't blame us for being ruthless. From the laurel tree's attitude, it was not difficult to know that he was determined to go against Dijun. Thus, Dijun did not waste any time and directly attacked. Rumble. The power of the sun surged out and shrouded the innate lunar cassia tree. At the same time, on the other side, seeing Dijun make a move, Shiha also made a move. Silver-white Tai-yin power danced in the air, surging towards the connate moon osmanthus tree. Seal. The Tai-yin and Tai-yang danced together, forming a huge Tai Chi diagram that isolated space and blocked all Daras, completely sealing the space where the connate moon osmanthus tree was. Haha. Dijun Shihi, the two of you are plagued by tribulations and don't have long to live. How long can you seal me? Knowing that it was useless to struggle, the connate laurel tree did not resist and allowed Dijun to seal it. He was the supreme spiritual root that suppressed the lunar star. He had immeasurable merit, and no one dared to kill him. The amount of negative karma was so great that even a saint would not dare to touch it. If Dijun killed him, even if the demon race was not exterminated, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Therefore, even though Dijun was furious, he did not dare to kill him. He could only seal him. This was also the reason why the connate laurel tree was not afraid of Dijun, knowing that he would not die. He was naturally not afraid of Dijun. This was the benefit of having the heavenly Tao. No matter how powerful he was, he had to follow the rules of the heavenly Tao and could not act recklessly. Otherwise, if a saint was invincible in the primordial world, wouldn't he be able to kill whoever he wanted? Wouldn't the primordial world be in chaos? Let's go and see fellow Taoist Fuxi. After sealing the connate laurel tree, Dijun pulled Shihi and walked towards the sky. If he wanted to deal with Wang Shu, he would need Fuxi's help. Only he could calculate Wang Shu's location. Fellow Taoist Fuxi, this is the case. Please help. Inside the Fuxi palace, Emperor Jun told Fuxi everything that had happened. There was no need to hide anything. Dijun did this for the demon race. He had a clear conscience, so there was naturally no need to hide anything. Moreover, he could not hide it in front of Fuxi. Fellow Taoist. What do you want me to say? If there is such a thing in the future, can you let us know? After hearing Dijun's words, Fuxi could not help but feel a headache. He really did not want to get involved in this matter, but it involved the foundation of the demon race, so he could not ignore it. This was really a headache. If this matter was only related to Dijun, Fuxi would be happy to watch a joke. However, it concerned the future of the demon race, so he could not refuse. His involvement with the demon race was too deep. It had reached the point where they were bound together for good or ill. He could not sit back and watch the demon race fall. I did not consider this matter carefully. I have caused a lot of trouble for the demon race. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. Dijun was also a little helpless. His plan was clearly good, but who knew that it would turn out like this? From this, it could be seen that the tribulation aura in the world had begun to affect Dijun's luck, causing him to lose the privilege of doing everything as he wished. Fellow Taoist, it's not difficult to find Wang Shu. But after finding him, what should we do? To Fuxi, even if it was a saint, he could still be considered 1 or 2 points. It was not difficult to find Wang Shu's whereabouts. What was difficult was how to deal with Wang Shu after finding him. Kill him? That was impossible. If he really did that, he would probably be torn to pieces by the 2 powerful giants. It was also impossible to imprison him. This person could not be killed, imprisoned, or let go. He was really troublesome. Fellow Taoist, this is easy. Look at what this is. Dijun had already come to a conclusion about how to deal with Wang Shu. Now that Fuxi had spoken, he smiled mysteriously and took out a red ball of air. This is the aura of the red embroidered ball? Fuxi looked at the red ball of air in Dijun's hand and felt that it looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he remembered that the aura emitted by the red ball of air was exactly the same as the aura of the red embroidered ball in his sister's hand. That's right, this is the aura of origin emitted by the red embroidered ball. Nodding, Dijun said, back then, it was fortunate that fellow Taoist Niwa went to the lunar star to act as a matchmaker for me. That was how I was able to win Shihi and complete the heavenly marriage. And the red embroidered ball witnessed my marriage with Shihi. This also allowed it to share some of the heavenly marriage merit and become one of the symbols of marriage. The red embroidered ball contains the power of the path of marriage. At this point, Dijun stopped and did not continue, because there was no need to say any more. The people present were all extremely smart people. Since Dijun had said this, Fuxi and Shihi naturally guessed his plan. Marriage. This plan was formed around marriage. The red ball was a supreme treasure that symbolized marriage. It could trigger the red Luan star, tie the red line, and set the marriage for people. The red line of the later generations was made based on the red embroidered ball. The red airflow in Dijun's hand was the aura of origin of the red embroidered ball. Although it was unknown how he obtained it, this power possessed all the abilities of the red embroidered ball. Of course, this aura of origin could only be used once. After one use, it would be exhausted. However, once was enough to deal with Wang Shu. Dijun clearly wanted to use the power of the red embroidered ball to trigger Wang Shu's red Luan star and make him fall into the love tribulation, thus destroying Wang Shu's Dao fruit. This plan could be said to be brilliant. Even if the ancient giants discovered it, they would have nothing to say. If Wang Shu could not transcend the love tribulation, his state of mind was not good enough. How could he blame outsiders? Fellow Taoist's plan is really brilliant. Even Fuxi had to admire Dijun's wisdom. In an instant he could think of a brilliant plan. He had to admire him. No, there are still imperfections in this plan. Even if it's a love tribulation, it should be a man and a woman facing it together. Among them, Shihi already exists. There's still a man left. Who could he be? Suddenly, Fuxi's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. Hou-yi. Could this person be Hou-yi? Previously, Hou-yi was severely injured by Shihi, causing the origin of the moon to enter his body and almost die. With the ability of the witch race, it was not difficult to save Hou-yi's life. However, it was difficult to completely remove the origin of the moon in his body. It was almost impossible. The origin of the moon was already tightly entangled with Hou-yi's origin. If he wanted to completely remove it, he had to remove Hou-yi's origin as well. In this way, if he lost his origin, how could Hou-yi live? However, if he did not remove the origin of the moon, Hou-yi would not be able to unleash 10% of his strength. He would even be attacked by the cold energy of the moon and be in extreme pain. Therefore, the origin of the moon had to be removed. However, In the primordial world, other than the origin of the moon, only the origin of the sun could remove the origin of the moon. The ones who controlled the origin of the sun were Dijun and Tai Yi. Naturally, they would not save Ho-Yi. Then, the only thing that could save Ho-Yi was the origin of the moon. Coincidentally, other than Shi-He, another existence that controlled the origin of the moon had escaped into the primordial world. If Dijun took this opportunity to use the origin of the red embroidered ball, and used the connection as a basis to forcefully tie the two of them together, and drag the two of them into the love tribulation in one fell swoop, it was completely feasible. Only Shi-He could cure Ho-Yi's injuries. If the two of them met, this love tribulation, they would definitely not be able to avoid it. They would definitely be trapped in it. I see. Brother, you really have a good method. What a good method. At first, Fushi was only guessing. However, later on, he could already be sure that Dijun must have planned it this way. This plan could be said to be perfect. Firstly, he could solve the problem of Wang Shu. Secondly, he could take revenge on Ho-Yi and make him suffer a fate worse than death. In the primordial world, there was no one else who wanted to get rid of the two of them at the same time except for Dijun and Shi-He. That's right, just as you thought. Ho-Yi killed my 9 sons. How can I let him have it easy? Death would be too easy for him. Only by making him suffer a fate worse than death can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Seeing Fushi's expression, Dijun knew that he had guessed all of his plans. He could not help but grit his teeth and say, ever since Dijun was born, he had never hated a person so much. He wished he could skin him alive and torture him day and night. Ho-Yi had killed his 9 sons. That hatred even exceeded his hatred for the Magi. One could imagine his killing intent. However, Dijun was good at enduring and could hide all his emotions in his heart. That was why he did not let others discover it. Brother, you are really talented. Fushi is far inferior to you. It was not difficult to come up with this plan. Fushi asked himself that if he was given enough time, he could also set up such a perfect plan. However, to be able to come up with such a huge plan and perfect it in an instant was far beyond Fushi's ability. Few people in the primordial world could compare to his intelligence. She had attacked Ho-Yi on her own accord. She had not discussed it with anyone beforehand. Fushi was sure that Dijun did not know about it previously. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Dijun was. From the time Ho-Yi was injured to Wang Shu's escape, it had only been a moment. He had set up such a huge and perfect plan. Such wisdom was truly admirable. Fellow Taoist, there's no time to lose. It's better to act quickly so that there won't be any delays and other changes. Fushi was still thinking about Dijun's plan to see if there were any omissions. Shi-He was already a little anxious from waiting and urged him. To Shi-He, Wang Shu could escape, but Ho-Yi had to die. Yes. Things will change if we delay. I'll find Wang Shu's location now. Nodding, Tao light appeared on Fushi's body and converged in the air, forming a conic 8 trigrams diagram. It mixed with heaven and earth and searched the endless space-time for Wang Shu's whereabouts. In just a moment, Wang Shu's image appeared in the conic 8 trigrams diagram. However, he was not in a good state. Dijun was still too strong. Although Wang Shu was blocked by the divine pearl of Taiying, Wang Shu was still affected. His innate true spirit, which was already weak, became even weaker and showed signs of collapsing. At this time, there was no need for others to do anything. If Wang Shu's injuries were allowed to continue, his innate true spirit would completely collapse in less than 1,000 years, and he would fall into a state of death again. That's even better. I was just thinking about how to hide from Wang Shu's perception. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Seeing this scene, Dijun could not help but be surprised. Although his plan was perfect, there were still shortcomings. No matter what, Wang Shu was still a figure who stunned an era. How could he be at his mercy? However, Wang Shu's serious injuries gave him a chance. Fellow Taoist, hurry up and do something. Let's work together to seal Wang Shu's true spirit and force him to reincarnate. In that case, won't he be at our mercy? The innate true spirit, which was on the verge of collapse, lost the memories of his previous life. The possibility of Wang Shu escaping from Dijun's hands was almost zero. Okay. With a loud shout, Dijun, Fuxi, and Shiha attacked together. They used their most powerful means to break through layers of the void and hit Wangshu in the distance. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Tian Divine Pearl was hit until its spiritual light dimmed and retracted into Wangshu's body. Without the protection of the Tian Divine Pearl, 3 powerful forces directly hit Wangshu's body and turned into 3 unbreakable power seals, sealing Wangshu's spiritual intelligence. Again, the first attack worked, and the second attack came right after. Last time it was to seal Wangshu's spiritual intelligence. This time, it was to let him reincarnate. Rumble! The void was shattered, and the laws were distorted. A pitch-black crack appeared and swallowed Wangshu's true spirit. This was the reincarnation passage that Dijun and the other 2 opened with supreme magic power to ensure that Wangshu could only become the most ordinary creature in the untainted land after his reincarnation. Chapter 443. How dare you? Just as Wangshu fell into the reincarnation passage, the ancient giants living in seclusion in the depths of the untainted land finally realized that something was wrong. They roared and charged toward Dijun and the other 2. Rumble! Immediately, the sky was enveloped by all kinds of lights, and it was a vast expanse. The aura of the great path wantonly spread out and pressed toward the 3 people in the Fuxi Palace. Humph! There was no need for Dijun and Shihi to attack. Fuxi snorted coldly and mobilized the original power of heaven. He reached out his hand and wiped out all the attacks. Heaven was one of the 9 heavens, and the foundation of Fuxi. If he was injured here, it would really become a joke in the untainted land. After the attack failed, the ancient giants did not continue to attack. Instead, they released their divine thoughts to search for traces of Wangshu in the untainted land. They were in heaven. Unless their true bodies descended, they were no match for Fuxi. However, once their true bodies descended, they would definitely be besieged by the experts of the demon clan. Therefore, they could not do anything to Fuxi. In that case, why waste time fighting with them? It was more important to find Wangshu's whereabouts first. In the future, Wangshu would personally settle the karma with Dijun and the others. Fellow Taoist, sorry to trouble you. Seeing the ancient giants looking for Wangshu, Dijun smiled coldly and turned to Fuxi beside him. He wanted Fuxi to hide the secrets of heaven about Wangshu, so that these ancient giants would not be able to find his whereabouts. In this way, they would not interfere with his plan. Okay. Fuxi nodded and formed a Dao seal with his hands. The Khanate 8 trigram suddenly appeared and merged with the void. It triggered the endless great path, and caused the secrets of heaven about Wangshu to become boundless. With Fuxi's help, unless Dao ancestor Hongjun helped, even a saint would not be able to calculate Wangshu's whereabouts. Fuxi was so powerful in the Dao of heaven's secrets. Fellow Taoist, thank you for today's matter. After doing all this, Dijun thanked Fuxi apologetically. Today he had caused Fuxi a lot of trouble. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Fuxi at all. However, because of him, Fuxi was dragged into this matter and formed a huge karma with Wangshu. If Wangshu had fallen into oblivion forever, then so be it. However, if Wangshu returned from his tribulation and improved his cultivation by a few steps, he would definitely settle the score with Fuxi. That would be a huge problem. Forget it. Fellow Taoist, you're doing this for the demon race. However, this sort of thing is truly despicable. Fuxi will not do such a thing again. I won't interfere with what happens next. I hope you won't take offense. At this point, Fuxi could not say much. He could only say that he would not do such a thing again in the future. He also said that he would not interfere in the following matters. I've troubled you enough today, fellow Taoist. I'll do the rest myself. How could I let you do it? After chatting with Fuxi for a while, Dijun took Shiha and left in a hurry. Wangshu had been dealt with. All that was left was to plot against Hou-Yi and make him meet and fall in love with Wangshu according to Dijun's plan. Alas! I don't know if this is good or bad. In the hall, not long after Dijun and Shiha left, Fuxi could not help but sigh. His eyes revealed a hint of confusion. After Wangshu reincarnated, he could not see the trajectory of Wangshu's fate. This meant that something had happened, causing the plan to be out of their control. He did not know if this change was good or bad. However, Fuxi knew that he could not tell Dijun. At this moment, Dijun was completely immersed in the pleasure of revenge. Even if he said it, Dijun would not believe him. He would even have a bad impression of him because of this. He would ruin the relationship between the two of them for no reason. The hatred brought about by the pain of losing his son had already blinded Dijun's eyes, causing him to lose his former great talent and strategy. The 10 golden crows were Dijun's flaw, the flaw that the heavenly Tao had prepared for him. It was laughable that he did not know it. Back then, Dijun was so talented and high-spirited. It could be said that he had no flaws at all, and could be said to be perfect. The reason why everyone followed him was that they were convinced by his charm. However, ever since the birth of the 10 golden crows, everything had changed. Dijun's heart had a touch of tenderness, and his heart gradually weakened. He seemed to have become an ordinary father. But he was the heavenly emperor. How could this be? Back then, when the 10 golden crows were born, Fuxi had felt that something was wrong. Dijun was the heavenly emperor. He was boundless and indestructible. He would definitely rule the primordial world forever. So, how could the crown prince be born? The birth of the 10 golden crows. There must be some kind of scheme. In the past, no matter how Fuxi thought about it, he could not understand the problem of the 10 golden crows. It was not until the 9 golden crows fell that he came to a realization. The appearance of the 10 golden crows was to break Dijun's invincible Tao heart. With a flaw in his Tao heart, Dijun would no longer be perfect. As a result, there would be a flaw and the possibility of being schemed against by others. The future of the demon clan is worrying. The more he knew, the more he understood how dark the future of the demon clan was going to be. How terrifying the enemy they had to face was. Even someone as strong as Fuxi could not help but feel powerless. The heavenly Tao wanted to destroy the demon clan. What could all living beings do? The fate of the demon clan had been foretold when the 10 golden crows were born. It was just that no one had thought of it. The crown prince. The crown prince. If Dijun had always been the heavenly emperor, where would the crown prince come from? Wasn't this a sign that Dijun would not be the heavenly emperor for long? Not to mention the demon clan. After Wang Shu's intelligence was sealed by Dijun and the other two, he completely lost his consciousness. Even when he was sent into the reincarnation passage, he did not feel anything. He was ignorant, like a newborn baby. Therefore, no matter what Dijun arranged for him, he could not resist. However, Wang Shu could not resist, but it did not mean that other things could not resist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In Wang Shu's body, the Tian Divine Pearl sensed that its master's situation was not good. Suddenly, it trembled violently. Wisps of Khanate Tian origin surged out of its body and poured into Wang Shu's Khanate true spirit. When the Tian Divine Pearl saw that Wang Shu was in danger, it did not hesitate to destroy its own foundation to help him escape. The Tian Divine Pearl was simply a miniature version of the Tian Star. Its origin power was the most compatible with Wang Shu. With its efforts at all costs, although it could not break the seal that Dijun and the other two left in Wang Shu's body, it gradually stabilized his Khanate true spirit, and was no longer so weak. This change was unexpected by Dijun and the other two. It caused a change in Dijun's perfect plan. Boom. In the reincarnation passage, the afterlife that Dijun left behind was activated. Waves of reincarnation power surged out, pulling Wang Shu's Khanate true spirit, and trying to push him into the reincarnation. This was a great technique that Dijun created after observing Ho Tu's reincarnation. Although it was not as powerful as the 6 paths of reincarnation, it should be more than enough to deal with a severely injured Wang Shu. At least, that was what Dijun thought. Unfortunately, he did not expect that the Tian Divine Pearl would be willing to destroy itself for its master, so that Wang Shu could escape. This caused the situation to change. Buzz. Perhaps it sensed Wang Shu's danger. The Tian Divine Pearl trembled even more violently. The Khanate Tian origin poured out of its body like a vast ocean, protecting Wang Shu's Khanate true spirit, and fighting against the reincarnation power. Crack. As the Tian origin and the reincarnation power were in a stalemate, a crisp cracking sound came from the Tian Divine Pearl. The tiny divine pearl was already dimmed by Dijun and the other two. Coupled with the large-scale loss of its connate origin, it finally could not hold on any longer. It fell from the supreme grade connate spiritual treasure level to the superior grade connate spiritual treasure level. Even so, it did not give up. It continued to release the connate Tien origin to protect Wang Shu's connate true spirit, preventing it from being invaded by reincarnation power. However, under the suppression of the reincarnation power, its aura became weaker and weaker. Obviously, it could not hold on for much longer. Fortunately, without the support of Dijun's Dharma power, the reincarnation power was like a tree without roots. Its power could not be endless. As it fought with the Tien divine pearl, its power was also weakening. Just like this, the two forces were in a stalemate. At the same time as time passed, the two forces became weaker and weaker. Finally, one day, the Tien divine pearl's level fell to the level of a middle-grade connate spiritual treasure. The two forces reached a subtle balance. Wang Shu's connate true spirit gradually turned into a baby, and its power weakened. However, the power did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into flesh and bones, creating a new connate Taoism aptitude for Wang Shu. A connate Taoism aptitude in the form of a baby. Obviously, this was the effect of the reincarnation power. However, the strange thing was that Wang Shu did not reincarnate into any race in the primitive world. Instead, he still existed in the appearance of a connate godfiend created by heaven and earth. Although the newborn Wang Shu's power was very weak, and he was only in the connate realm, his essence was indeed a connate saint and incomparably noble. Dijun's plan to reincarnate him into an ordinary creature of the primitive world was declared a failure. Speaking of which, if Chang'e was really an ordinary human, as a noble connate godfiend, why would she be interested in a filthy connate godfiend? One had to know that. In the eyes of connate godfiends, connate chi was the most filthy existence in the world. It was like a mortal looking at feces and urine. Think about it. If it were you, would you like an item made of feces and urine? No matter how beautiful it was, you wouldn't take a second look at it. The moment Wang Shu's reincarnation succeeded, the reincarnation passage suddenly shattered, and Wang Shu fell into the primitive world. One day, a meteor suddenly fell into a valley shrouded in moonlight in the primitive world. Then, within 10,000 miles of this place, divine light shone, auspicious chi fell, and auspicious clouds shrouded the area, creating thousands of strange phenomena. In the deep valley, there was an illusion of a bright moon. It was faintly discernible, interweaving with countless mysterious connate runes. It was incomparably sacred. The phenomenon in the sky naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding races. They thought that a treasure had appeared, and they all rushed here. Coincidentally, the strongest faction here was one of the human tribes, the Chang tribe. After discovering this place, he didn't dare to act rashly. On one hand, he set up a formation to seal this place. On the other hand, he notified the imperial court of the abnormality here, asking them to send experts to deal with it. In the imperial court, the human elder Dongyun, who was worrying about the human emperor's marriage, suddenly had a thought when he heard this. He felt that his opportunity had arrived, and he quickly rushed to the Chang tribe. The birth of an innate godfiend was extraordinary. Even after Wang Shu reincarnated, she only had the cultivation of the innate realm. There were still countless strange phenomena, but the commotion was smaller. When the phenomenon ended, it was already 3 years later. Wah! Wah wah! Wah wah wah! As soon as the phenomenon ended, the cries of a baby could be heard from the depths of the valley. Each cry was louder than the last, moving one's expression. What a great fortune! After hearing these cries, Dongyun was not shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed. Without the slightest hesitation, Dongyun leaped up and rushed into the depths of the valley. He was not worried about the danger at all. Of course, he did not need to worry about the danger. Dongyun was now very powerful. He was promoted by the human emperor's choice of marriage. With the human emperor's protection, no danger could hurt him. Even if someone wanted to kill him, they would be punished by the human emperor. Good, good, good. A heavenly goddess. Only then can she be worthy of our emperor. The moment he saw Wang Shu, Dongyun felt that the human emperor had appeared in front of him. He immediately understood the identity of the baby girl in front of him. The empress chosen by the human emperor. You were born in the Chang clan. From now on, you will be called Chang. Dongyun went forward and picked up Chang. Chang represented the human tribe. He described a woman's beautiful appearance. Together, Chang, he meant the most beautiful woman in the Chang tribe. Dongyun gave Wangshu this name because he said that when she grew up, she would be a peerless beauty. After that, afraid that outsiders would discover the abnormality of this place, Dongyun first instructed the members of the Chang tribe not to leak any information about this place. Then he brought Chang Yi back to the imperial court as quickly as possible. When Chang Yi arrived at the imperial court, Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion, suddenly frowned. He vaguely felt that something about him was about to happen. However, no matter how he deduced, he did not gain anything. He could only give up. Feng Zichen could not tell that Fuxi had personally interfered with the heavenly secret. However, in his heart, he was secretly vigilant. He was now a popular figure in the primordial world. It was hard to guarantee that no one would secretly plot against him. They had to weigh the weight of him, the great Taoist priest. The waters of the primordial world were too deep. Even a saint could fall if he was not careful, let alone Feng Zichen. It was better to be careful. Feng Zichen could not tell that Fuxi had personally interfered with the heavenly secret. After Dongyun brought Chang Yi back to the imperial court, he did not bring her to the ancestral temple to pay respects to Nuwa. Instead, he placed her in the home of a human couple. No matter how good Chang Yi's background was, she was only in the Khanate realm and was a baby. Of course, she could not be the empress. Therefore, according to Dongyun's plan, he had to wait for Chang Yi to reach the golden immortal realm before bringing her to pay respects to Nuwa to see if she was qualified to become the empress. After that, when Chang Yi grew up a little, Dongyun taught her the lunar scripture and asked her to cultivate hard in order to reach the golden immortal realm as soon as possible. Chapter 444. The Tyne Scripture was also known as the Tyne Scripture. It was an extraordinary scripture with a shocking origin. It was not a cultivation technique created after birth, but a scripture born of innate fortune. Feng Zichen's true spirit had been living in the North Star for so many years, and he hadn't been idle. Apart from comprehending the great Tao, he had been observing Zhousing, hoping to gain some enlightenment. Not to mention, by observing the stars day and night, he had really comprehended 365 innate Taoist scriptures, which corresponded to the number of innate Taoist scriptures, and each of them led directly to the level of a perfected golden immortal. The Tyne scripture was one of the Xiantian Tao scriptures born from the Tyne star. It was also the supreme scripture among the 365 Xiantian Tao scriptures, mainly describing the Tao of Tyne. However, the Tao scripture was too famous. Feng Zichen was afraid of causing trouble, so when he passed it down to his clansmen, he simplified it and renamed it the Tyne scripture. Only when his clansmen reached the golden immortal realm would they pass down the true Xiantian Tao scripture. This way, it wouldn't attract the attention of outsiders. As an elder of the human race and a half-step Daoyuo Jingxian, Dongyun naturally cultivated the true Tyne scripture. What he passed to Chang Yi was naturally not the simplified version cultivated by ordinary clansmen, but the true Tyne scripture, the Xiantian Tao scripture personally passed down by Feng Zichen. Chang Yi's previous life was Wangshu, the most ancient moon god born from the Tyne star. She had dabbled in all the Xiantian Tao scriptures born from the Tyne star, and walked her own path. It could be said that she had a deep understanding of them. The Tyne scripture was naturally among them. As such, Chang Yi displayed astonishing talent as soon as she came into contact with the Sutra of the Highest Demon. A cold, bright moon rose from behind her, resonating with the supreme star, the lunar star, that resided in the boundless starry sky. Then, under Dongyun's incredulous gaze, strands of innate Tyne origin drooped down from the Tyne star, and merged into Chang Yi's body along the moon's shadow behind her. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Dongyun sure seemed to have received a great shock. She repeatedly exclaimed that this was impossible. When an ordinary person first started cultivating the scripture of extreme yin, They would only absorb the moonlight from the lunar star. Only when their cultivation base continued to increase would they be able to draw upon the power of the lunar star from the boundless starry sky. As for someone like Chang'e, who directly used the innate great yin essence to establish her foundation, this was simply unheard of. Even Feng Zichen could barely draw upon the power of the lunar star. When he first cultivated the lunar sutra, he was far inferior to Chang'e. Only a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven could summon the innate source of great all-embracing heaven from the great all-embracing heaven star. Moreover, it was a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven who had attained the Tao of great all-embracing heaven. Otherwise, an ordinary golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven would not be able to do it. Although Wang Shu had reincarnated into Chang'e, her essence remained the same. She was still an innate saint nurtured by the lunar star. As the top innate god in the prehistoric era, she was naturally protected by the lunar star. Drawing upon the innate Taiyin source might be impossible for others, but to her, it was as simple as eating and drinking. It was an instinct that had been carved into her body. Although Dong Yinshi was a human elder, his knowledge was limited. He could not see through the intricacies of this, which was why he was so shocked by Chang'e's abnormality. If it were a Tai Jingxian from the monster race, shaman race, or dragon race, they would be able to deduce Chang'e's origin upon seeing this scene. This was the difference in foundation. It was not something that could be made up overnight. It required time to settle down. The human race still had a long way to go before they could become the main characters of the world. But what an ordinary Daoyuo Jingxian could not do, Chang'e easily did. Didn't this mean that Chang'e's origin was far greater than Daoyuo Jingxian's? At this thought, Dong Yinshi couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. He knew that Chang'e's origin was not simple. This could be seen from the phenomenon that came with her birth. But Chang'e's origin was so great that he had not expected it. Would it be a blessing or a curse for him to bring such a person back to the human race? At this time, Dong Yinshi began to feel fear. Was it really appropriate to bring Chang'e back to the human race so rashly? Would her identity bring great trouble to the human race? The worry in his heart made Dong Yinshi worry about the future of the human race. But soon, all the worry in his heart was replaced by ecstasy. Only such a woman was worthy of the human emperor, and could become the empress of the human race. As for trouble, the human race was born from Niua's good fortune. It was her opportunity to attain the Tao. Who would dare risk offending a saint to exterminate the human race? Dong Yinshi and most of the human race had limited knowledge after all. They did not know the depth of the primordial world. They thought that with the saint's protection, the human race could sit back and relax. But they did not know that the truly important figures were not necessarily afraid of saints. They even dared to scheme against saints, let alone the human race. Chang'e's talent was heaven-defying. In less than 10,000 years, she had cultivated to become a golden immortal. Dong Yinshi was worried that she did not know the evil of the human heart, and that the world was difficult. It would be difficult for her to help Feng Zichen rule the human race, so he sent her out to gain experience and broaden her knowledge. He did not ask her to travel the entire primordial world. It would be enough if she could see the entire human territory. When Chang'e returned from her experience, it would be time for her to pay a visit to Niua. At that time, as long as she obtained the Niua's consent, Chang'e would be the empress of the human race. As for Feng Zichen's opinion, since the Holy Mother had agreed, Feng Zichen's opinion was not so important. Chang'e spent more than 3,000 years touring the human forces in the primordial world. Then she set off for the East Sea to take a look at the Seven Planets Prefecture. Just as Chang'e was rushing to the East Sea, Hou-yi, who had been recuperating for more than 10,000 years, walked out of the Pango Hall with a pale face and rushed to the East Sea. In the past 10,000 years, the ancestral magi had used all their means, but they could only suppress Hou-yi's injuries and could not completely heal him. The Khanate Supreme in origin was too difficult to deal with. Everyone was helpless and could only let Hou-yi go to the East Sea to try his luck. Dong Wangkeng. The East Sea had Dong Wangkeng. He was an Khanate saint born from the Khanate Supreme Yang origin. His achievements in the Tao of Yang were not inferior to Tai Yi and Di Jun. He could definitely remove the Khanate Supreme in origin in Hou Yi's body. Although he had long died, his Dao field was still in the East Sea. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be any treasures left in it that could help Hou Yi. Besides, even if it failed, Hou Yi would not lose anything. Anyway, he had to give it a try. If he did not try, how would he know if it would succeed? If the East Sea could not do it, the ancestral Magi decided to go to West Kunlun and beg the Queen Mother of the West. This Khanate goddess born from the Khanate Supreme in origin also had the ability to heal Hou Yi. However, the relationship between the Magi and the many mighty figures of the primordial world was not very good. In fact, it was very bad. In the early years, the Magi were too arrogant. They had always considered themselves the masters of the primordial world, and had offended almost all the mighty figures of the primordial world. Now that they had a favor to ask of others, the ancestral Magi were not confident about the chances of success. Otherwise, they would not have used this method as their last resort. 1,000 years later, Chang'e returned from the East Sea. Dongyun immediately gathered all the elders of the human clan who were still alive. Under their witness, he brought Chang'e into the human clan's ancestral temple to pay respects to Goddess Nuwa. Goddess Jean and Dongyun has something to ask of you. In the ancestral temple, Dongyun bowed respectfully to the statue of Goddess Nuwa. Greetings, Goddess Mother. After a long time, although the statue of Nuwa did not move, Dongyun felt a gaze coming from the underworld and watching him. He immediately knew that Goddess Nuwa had arrived. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed. What's the matter? An indifferent voice sounded, as if the great Tao was rumbling, resounding in Dongyun's ears. Goddess, the human emperor has been ruling for a long time, and has not appointed an empress. We are worried that the yin and yang are out of balance. Therefore, we have searched for tens of thousands of years and found a gentle woman. We want to ask the human emperor to appoint her as the empress. Goddess, you are the goddess of the human clan. Naturally, the empress has to be approved by you. Therefore, I specially brought Chang'e to pay respects to you and let you see if she has the potential to become an empress. When Nuwa asked, Dongyun did not dare to hide anything. He hurriedly told her the purpose of his visit. Choosing an empress for Feng Zichen? Hearing this, Nuwa could not help but find it funny. What kind of status did Feng Zichen have now? In the primordial world, there were only a few goddesses who were worthy of him. How could a mere human find a woman worthy of him? But since Dongyun had brought Chang'e here, it would be unreasonable to not take a look. With this thought in mind, Nuwa turned her gaze to Chang'e. With this look, Nuwa was shocked. She actually felt an extremely pure lunar origin from the woman in front of her. It was not inferior to Shihe's at all. But how was this possible? Shihe was the goddess of lunar origin, the ruler of the lunar star. No one in the primordial world should be able to defeat her in the Tao of lunar origin. Strange, really strange. In confusion, Nuwa could not help but carefully size up Chang'e. Only then did she realize that the person in front of her was an innate saint. Like Shihe, she was an innate saint born from the lunar star. Boom. This discovery shocked Nuwa. She could not care less. With a thought, she directly moved Chang'e from the human clan's ancestral temple to Empress Wa's palace. Nuwa's movements were so fast that Chang'e did not notice the slightest abnormality. By the time she reacted, the surrounding environment had already changed. Greetings, Nuwa. Chang'e could not help but feel a little flustered when she suddenly came to an unfamiliar place. But when she saw the person in front of her, she calmed down and bowed gracefully. Although she had never really seen Nuwa, who else could make a move in the Nuwa temple other than Nuwa? Moreover, the appearance of the person in front of her was exactly the same as the statue of Nuwa in the ancestral temple. As long as she was not stupid, she could guess the identity of this person. Chang'e, good name. At this time, Nuwa had already recognized Chang'e's origin and understood the series of plans surrounding her. Although Fushi's methods were strong, he could not hide it from his biological sister. Although the methods of the human Tao were hidden, Nuwa had become a saint by completing the human Tao. Her relationship with the human Tao was naturally very close. Coupled with her achievements in the Tao of marriage, the matter of human marriage could not be hidden from her. Therefore, after understanding all of this, Niwa immediately made a decision in her heart. She must facilitate this matter at all costs and let Feng Zichen and Chang Yi complete the human marriage. She did this not only for the human clan, but also for Fuxi. In Wang Shu becoming Chang Yi, Fuxi had played a big role in it. The karma between Wang Shu and him was very deep. If Wang Shu returned, he would definitely settle accounts with Fuxi. At that time, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Niwa planned to erase the karma in advance before Wang Shu returned. The human marriage was the method that Niwa thought of. Human marriage should be born for the human Tao. It would bring great merit and great luck. If Chang Yi and Feng Zichen completed the human marriage, she would definitely obtain a lot of merit. With this merit, it would be much easier for Chang Yi to return to the peak or even go further. She would not need to spend a lot of time. She could also use this to get rid of Di Jun's scheme. It could be said that she could kill several birds with one stone. Yes. With this, the karma between Wang Shu and Fuxi could be considered to be settled. Although she had suffered a calamity because of Fuxi, she had also obtained great merit because of it. Everything had its own destiny. That was how it was. Moreover, marrying Feng Zichen was not a disgrace to Wang Shu. He was the descendant of Pangu, the primordial sword ancestor, the great Taoist priest who was invincible in the Daoyuo Jingxian realm. In the future, he would definitely become the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. In terms of status and future achievements, he was not inferior to Wang Shu and even surpassed her. What was there for her to be dissatisfied with? It was not certain who would be wronged. As for whether Feng Zichen was willing to marry Wang Shu, this was not in Yua's consideration. This was the lunar goddess, the most ancient lunar goddess. To be able to marry her was a great fortune. Disagreeing? Was he crazy? To be honest, Niwa could still make the decision for Feng Zichen. Just the fact that the human race was created by her was enough. From the beginning to the end, Niwa did not have the intention to kill Chang Yi. It was because an existence like Wang Shu could not be completely killed. Even if she died, she would be resurrected at any time. Especially this kind of great divine ability who had contributed to the primordial world, they could not even completely seal her. There would always be all kinds of accidents that would help her escape. Wang Shu was the best example. Di Jun and Shihe working together could not be said to be weak. However, the two of them worked together to seal Wang Shu, and she still escaped. This already explained everything. Just like Red Cloud, with the ability of the Western Saints, it was not difficult to make her unable to revive. However, the two of them did not do so. Instead, they quietly waited for Red Cloud to revive, so that they could achieve the Tao and end the karma. It was because the two of them understood that as long as the primordial world was not destroyed, Red Cloud would never die. She would be resurrected at any time to find them to repay the karma. If they stopped Red Cloud from resurrecting, they would be causing trouble for themselves. Imagine, the two of them had just sealed Red Cloud forever. Someone here did not like the two of them, and secretly released Red Cloud. Hiss. That scene was really terrifying just thinking about it. With the previous hatred and old hatred, no matter how good Red Cloud's temper was, she would not let Zhuanti rest in peace. Therefore, Zhuanti was so smart that he would never leave such a big flaw for the enemy. The higher one stood, the more they could see the essence of things and the more comprehensive their consideration. Turning a disadvantage into an advantage, and achieving the greatest results at the smallest price was what they had to do. Chapter 445. Killing had always been a last resort, not the best way. Saints disdained to do it. What a good child. Get up quickly, let me take a good look. With a plan in mind, Niwa walked to Chang Yi's side and gently helped her up with a smile. After that, Niwa carefully sized up Chang Yi's face for a while and couldn't help but praise. What a beautiful girl. The beauty of the moon goddess was naturally the best in the primordial world. Moreover, Wang Shu had gone through a lot. Although she was colder than Shihe, she had a more pitiful temperament. Her beauty seemed to be even more outstanding. Even Niwa felt pity when she saw her. Of course, This didn't mean that Nuwa and other goddesses couldn't compare to Wangshu in terms of beauty. It was just that their temperaments were different in the eyes of different people. Khanate god fiends were the most perfect creatures in the primordial world. They were born with the will of heaven and earth. They were the appearance of Tao, the manifestation of Tao in the human world. On the outside, they were naturally handsome men and beautiful women. However, each Tao had its own attributes, causing their personalities and temperaments to be different. Beauty and ugliness were born because of this. After all, in the case of having the same appearance, temperament became the only plus point. "Goddess, you flatter me." Chang-yi replied with some fear. Being treated so kindly by Nuwa, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. It was because the current her was not the ancient moon goddess Wangshu, but the human girl Chang-yi, facing the creator of the human race, the supreme saint of the primordial world. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. "Alright, don't be nervous. Do you think I'll eat you?" Seeing the existence of the primordial world acting so cautiously in front of her, Nuwa found it amusing and couldn't help but make a joke. "Goddess." Nuwa's behavior made Chang even more nervous. She called out in a low voice and couldn't say anything. Nuwa chuckled twice. She also knew the principle of stopping before going too far. Otherwise, when Wangshu returned and remembered that she had teased her, it would be inevitable that there would be another karma. Thinking up to this point, Nuwa adjusted her expression and returned to her previous serious appearance. Then she began to talk to Chang-yi about serious matters. "The human race wants to make you empress and marry Feng Zichen. That's why I brought you here to ask for my opinion. As for you, I am extremely satisfied. Therefore, I will not object to this matter. Now it's up to you. If you agree, I will order the human race to prepare for your marriage. If you don't agree, I will take you as my disciple. From then on, you will reside in Empress Wa's palace and sever your ties with the mortal world." Nuwa's idea was very good. If this marriage didn't work out, she would take Chang-yi as her disciple. She could also end the karma for Fuxi. However, in this way, it would be hard to avoid a direct confrontation with Dijun, which would also be a big problem. In any case, it would not be as good as getting married. The protection of the human race was not just for show. If Wangshu became the protagonist of the human marriage, Dijun would have to consider carefully if the demon race could withstand the backlash of the human race. However, although Nuwa's heart was more focused on the human marriage, she would not force Chang-yi. Instead, she would let her make her own choice. As a saint, she still had this little bit of breadth of mind. "Yes. Chang-yi is willing to marry your majesty." Nuwa's straightforward question made Chang-yi's face turn red with embarrassment. However, she still gently nodded her head and replied as if she was mumbling. As a woman, it was already a great courage for Chang-yi to say such shameful words. To ask her to say it out loud was a little difficult. However, although the voice was soft, it was enough to express Chang-yi's intentions. This made Nuwa heave a sigh of relief. She also did not want to fall out with Dijun directly. However, Nuwa did not know that ever since Dongyun picked up Chang-yi, she had made up her mind to cultivate her to be the empress of the human race. Therefore, in order to prevent any unforeseen events from happening, Dongyun had been instilling in Chang-yi the concept that she was Feng Zichen's future wife in addition to teaching her etiquette when she was young. Over time, her heart was naturally tied to Feng Zichen. Therefore, in the face of Nuwa's inquiry, how could Chang-yi not agree? Good. Zichen must have accumulated a lot of good fortune to be able to receive your assistance. Feeling happy, Nuwa took off a hairpin from her head and personally put it on Chang-yi's head. This hairpin was pure gold in color. It was shaped like a phoenix spreading its wings and about to fly. Therefore, it was named the Pure Gold Phoenix Hairpin. It was a superior grade innate spirit treasure, and was extremely extraordinary. Once activated, it could transform into a pure gold phoenix to fight against enemies. It could spit out nirvana heavenly flames and had the ability to destroy all things. A treasure bestowed by a saint was naturally no small matter. As soon as Chang-yi's spiritual sense came into contact with the pure gold phoenix hairpin, her true spirit imprint was automatically imprinted on it, and she had preliminary control of this treasure. If she refined it for another 100 years, she would be able to completely control this treasure. It was just like a lifelong spirit treasure. As Chang'e refined the pure gold phoenix hairpin, the origin and use of it spontaneously appeared in her mind. Thank you, Empress. Knowing the preciousness of this treasure, Chang'e hurriedly thanked her. You're welcome. You're about to become the Empress of the human race. If you don't have a treasure with you, won't you be looked down upon by outsiders? Niwa gave Chang'e a treasure, and it was her personal treasure. Of course, her intention was not simple. Firstly, it was to express her love for her. Secondly, it was to tell others that Chang'e was not someone without a background. There was a saint standing behind her. Thirdly, it was to hide Chang'e's true identity. If the marriage was successful, it would definitely shock the entire primordial world. It was unknown how many people would be attracted. In this way, it would be difficult to hide Chang'e's identity. Therefore, Niwa added insurance for her in advance. The pure gold phoenix hairpin hid a strand of her spiritual sense. If someone deduced Chang'e's origin, that strand of spiritual sense would erupt and deduce the endless power of creation, weaving a new identity for Chang'e, an innate godfiend born from Niwa's blood essence. This way, no one would pursue Chang'e's identity to avoid offending Niwa. You can go back. After you and Zichen are married, you can come here with him to visit me. With that, Niwa waved her hand and sent Chang'e back to the human ancestral temple. Along with her was a decree, a rainbow-colored crown, and a rainbow-colored feather robe. The decree was Niwa's decree to confer Chang'e the title of Empress of the human race. The 7-colored crown and 7-colored feather robe were the wedding clothes that Niwa had prepared for Chang'e. They were both middle-grade connate numinous treasures that could block Daoyuo Jinxian's attack. It had to be said that Niwa had considered everything very thoroughly. She knew that with the foundation of the human race, it would be difficult to prepare a suitable wedding dress for Chang'e. She might as well prepare it all at once and save the human race the trouble. After all, 3 connate numinous treasures were nothing to her. Niwa might not have the most connate numinous treasures in the primordial world, but she definitely did not lack connate numinous treasures. Because she had the cauldron of heaven and earth, she could directly refine any connate numinous treasure she needed. It was very convenient. The 7-colored crown and 7-colored feather robe fell and disappeared into Chang'e's glabella. The decree was laid flat on the altar and displayed in front of everyone. What was recorded on it was nothing more than Niwa agreeing to make Chang'e the Empress. Her Majesty has agreed. She ordered us to prepare for the wedding. Dongyun took a step forward and saw the contents of the decree clearly. She could not help but be overjoyed and said to everyone. After that, everyone paid their respects to Goddess Niwa, and then they left to prepare for the wedding. During this process, no one told Feng Zichen, and no one cared about Feng Zichen's opinion. It was because Niwa had said that she would personally talk to Feng Zichen about this matter. This made the human race elders heave a sigh of relief. Although they had acted unusually tough in the human emperor's palace and forced Feng Zichen to bow his head, if Feng Zichen was determined to disagree, they could do nothing. Back then, Feng Zichen had agreed because he had predicted that they would not be able to find a suitable candidate, but he had missed the human race. The human race elders could not find a suitable candidate, but could the human race not find one? A moment of carelessness had caused a lot of trouble for himself. What's going on? Why am I suddenly feeling uneasy? It seems that something big is about to happen to me. Just as the human race elders were preparing for his wedding with Chang'e, Feng Zichen, the protagonist, finally sensed that something was wrong and woke up from his cultivation. Damn it! Why can't I divine it? Realizing that something was wrong, Feng Zichen naturally used the deduction technique to search for the source of the matter. However, whether it was the connate 8 trigrams passed down by Fuxi, the Dao deduction technique passed down by the Grand Pure One, or the heavenly cycle dipper that he had comprehended from Zhouxing, he did not find any clues. This is the work of a powerful being, concealing the mysteries of heaven. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen figured out the reason. The deduction techniques that he had learned were all top-notch in the primordial world. In theory, he could calculate everything in the primordial world. However, that was in the hands of the Creator, not him. Although these 3 techniques were good, they were ultimately someone else's and not his. He could not use them smoothly. Ordinary things could be deduced, but once he encountered someone with similar strength or a grandmaster of divination, the deduction method would not be very effective. The deduction method. I have to deduce a deduction method that belongs to me. Otherwise, I will inevitably fall into the trap of others without knowing. As his thoughts raced, Feng Zichen set a goal for himself. He would use the deduction method that he knew as the foundation, and supplement his own foundation to create a deduction method that belonged to him. Those who learn from me will live, and those who follow me will die. If he kept cultivating other people's methods, he would never be able to surpass the creator of the method. Only by walking his own path could he be on par with his predecessors, or even surpass them. However, this matter was not urgent. What he had to do now was to figure out who was scheming against him. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to summon Hongmeng Daozhong. Hongmeng was the beginning of everything. All the principles in this world were evolved from him. Even the secrets of the heavens were no exception. With the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen's deduction method could be improved to the level that was second only to Fuxi and the others, reaching the realm of a grandmaster. In the primordial world, there were not many things that could hide from him. However, before he could make a move, a consciousness descended and invited him to go to outer space. Goddess Nuwa summoned me? With a jolt of his heart, Feng Zichen followed the consciousness and rushed out of the sky. Nuwa summoned him at this time. It must have something to do with the matter that made him absent-minded. Perhaps he could get the answer from her. With the saint's guidance and Feng Zichen's leg strength, in an instant, Feng Zichen crossed countless space-time and arrived at the beautiful palace of Goddess Nuwa. Speaking of which, this was the first time Feng Zichen had come to Jinxiu. If it were in the past, he would definitely look around at the scenery here. But now, he had something on his mind, so he had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery here. He walked directly to the palace of Goddess Nuwa. Zichen pays his respects to the Holy Mother. Walking into the main hall, Feng Zichen bowed to the beautiful woman in palace attire standing in the hall. Zichen, there's no need to be so polite. Get up quickly. Nuwa was very happy to see Feng Zichen. Over the years, Feng Zichen had greatly made her proud. This made her awe-inspiring in front of the other saints for a long time. I wonder why the Holy Mother has summoned Zichen here. Is there anything important? After chatting with Nuwa for a while, Feng Zichen asked about the purpose of this trip. I called you here because I have a good news to tell you. Nuwa smiled and said, Good news? What's the good news that the Holy Mother is so moved? On the other side, Feng Zichen asked in surprise as soon as Nuwa finished speaking. If even Nuwa said it was a good news, it must be a great thing. It's a marriage I've arranged for you. Seeing Feng Zichen's curiosity, Nuwa was very satisfied. She didn't keep him in suspense and said directly, What? Marriage? At this moment, Feng Zichen's expression was very interesting. He thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect that Nuwa had called him to the palace of Goddess Nuwa for her marriage. Were forced marriages so powerful now? Couldn't he escape to the untainted land? Don't underestimate this marriage. This marriage should be born for humanity. It's not a trivial matter. It's a human marriage among the 3 marriages of heaven, earth and man. If you succeed, you can get great merits and be protected by humanity. Seeing Feng Zichen's expression, Nuwa thought that he didn't know the pros and cons of it, so she explained to him. But when Feng Zichen heard the word human marriage, his expression became even more bitter. He had been hiding for so long, but in the end he couldn't hide. He had underestimated the elder of the human clan. He had really found a candidate and obtained the approval of Nuwa. Otherwise, Nuwa would have called him over. That's strange. In the untainted land, there were only a few goddesses who had the same status as him, and they would not give themselves to him. Where did the elder of the human clan find her? She wasn't a cabbage on the roadside that could be found easily. Could it be that he had missed something? However, Feng Zichen's doubts didn't last long. When Nuwa saw his expression, She knew what he was thinking. She didn't hide anything and directly told him about Chang'e's origin. That woman's name is Chang'e. She is the reincarnation of the ancient moon god Wuxia. Because she had a feud with Dijun, she was plotted against and fell into the mortal world. This matter couldn't be hidden. She had to explain it to Feng Zichen clearly. Otherwise, it would be a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. Hearing this, the corner of Feng Zichen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He didn't know what expression to make. Everything was clear. Why did he feel uneasy? So this was the root of it. Why couldn't he calculate it? It involved a saint, a celestial emperor, and several top-notch great divine abilities. If he could calculate it, that would be a miracle. However, he had really forgotten about Chang'e flying to the moon. He had been too busy recently, so much so that he had forgotten such a big matter. He really shouldn't have. With Wuxia's identity, she was more than enough to be his match. However, if he remembered correctly, Chang'e's destined person should be Hou-Yi. How did it have anything to do with him? Moreover, the matter of Chang'e flying to the moon was not simple. If Hou-Yi shooting down the sun was the fuse of the great Magi Demon War, then Chang'e flying to the moon was another cause of the great Magi Demon War. It was after this matter that the 11 ancestral wizards made up their minds to create the 13th ancestral wizard. The demon race also discovered the abnormality of the human race because of this matter. They didn't hesitate to offend Nuwa and slaughter the human race to forge the witch-killing sword. After Chang'e flying to the moon, the great calamity of the human race was really not far away. What a headache! At this time, even Feng Zichen couldn't help but have a headache. The matter of human marriage was already troublesome enough for him. With the addition of Wuxia, it was simply such a person. Empress. Can I refuse? After a long silence, Feng Zichen asked tentatively. What do you think? Nuwa replied with a faint smile. Seeing this, Feng Zichen understood that Nuwa would most likely not agree to his refusal. However, he couldn't agree just like that. After all, he still had to try. Empress, the matter of human marriage is too big. It involves the position of the human emperor. If I complete the human marriage, it's hard to guarantee that I won't be suspected by Dijun and cause a great disaster for the human race. Seeing that his objection was useless, Feng Zichen had to state the pros and cons of it, hoping to make Nuwa have scruples and change her previous decision. Unexpectedly, after hearing Feng Zichen's words, Nuwa shook her head disdainfully and said, Scruples about you? That's because you overestimate the human race. Now the demon race and the Wu tribe are like fire and water. They have reached a situation where they will fight to the death at any time. Dijun's attention is all on how to deal with the Wu tribe. Even if he sees you get married, he has no time to care about you. When he defeats the Wu tribe, he will be the real celestial emperor in the untainted land. Even sages like us will have to respect him. At that time, even if you really become the human emperor, you will have to submit to him. How will he scruples about you? If he is defeated by the Wu tribe, I'm afraid that he can't even protect himself. Then it doesn't matter whether he scruples about you or not. In this case, what are you afraid of? Nuwa's words were reasonable and made Feng Zichen speechless. However, Feng Zichen was not a person who would give up easily. He continued to talk about Wuxia's identity. Wuxia and Dijun have a great feud. If I marry her, won't I offend Dijun? Compared to the sages, Dijun and Dijiang were the people who should not be provoked in the untainted land. It was reasonable that Feng Zichen was so worried. However, he forgot that as a wizard, he had long been on Dijun's must-kill list. Ha! Sure enough, Nuwa could not help but shake her head and laugh when she heard this. At this time, Feng Zichen also reacted and realized that he was a little anxious. Sigh. Do you really not want to marry Chang'e? After a while, Nuwa said leisurely. Feng Zichen was silent. He had said so much, but they were all excuses. His main purpose was that he did not want to marry Chang'e. How could Nuwa not understand? However, Chang'e, Feng Zichen had to marry her. This was not only to help Fuxi settle the karma, but also for Feng Zichen's future. Do you know why I have to let you win Chang'e? Seeing that Feng Zichen was silent, Nuwa asked. For the marriage? Feng Zichen replied with some uncertainty. Since Niuhua had asked this question, it meant that there were still things that she did not know. It's not that. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. Everyone thinks that you major in the Khanate Sword Dao. After all, the Sword Ancestor is famous for opening up the Sword Dao. If he did not cultivate the Sword Dao wholeheartedly, how could he have such great achievements? But I know that's not the case. You major in the Dao of Stars. It has always been. It has never changed. Feng Zichen's third biggest secret was revealed by Niuhua. However, she was not surprised at all. Obviously, she had already known about it. Niuhua knew that he cultivated the Dao of Stars. Feng Zichen had indeed known about it a long time ago. Because Niuhua could be said to have watched him grow up. She had been paying attention to him since the beginning of his cultivation. He could hide the fact that he cultivated the Dao of Stars from others, even Dijun and Tai, but he could not hide it from Niuhua. Chang'e, the Khanate saint born by the lunar star, is the natural ruler of the lunar star. She is not the person who is most compatible with you in this world, but also the person who can help you the most. At this point, Feng Zichen had already understood what Niuhua meant. No matter who wanted to take charge of Zhousing, they could not do without the help of the lunar star. If he married Wang Shu, he could replace her after Dijun. The lunar star was one of the three supreme stars in the untainted land. When its moonlight fell on the untainted land, it could open the wisdom of all things. The Khanate saint born by it could be the Empress of Heaven. The solar star was also one of the three supreme stars in the untainted land. Its light shone on the earth and brought vitality to all things. It could be said that its merit was boundless. The Khanate saint born by it had the destiny of celestial emperor. The Ziwei star was also one of the three supreme stars in the untainted land. It was transformed by Panga's ancestral aperture. It was the most noble star and could command Zhousing. The Khanate saint born by it was of the same origin as the Way of Heaven. It naturally had the capital to rule the untainted land, and could be the heavens and earth. It could be said that between the Ziwei star and the solar star, whoever got the support of the lunar star could ascend to the position of celestial emperor. And this was Niuhua's plan for Feng Zichen. If Dijun lost his position, with Wang Shu's help, he might be able to ascend to the sky in one step, and sit on the limitless position of celestial emperor. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart was full of gratitude. Niuhua could be said to be extremely good to him. No one could find any fault with her. But in the end, he would fail to live up to Niuhua's good intentions. If there was no Ao Shui, it would be fine to agree to this matter. He would not suffer any losses anyway. Unfortunately, he knew Ao Shui first and had deep feelings for her. As for Chang'e, he had never even seen her, let alone know her. He could not abandon Ao Shui and marry Chang'e. Goddess, even so I still can't agree. Chapter 446. Why? Niuhua was not angry. Instead, she asked in a low voice. For Feng Zichen, the benefits of this matter outweighed the disadvantages. It could be said that if he married Chang'e, it would be equivalent to him fighting for countless years less. This was a benefit that countless gods and demons of the primordial world could not get. Niuhua really could not think of a reason for Feng Zichen to refuse. I have a very good relationship with the ancestral dragon's granddaughter, Ao Shui. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said truthfully. He was someone who could not stay idle. How could he stay obediently in the human race for tens of thousands of years? During this period he often appeared in the East Sea. A small amount of time, he asked the ancestral dragon for guidance on cultivation. Most of the time he accompanied Ao Shui to tour the mountains and rivers. Cultivation also required a combination of work and rest. During this period of time, the relationship between the two of them, who were already in love with each other, could be said to have rapidly warmed up. If Feng Zichen was not worried about the tribulation of slaughtering people, he would have already proposed marriage to the ancestral dragon. However, even so, Feng Zichen had made up his mind. After the matter of the human race was over, and the Lich Demon tribulation was over, he would confess his feelings to Ao Shui. This was because only then could he be ranked at the top of the primordial world. He could use the world as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces to play with the saints. He would not be as restrained as he was now, worrying about this and that. Many times he could not help himself. If the Lich Demon tribulation did not end, his future would be difficult to determine. How could he promise others? When a man faced his lover, regardless of whether he could do it or not, he would want to give her the best of everything. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Before he could express his feelings to Ao Shui, Niwa had already begun to force him to marry her. I was wondering what the reason was. So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to be a playboy. After knowing the reason for Feng Zichen's rejection, Niwa could not help but feel that it was a little funny. She had thought that it was a big deal. After all this time, it was just a small matter. This is easy. Since you can't let go of Ao Shui, then marry her too. Niwa smiled and said decisively. If it were someone else, he would definitely not say so. Be it Ao Shui or Chang, their identities were extremely precious. Few people in the primordial world could compare to them. Being able to marry one of them was already a great blessing. He even dared to ask for 2 women to serve one man. That was simply delusional. But Feng Zichen was different. His identity, enough for him to have all of this. Ever since Pangu created the universe, there weren't many innate saints born, but there were still quite a number of them. There were 6 sages, including the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, there was only one great Taoist priest, Feng Zichen, to be blessed by the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man at the same time. What a great fortune this was. Moreover, Feng Zichen had the bearing of a celestial emperor. He was the most promising existence to inherit the position of celestial emperor after Dijun. He was also the most suitable successor to the position of celestial emperor in the primordial world. With such a noble status, it wasn't impossible for him to marry a few more people, let alone 2. As long as the other party agreed. If it were in the past, Wang Shu would definitely not agree to marry Feng Zichen, let alone with someone else. But she was Chang'e now, which made this matter possible. The only problem now was Ao Shui. He had to think of a way to make her agree to this matter. However, this was not a problem for Niwa. Other than being a saint, she was also the first matchmaker in the primordial world. The marriage between Dijun and Wang Shu was the matchmaker she had mentioned. The heavenly marriage was presided over by her. She had experience in this matter. Empress, this isn't appropriate. He thought that Niwa would break off the marriage between him and Chang'e after hearing this. But he didn't expect that not only did Niwa not break off the marriage, but she also let him marry her. This trick really made Feng Zichen a little confused. There's nothing inappropriate about it. You don't have to worry about this matter. Leave it to me. Waving her hand to make Feng Zichen shut up, Niwa glared at him and said, this. Suddenly thinking that Niwa still had the identity of a matchmaker, Feng Zichen could not help but shut his mouth resentfully. At this point, he had already understood that this matter was no longer something he could interfere in. He could only follow Niwa's words and leave this matter to him. However, Feng Zichen was not completely without ideas in his heart. According to his estimation, even if he married Chang'e, this marriage would not last long. Now Chang'e's innate wisdom had not awakened, and the memories belonging to Wang Shu were still sealed. She was ignorant, so naturally they could arrange them. But as her cultivation realm increased, Chang'e would sooner or later become Wang Shu. At that time, it would be hard to say whether this matter was a favor or a grudge. But no matter what, this marriage would not be able to last. As a supreme expert of the ancient times, how could Wang Shu tolerate himself marrying someone else, let alone with another woman? Therefore, this marriage was destined not to last long. It was only temporary. Then the operation of this was greater. A marriage that was destined to have no result, why bother too much? It was fine to maintain it in name. Feng Zichen thought so. Men were so hypocritical. Unfortunately, one step back would lead to another. When it was time to get married, it might not be as he thought. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? All right, you can go back. As for Ao Shui, I will talk to her personally. I will not let her be estranged from you. thinking about how to communicate with Ao Shui. Niwa did not have time to pay attention to Feng Zichen. She pointed at the door and motioned for him to leave. Your Highness, can you lend me the cauldron of heaven and earth? Feng Zichen would definitely not be happy to leave just like that. It was not easy to come to Empress Wa's palace. How could he return empty-handed? Take it. As soon as she finished speaking, the cauldron of heaven and earth appeared from the void and fell into Feng Zichen's hand. Niwa was still very generous to Feng Zichen. Thank you, Your Highness. After putting away the cauldron of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen turned around and left. Sigh. What's going on? After returning to the human emperor's palace, and thinking about everything that had happened in Empress Wa's palace, Feng Zichen's heart was full of helplessness. He wanted to go to Donghai to explain to Ao Shui, but he did not know how to say it. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and place all his hopes on Niwa. Empress Niwa had said that she would solve this matter. She should be confident. Sigh. After sighing again, Feng Zichen took out the cauldron of heaven and earth and planned to refine a few clan weapons for the human race. The great calamity of the human race was coming. He could not indulge in love. He should work hard to improve the strength of the human race. Previously, Feng Zichen had already refined 3 clan weapons for the human race. They were the Swearin Lantern, Yuchao Hall, and Zi. But that was not enough. Of course, the stronger the human race was, the better. With a flip of his hand, Feng Zichen took out the virtuous golden net and put it into the cauldron of heaven and earth. This was the first postnatal fishing net. It was originally used to catch fish. Because of the merit, it had the ability to catch all living beings. Back then, Ao Shui was caught by this net and could not escape. Now, Feng Zichen wanted to refine it into the destiny of the human race and use it to become a clan weapon to protect all living beings. Tie silk into a net and collect all living beings. If this weapon was completed, it would be called the inescapable net. Boom. The long river of destiny of the human race appeared and fell into the cauldron of heaven and earth, refining together with the virtuous golden net. At the same time, the world origin, chaos origin, and Hongmeng origin flew out from Feng Zichen's body and surged into the cauldron of heaven and earth, enhancing the power of the virtuous golden net. Feng Zichen was no longer the same as before. The chaos bead, the world tree, and Hongmeng Daozhong were the same. Its power had been greatly enhanced. The origin, which was not abundant before, was not in short supply now. Therefore, only then did Feng Zichen dare to continue refining the clan weapon. Swish, swish, swish. 100 years later, a large golden net flew out of the cauldron of heaven and earth and disappeared into the void. However, if Daluo Jingxian came here, he would be able to see that the entire human territory was covered by a large golden net that was densely covered in lightning. If anyone dared to attack the human territory, they would probably be smashed into pieces in an instant. This was called the inescapable net. Under the Daluo Jingxian, even if they did not die if they touched it, they would still lose a layer of skin. With this net, there was no need to worry about anyone causing trouble in the human territory. After the inescapable net was refined, Feng Zichen took out another clay jar. This was the first clay jar after birth. It was a superior grade postnatal merit numinous treasure. There was a space inside that could store people and items. It could also refine the essence of all things. Compared to the inescapable net, Feng Zichen valued this treasure more, putting aside the ability of the clay jar to store people and items for the time being. The ability to refine the essence of all things was enough to raise the strength of the human race to a higher level. The human race was born weak. If they wanted to be strong, they had to work hard to cultivate. At this time, the role of the clay jar was displayed. It could remove impurities and refine the essence of all things, thus laying the strongest foundation for the future generations of the human race. Just this point alone, it was unknown how many treasures it had surpassed. This treasure was a supreme treasure that assisted in cultivation. With a thought, the cauldron of heaven and earth emitted a bright light. The Khanate Taoist rhymes spread out, and the auspicious air rippled, turning the surroundings into a fairyland. The clay jar flew out of Feng Zichen's hand and fell into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Not long after, it was refined into a ball of liquid. After all, the clay jar was just a superior grade postnatal merit numinous treasure, while the cauldron of heaven and earth was a connate supreme treasure. The difference in level was too great. Facing him, there was no resistance at all. The reason for refining the clay jar was that Feng Zichen felt that it was too ugly, and wanted to refine it again. In the beginning, Feng Zichen planned to refine the clay jar into the shape of a pot. In this way, after the new clay jar was refined, it could be called the demon refining pot. However, as soon as he thought of this name, Feng Zichen rejected it. Not to mention that the real demon refining pot was in the hands of Niwa. The demon race had not yet attacked the human race. If he named the human race's race weapon the demon refining pot, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Therefore, Feng Zichen gave it another name, the God refining pot. However, every time he thought of this name, he felt a chill run down his spine. Therefore, he suddenly realized something and gave up on this name. The current primordial world was said to be the world of the magi and demons, but it was actually the world of the connate god fiends. What was he trying to do by using the name of God refinement? It would be strange if there were no problems. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought for a long time, and decided to refine the clay jar into the shape of a cauldron to correspond to his supreme divine ability, the Great Tao Furnace. The Great Tao Furnace had all the abilities that the clay jar had. The Great Tao Furnace also had all the abilities that it did not have. In terms of essence, the clay jar was an artificial creation and had great wisdom. However, the Great Tao Furnace contained the true meaning of the Great Tao. It had a deep foundation and unlimited potential, far surpassing the clay jar. Therefore, it was most suitable to refine the clay jar into a Great Tao Furnace. The weak had to be close to the strong. This was the truth of the primordial world. Just like how a snake wanted to transform into a flood dragon wanted to transform into a true dragon. However, the clay jar was just an artificial object. Although it was extraordinary, it was still a distance away from the Great Tao Furnace that Feng Zichen had created by verifying the Great Tao. It was impossible to refine the Great Tao Furnace with just it. Therefore Feng Zichen took out the Chaos Divine Stone. This was a material from the Great Chaos outside the realm. It was incomparably precious and formed from the stagnant Chaos Qi. It could be used to refine connate numinous treasures. Chaos was the mother of all things. With the Chaos Divine Stone, the ability of the cauldron of heaven and earth to go against the connate heavens, and the merit he had accumulated over the years, Feng Zichen was confident that he could refine a superior grade connate merit numinous treasure. In order to refine the Great Tao Furnace, Feng Zichen could be said to have bled a lot. All kinds of precious materials were taken out from his hands, as if they were free. Only after thousands of years could he refine the Great Tao Furnace. Very good. Looking at the large cauldron in front of him, it was simple and ancient, filled with the aura of the Great Tao, and surrounded by the aura of chaos. It was no different from his own divine ability. Feng Zichen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This treasure was definitely stronger than his divine ability. However, this was not the most perfect form of the Great Tao Furnace. According to Feng Zichen's speculation, the most perfect form of the Great Tao Furnace should be a top-grade chaos numinous treasure, not a connate cardinal treasure. The ability it displayed now was not even 1/1000th of its perfect form. With a thought, the Hongming Daozhong appeared behind Feng Zichen. On it, the imprints of the 3000 demon gods were ready to move. This was the missing part of the Great Tao Furnace. To imprint the imprints of the 3000 chaos demon gods on the Great Tao Furnace. Then, the Great Tao Furnace would immediately be baptized by the Great Tao. Even if it couldn't become a chaos numinous treasure, it could still become a top-grade chaos numinous treasure. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen's comprehension of the Great Tao was really limited. It couldn't support him to imprint the imprints of the chaos demon gods on the Great Tao Furnace. Every time he imprinted the imprints of the chaos demon gods on the Great Tao Furnace, this divine ability would collapse because it couldn't withstand the pressure of the imprints of the chaos demon gods, causing it to be difficult for him to succeed. But today, it was completely different. He had refined the Great Tao Furnace into a connate numinous treasure. Its ability to withstand pressure had increased by countless times. With the hardness of a connate numinous treasure, it might be able to withstand the pressure of the imprints of the chaos demon gods. As soon as he thought of it, Feng Zichen raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and imprinted the imprints of the chaos demon gods on the great Dao furnace. Buzz! As expected, when the first imprint of the chaos demon gods was imprinted on the great Dao furnace, it trembled violently. It was as if an invisible giant was beating it violently with a hammer. Buzz! When the second imprint of the chaos demon gods was imprinted, the great Dao furnace suffered even greater pressure. It trembled even more violently, and its body became a little smaller. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the imprints of the chaos demon gods were imprinted on the great Dao furnace one after another, it also changed. Its body became smaller and smaller, and the chaotic aura around its body became thicker and thicker. Wisps of the true meaning of the great Dao flowed out from its body, making it more and more simple and profound. Finally, when the great Dao furnace turned from 10 feet to 1 foot in size, Feng Zichen stopped and no longer imprinted the imprints of the chaos demon gods. At this time, the great Dao furnace had already been imprinted with 100 imprints of the chaos demon gods. It had already reached its limit. If he continued to imprint, it would definitely be crushed into pieces by the true meaning of the great Dao carried by the imprints of the demon gods. This was an irreparable damage. Therefore, Feng Zichen didn't dare to continue. However, this was enough. It meant that Feng Zichen's deduction was completely feasible. In the future, as long as he continued to improve the power of the great Dao furnace, he could continue to imprint the imprints of the demon gods on it. And if he wanted to improve the level of the great Dao furnace, it wouldn't be so troublesome. It was already closely related to the luck of the human clan. As the luck of the human clan increased, its level would naturally increase. Feng Zichen didn't need to worry too much. However, it wasn't appropriate to call it the Great Dao Furnace now. It should be renamed the Human Dao Furnace. The human clan would eventually achieve unprecedented success. They would make all the races of the wilderness respect the human clan and redefine the human Dao. In the wilderness of the human Dao, a superior grade connate merit numinous treasure contained a chaotic space. It could trace all things back to their origin and transform them into the purest source. That's right, after the clay jar became the human Dao furnace, its ability to refine the essence of all things also improved. It could directly refine all things into the most primitive source without leaving behind a trace of impurities. With this treasure, the human clan's descendants might find it difficult to cultivate to the connate godfiend Dao. But as long as they were willing to work hard, it wouldn't be difficult to go against the connate Dao. This was the foundation of the human clan's strength. After refining the human Dao furnace, Feng Zichen didn't continue refining other clan artifacts. Instead, he summoned the Swearin Lantern, Yuchao Hall, and Black Robe to refine these three treasures. The human clan's providence was limited. It couldn't support too many clan artifacts. 5 was the limit of the human clan's providence. Any more and they wouldn't be able to unleash the power that the clan artifacts should have. 9 was the limit. According to Feng Zichen's calculations, even if the human clan's providence was at its peak, it could only refine 9 treasures of providence at most. This was the limit of heaven and earth. It couldn't be reversed by humans. The 3 treasures of the Swearin Lantern were treasures that Feng Zichen had refined in his early years. At that time, his cultivation was far less powerful than it was now. He also didn't have a connate cardinal treasure, like the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth. The treasures he refined naturally couldn't fully unleash their potential. Therefore, Feng Zichen refined these 3 treasures again to increase their power, so that they could better deal with the future calamity. Just as Feng Zichen was refining in seclusion, Niwa, who hadn't appeared for many years, moved today. She walked out of the beautiful Niwa palace and rushed to the East Sea. Obviously, this was for the matter between Feng Zichen and Ao Shui. Of course, the first person Niwa wanted to see was not Ao Shui, but the ancestral Graygon. Ao Shui was the ancestral Graygon's granddaughter. If he wanted to marry her, he had to get the ancestral Graygon's consent. Otherwise, even if Ao Shui agreed, this matter didn't count. Only by dealing with the ancestral Gragon could he go find Ao Shui. It's Hui? What is he doing here? On this day, Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt that the inescapable net that enveloped the entire human clan seemed to have encountered a terrifying existence. It was trembling violently and he couldn't help but wake up from his seclusion. He released his divine consciousness and saw that it was Hui. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. What was he doing here in the human clan? But immediately, Feng Zichen thought of why Hui was here. Wasn't it for Chang'e? Other than Chang'e, what else in the human clan was worth him coming here personally? However, there was one thing that Feng Zichen was puzzled about. How did Hui and Chang'e know each other? Ever since he came to the primordial world, many things had changed. Not to mention anything else, just Chang'e's fate had changed a long time ago. She wasn't just an ordinary human cultivator like the legends said. Instead, she was the queen of the human race who was nurtured by the elders of the human race. She grew up in the imperial court. Then, the question came. How did the two of them know each other? Curious, Feng Zichen secretly used the connate 8 trigrams and began to calculate silently. It wasn't difficult to deduce this matter. Soon, Feng Zichen learned the cause and effect, and his gaze became strange. It turned out that when Chang'e went to the East Sea, she happened to meet Hui, who had come to the East Sea to look for the Ziji state. Perhaps it was because he sensed the power of the same attribute. When Hui touched Chang'e, the source of the moon in his body suddenly acted up and broke through the seal set by the ancestral magus, freezing Hui on the spot. When the kind-hearted Chang'e saw this scene, she immediately wanted to help. Of course. Although Chang'e was kind, she wasn't stupid. She didn't directly help Hui remove the ice seal. Instead, she suppressed the power of the source of the moon, and didn't let it continue to cause damage to Hui. At the same time, she also secretly contacted the human king Yu clan, who was overseeing the 7 planets continent, and asked him to come and help. Chang'e couldn't recognize Hui, but the Yu clan was experienced and knowledgeable. How could they not recognize the top grand magus of the magus race? Knowing the relationship between the human emperor and the magus race, he let Chang'e do her best to save Hui. With Chang'e's current strength, of course, she couldn't get rid of the source of the moon in Hui's body. However, with the help of the Yu clan, she could calm the source of the moon and stop Hui's injuries from worsening. Not long after, with the help of the two of them, Hui suppressed the source of the moon again. It was also because of this that Hui saw the possibility of recovering from his injuries. Since Chang'e could calm the source of the moon, it shouldn't be difficult for her to get rid of the source of the moon. Therefore, Hui asked Chang'e to lend him a hand. Unfortunately, he was mercilessly rejected by Chang'e. She was the future empress of the human race. How could she be involved with a man from another race? In order to avoid suspicion, she couldn't agree. Chapter 447. However, it was not easy for Hui to see the possibility of recovery. How could he give up so easily? If not for Feng Zichen, he would have dared to forcefully abduct her. The witch tribe was not a benevolent tribe. On the contrary, they were very cruel. If not, how could they rule the primordial world? The demons occupied Zhousing and intercepted the stellar power of the heavenly cycle, causing the living beings of the primordial world to be unable to cultivate with the stellar power of the heavenly cycle. They formed a huge karma with the living beings of the world, causing boundless negative karma. What about the Magi? They did not occupy the sacred mountain of the primordial world, nor did they destroy the primordial world. However, they could attract negative karma that was no less than that of the demons. It could be seen how cruel they were. This was all negative karma that they had killed. The Magi had dominated the primordial world for so many years. Countless living beings had died in their hands. One had to know that. The Magi were famous for their brutality in the primordial world. This was not made up by outsiders. They had killed themselves. As a giant of the Magi, Hui was obviously not to be trifled with. The negative karma on him was definitely shocking. If not for the fact that he had obtained great fame from shooting the sun, His previous reputation would definitely make people change their expressions. In the primordial world, the Magi were the law, the Tao, and the only truth. Those who did not agree with this either lived in seclusion or became food for the Magi. The tyranny of the Magi could be seen from this. Emir Chang, he actually dared to disobey his orders. This was unimaginable in the past. Unfortunately, Hui could not do anything to Chang'e. Although he did not know the identity of the woman in front of him, she clearly had a high status in the human race to be able to make the king of the human race personally accompany her. If he touched her, Feng Zichen would definitely find trouble with him. At that time, Chang'e's identity had not been confirmed by Niwa, so she naturally could not call herself the queen of the human race. Therefore, although her status was high, she could not tell outsiders her exact identity. It was normal for Hui not to know her identity. However, the Magi and humans had been friends for many years, and there were even marriages between them. Chang'e could not refuse Hui's request. She could only helplessly promise that when her cultivation level improved, she would remove the source of the moon for Hui. Just like that, 10,000 years passed. And during these 10,000 years, Hui had been influenced by the extreme red embroidered ball of the Great Yin origins. It could be said that he had been thinking about Chang'e day and night. Unknowingly, he had fallen into a love tribulation, and his feelings for her were deeply rooted. This was not a big deal, but Feng Zichen was going to get married. Naturally, he had to inform the shaman tribe. When Hui got the news, his love tribulation exploded on the spot. His mind was blinded and he rushed to the human clan angrily. He wanted to see Chang'e. Unfortunately, Chang'e's heart was completely tied to Feng Zichen, and she had long forgotten about Hui, whom she had only met once. From the moment the human Tao intervened, Dijun's perfect plan completely went awry. While Feng Zichen was deep in thought, Hui had already arrived at the heart of the human race. He was about to force his way into the human Tao imperial court to find Chang'e. Grand Shaman Hui, what is the meaning of this? Outside the human Tao imperial court, the two human kings, Dating and Yuyu, who had already rushed back to the human clan, saw Hui coming over aggressively. They came out together and blocked him. Hui's name could be said to have resounded throughout the primordial world ever since he shot down the sun. The two of them knew that even if they joined forces, they would not be Hui's match. Therefore, after the two of them came out, they did not attack Hui directly. Instead, they greeted him politely. The strong preyed on the weak. This was a truth that had never changed since time immemorial. Hui was stronger than them, and the shaman tribe was stronger than the human clan. In the primordial world, strength was reason. Those who did not understand this would turn into dust. The two human kings were able to live until now, so they naturally had a deep understanding of this point. Therefore, even if Hui directly barged into the heart of the human clan, although they were furious, they still had to suppress their anger and bow to Hui. Otherwise, if it were anyone else who dared to look down on the human clan like this, they would have long slapped them to death. I want to see Chang'e. Hui took a deep breath and said. The entanglement of love had already caused him to lose his wisdom of the past. Otherwise, as long as he was not stupid, he would know that these words should not have been said. What did you say? As soon as these words were said, the expressions of the Dating clan and the Yuyu clan changed drastically. Even the elders hiding in the imperial court had extremely ugly expressions when they heard this. Right before the human emperor's wedding, he wanted to see his fiancée. What was he trying to do? Did he really think that the human clan was made of mud? This was not the way to humiliate others. No matter how good his temper was, he could not stand this. If this matter were to spread, the human clan would really have no face to establish themselves in the primordial world. They might as well die. Without dignity, how could they cultivate the Tao? This joke is not funny. Looking at Hui, the Yuyu clan forced a smile and said awkwardly. Until now, he still couldn't believe that those words had come from Hui's mouth. Was he crazy? One had to know that. The human emperor Feng Zichen was a shaman. In the shaman tribe, he was second only to the 12 ancestral shamans. No matter how powerful Hui was, he could not compare to him. If news of Hou-Yi humiliating Feng Zichen spread back to the shaman tribe, the ancestral shamans would be the first to not let him off. Offending one's superiors was a huge taboo. I'm not joking. I don't want to make things difficult for the human clan. Hand over Chang-Yi and I'll leave. The more hatred Di Jun had in his heart, the greater Hou-Yi's tribulation. From this, it could be seen how deep Hou-Yi's tribulation was. He had already sunk into it and only had Chang-Yi in his heart. He could not care too much. It seems that Grand Shaman Hou-Yi is determined to go against the human clan today. At this point, there was no need to say anything else. They could only fight. Either they used Hou-Yi's blood to wash away the humiliation the human clan received, or they used their own blood to defend the dignity of the human clan. Buzz. A crimson halberd appeared in the dating clan's hand. It was surrounded by a bloody light and released a shocking murderous aura. The Crimson Blood Halberd. The halberd was called the Crimson Blood Halberd. It was a middle-grade Khanate spiritual treasure made of Khanate divine iron and the blood of the Chaos Fiend god. It had shocking destructive power and could destroy one's body and primordial spirit. It was a top murderous weapon in the Eldritch world. The bloody light that surrounded it was formed by the blood of the Chaos Fiend god. The dating clan was also a person with amazing luck. He obtained the Crimson Blood Halberd by chance. He relied on the halberd to make a name for himself in the east of the Eldritch world. Whoosh! The sound of a long sword being unsheathed was heard. A long sword appeared in the Yu clan's hand. It was the Seven Luminaries' sword. It was also a middle-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. The Yu clan had been in charge of the Seven Luminaries state for many years, and had a connection with the Seven Luminaries. One day, a divine sword fell from the sky in front of him. It was the Seven Luminaries' sword. When the sword was swung, it could mobilize the power of the Seven Luminaries and the Five Elements. It was very powerful. Without saying a word, the two of them immediately used their strongest divine powers and attacked Hou-Yi. Facing an expert like Hou-Yi who shocked the Eldritch world, if they did not attack first, they would not have the chance to attack. Sigh. Why bother? Seeing the two of them attacking, even Hou-Yi could not help but be cautious. Things were different now. If he was in peak condition, it would be easy to deal with the two of them. But now he was suffering from a chronic illness and could not use even a fraction of his strength. It would not be so easy to win. Boom. 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 Daoyuo Jinxian's battle was naturally extraordinary. The surrounding void instantly shattered, and the laws of heaven and earth appeared one after another, releasing a destructive aura. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, this place was close to the human Dao Imperial Court. With this supreme treasure, although the three of them caused a big commotion, it did not affect the surrounding clansmen. This Hou-Yi is really presumptuous. Feng Zichen, who came back to his senses, saw this scene and was furious. If Chang-Yi did not agree to marry him, Hou-Yi could see her however he wanted. He could even let the two of them be together. It was just a strange woman. If the two of them were in love, so what if he let them be together? It might even become a good story. However, Hou-Yi knew that Chang-Yi was his fiancée, yet he still dared to barge into the human race so arrogantly. He was simply looking down on him and the human race. If he was not taught a lesson this time, he would lose face as Feng Zichen, the dignity of the human race, and the dignity of the primordial world. This matter could not be settled peacefully. Human Dao Imperial Court suppress. With a thought, Feng Zichen directly activated the supreme treasure, the human Dao Imperial Court. Rumble. Thousands of beasts galloped, and thousands of rays of light shone. Billions of Khanate Dao patterns hung down like a river flowing backward, sweeping toward Hou-Yi. No. Hou-Yi, who was fighting with the Yoyu and dating clansmen, suddenly felt a huge pressure. He only had time to scream before he was suppressed by the human Dao Imperial Court. This was the first time the Khanate Supreme Treasure, the human Dao Imperial Court, showed its power to the world. As soon as it was born, it suppressed Hou-Yi, who was known as the strongest among Daoyuo Jinxian. Roar. Open for me. Under the human Dao Imperial Court, Hou-Yi was unwilling to be suppressed like this. Ignoring his injuries, he forcefully revealed his true form of a grand shaman and waved his arms. wanting to overturn the human Dao Imperial Court. However, the human Dao Imperial Court shook slightly, and all time and space froze. Hui was fixed there on the spot, unable to move at all. With the chaos bead as its core and the power of faith as its form, the human Dao Imperial Court was a true supreme treasure of the human race with boundless power. Not to mention that Hui was injured. Even if he was at his peak, he could easily suppress him. This was the terrifying thing about Khanate supreme treasures. They were comparable to saints. Guards, bring my message to the Dijiang tribe and ask for an audience with the Dijiang ancestral shaman. Ask him to give me an explanation. In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen said coldly. Hui was the strongest grand shaman of the Dijiang tribe. His arrows could ignore space and hit anywhere he wanted. It was an amazing use of the Tao of space. Even the current Feng Zichen could not compare with him in terms of comprehension of the space Tao. This was the talent of the Dijiang tribe. Outsiders could not be envious. Teacher, don't be angry. I'll invite the ancestral shaman over right away. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, a sorcerer from the sorcerer tribe, who was traveling among the human tribe, shouted loudly before the human tribe could reply. As the shaman shouted, he rushed into the void without looking back. He was afraid that if he was a step late, Hui would be killed by the humans. In recent years, the relationship between the humans and shamans had become closer. Many shamans would come to the human race to travel and see the new creation. Therefore, it was not strange that there were shamans in the human race. There were even some shaman tribes near the human race. Of course, there were also many humans who learned from the shaman tribe. Although the Tao of God Fiends originated from the human race, it was more suitable for the shaman tribe. This Tao had flourished in their hands. Their powerful talent allowed them to create all kinds of incredible techniques and abilities. Naturally, they attracted many humans to learn from them. When the shaman saw Hui come to the human race aggressively, he knew that things were bad. When he heard Hui speak, his face changed greatly. He wished he could immediately go forward and seal his mouth. Unfortunately, his cultivation was only half a step away from Daoyuo Jingxian. He could not intervene in the conversation between the three. What happened after that, he could not change anything. He could only watch as Hui was suppressed. Now Feng Zichen wanted Dijiang to give him an explanation. The shaman was afraid of wasting time. So he took the initiative to accept the task and hurried to invite the ancestral shaman of Dijiang. Compared to the human race, it was easier for the shaman tribe to ask for the ancestral shaman. Humph! The shaman left directly. Feng Zichen did not say anything. He snorted and asked the people below to comfort the people. Then he left. You are Chang'e. In the side hall, Feng Zichen finally saw the legendary woman. Chang'e? Beautiful. As the legend said, she was really beautiful. In the untainted land, there were no more than 10 people who could compare with her in terms of beauty since ancient times. Even Feng Zichen, who was used to seeing the world, could not help but be stunned for a moment when he saw her for the first time. He did not react until the other party replied. Chang'e greets your majesty. Chang'e replied shyly at first. Then, as if she remembered something, she explained to Feng Zichen in a panic, I only met Hui once. I've only met Hui once. I don't know why he's looking for me. Today's matter was caused by her. If Feng Zichen misunderstood her relationship with Hui, it would be troublesome. I already know the reason for this matter. It really has nothing to do with you. This is because Hui was schemed against, causing his true spirit to be ignorant and fall into the love tribulation. You were just implicated. Even if you were not involved, there would be someone else. Waving his hand, Feng Zichen briefly explained the matter to Chang'e. Niwa had set her eyes on Chang'e. As long as she was still a human, this marriage could not be cancelled. Then there was no need to create estrangement because of a small matter. Then why did your majesty? Hearing this, Chang'e asked hesitantly. Although she did not say it out loud, Feng Zichen understood what she wanted to ask. It was nothing more than knowing that there was a problem with Hui. Why did he still make things difficult for the witch tribe? Haha. I don't care why he is so presumptuous today. If I don't teach him a lesson, He won't be able to raise his head in the untainted land in the future. With a smile, Feng Zichen said. Face was still very important in the untainted land. All right, it's time for me to leave. After chatting with Chang Yi for a while, Feng Zichen got up and left. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the day of Feng Zichen's wedding. On this day, Ao Shui came. Compared to before, she was much more haggard. The two of them met again and were speechless. Shui, you're here. After a long time, Feng Zichen broke the silence. Yes. I heard that you're getting married, so I came over to take a look. Nodding, Ao Shui said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Feng Zichen's heart ached. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to say it. You don't have to explain. Master has already told me the reason for this matter. After a moment, Ao Shui said. Master? Feng Zichen was a little puzzled. When did Ao Shui have a master? But immediately, he understood that this master was probably referring to Niwa. He didn't know how Niwa talked to the ancestral dragon, but Ao Shui became his disciple. His only disciple. This is... Feng Zichen was about to say something when he suddenly saw a strange red light flash across Ao Shui's body. Then his limbs became weak and he couldn't move. You're mine. Ao Shui walked to Feng Zichen's side, took off his clothes and rolled onto the bed with him. Pure ignorance. After that, Ao Shui put on her clothes and said to Feng Zichen, who was still weak, I'll wait for you at the palace of Empress Hua. I'll wait for you to fulfill your previous promise. After saying that, Ao Shui turned around and left. Promise? After being stunned for a moment, Feng Zichen understood. Previously, he had promised Ao Shui that after the Lich and Demon calamity, he would officially propose marriage to the ancestral dragon and marry Ao Shui. Ao Shui had always remembered this matter in her heart. Chapter 448. Fellow Taoist, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining him well. As a result, Hui broke the rules and offended you. I hope you can forgive him. Not long after Ao Shui left, Dijiang, who had not appeared for a long time, finally came. As soon as he appeared, he did not give Feng Zichen a chance to blame him and directly apologized. It could be said that he had given Feng Zichen enough face. This attitude made it difficult for Feng Zichen to blame him. He could only keep the words that he had prepared in advance to blame him in his heart. Dijiang was also smart. He knew that Hui would definitely deeply anger him if he came to snatch Feng Zichen's fiancée. Then, even if he went, Feng Zichen, who was in a towering rage, would probably not give him face and release Hui. Since that was the case, he might as well not go. It would not be too late to go after Feng Zichen's anger subsided. Anyway, he would not kill Hui. It was only right to let Hui suffer a little, and let Feng Zichen vent his anger. To be honest, when what Hui had done was spread back to the wizard tribe, Dijiang's face turned green with anger. He could not figure out how Hui would dare to go to the human race to snatch a marriage, and Feng Zichen's marriage. Did he really not take Feng Zichen seriously? He was a wizard, a teacher that Pangu had personally conferred and recognized by the wizard tribe. If Hui was not a Khanate wizard with a noble status second only to the ancestral wizard, Dijiang would really want to slap him to death. Fellow Taoist, where is Hui now? He dares to offend you like this. I will definitely punish him severely. After exchanging pleasantries with Feng Zichen for a while, Dijiang finally told him the purpose of his visit. He wanted to take Hui away. What he meant was, fellow Taoist, it's been so long. You've punished him and your anger should have subsided. Shouldn't you let him go? Even if your anger hasn't subsided, I'll take him back and punish him well. It'll be considered as appeasing you. It was not appropriate to keep suppressing the human race. Dao brother, you're exaggerating. I already know the reason this time. Hui was also schemed against by others. He really can't be blamed. Feng Zichen did not want to ruin his relationship with the witch tribe over such a small matter. Since Dijiang gave him face, he took the opportunity to cover up this matter. However, the matter of Hui being schemed against by Dijun still had to be told to him. A scheme? What's going on? Hearing this, Dijiang could no longer sit still. He had long felt that there was something wrong with the matter caused by Hui. Hou was not a fool. How could he do such a brainless thing? There was clearly a problem. Taoist brother, please take a look. Feng Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. He projected Hou's current situation in front of Di Jiang for him to see. At this moment, Hou was exactly the same as when he was first suppressed. There was no change at all. His eyes were scarlet and his face was filled with madness. He wanted to devour someone. The time and space that belonged to him had been completely suppressed by the human Dao Imperial Court. As long as Feng Zichen did not remove the seal, Hou would remain in his current state until the immeasurable calamity arrived. However, Di Jiang's attention was clearly not on the power of the human Dao Imperial Court. Instead, it was focused on Hou's scarlet eyes. That red was abnormally bright. The aura of lust inside circulated endlessly, evolving into all kinds of scenes of love between a man and a woman. It was so mesmerizing that one could not extricate themselves from it and completely sink into it. Love tribulation. Di Jiang's pupils constricted as he cried out involuntarily. Hou's current state was clearly that of someone who had fallen deeply into the love tribulation and could not extricate himself. The word love was the most hurtful. Primordial chaos was unharmed, but love hurt oneself. This was the injury that he had caused to himself. It was a wound on the great Tao, a wound on his Tao heart. It was the most serious and difficult to heal. The demons are really good. In a flash, Di Jiang figured out the cause and effect. This was definitely done by the demons. This was because in the current world, only Niuhua and the demons who controlled Zhouxing could lure Daoyuo Jingxian into the love tribulation. Feng Zichen was Niuhua's face outside. Niuhua would definitely not scheme against him like this. The mastermind behind this matter was obvious. It was the demons. They had enough motives. Fellow Taoist, can Hou be saved? After a moment, Di Jiang asked Feng Zichen in a deep voice. He was deeply immersed in the love tribulation, and his Tao heart had sunk. He really could not think of a way to save Hou. He could only place his hopes on Feng Zichen. After all, Feng Zichen's wisdom was obvious to all. Feng Zichen pondered for a moment and said, if it's just the origin of the moon, after a period of time, my understanding of the path of innate yin and yang will improve. I will be able to remove the origin of the moon in Hou's body and treat his injuries. However, the love tribulation on his body is more difficult to deal with. If it's an ordinary love tribulation, I might be able to sever his relationship by using the method of entering the Tao in dreams. However, Di Jun had calculated everything and did not give outsiders a chance to help Hou. I can't do it. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen sighed. Hou was crippled. With Di Jun's strength, even if the Magi used all their strength, they would not be able to protect Hou. It would be easy to kill him. However, Di Jun did not want to. He wanted to torture Hou and make him suffer a fate worse than death to vent the hatred in his heart. However, this also meant that the battle of the Magi was not far away. It was easy for Di Jun to deal with Hou, and it was also easy for Di Jiang to deal with the demon god. In the past, both sides had their own scruples or because of their identities, so they would not attack the Daoyuo Jingxian of the two clans. But now Di Jun was the first to break the rules. He secretly attacked Hou, a Khanate magus who had a chance of becoming a quasi-saint, and crippled him. Then Di Jiang would not be polite. He would definitely attack the demon god who had a chance of becoming a quasi-saint. In the future, the Daoyuo Jingxian of the two clans would be in danger. At this time, both sides were already unscrupulous. It was just a matter of who could not help but launch the final battle. Is there really no other way? Di Jiang was a little confused, as if he could not accept this result. Hou was the top combat strength of the Magi. He alone could fight several figures at the level of the 10 great demon gods. Losing him would be a huge loss to the Magi. It's not that there's no other way. Why don't we put Hou's true spirit into the reincarnation cycle, and let him experience 100 reincarnations? Maybe one of them can break through the love trial and return. After pondering for a moment, Feng Zichen suggested a solution that was not really a solution. This solution could be said to be half good and half bad. After 100 reincarnations, If Hou-yi could break through the love trial, not only would he recover from his injuries, but he would also be one step closer to becoming a quasi-saint. But if he could not break through, then it would be troublesome. He would probably sink forever, until he was worn down by the reincarnation cycle. Golden immortals were immortal and indestructible, but the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc was a chaos supreme treasure after all. Its might was immeasurable, and its profundity was beyond imagination. Perhaps it could really wear down a golden immortal. After all, the essence of the chaos treasure had far surpassed that of a saint. No one knew what it would be like when it was fully unleashed. Let's do as you said and put Hou-yi's true spirit into the reincarnation cycle. After thinking, Di Jiang made up his mind. Hou-yi's appearance would be like sending himself to death if he participated in the battle between the Magi and the demons. It would be better to send him into the reincarnation cycle. No matter how bad it was, it couldn't be that bad. There's no time to lose. I'll bring Hou-yi to Huta now. Di Jiang was also impatient. As soon as he made up his mind, he was about to take action. He reached out his hand and grabbed Hou-yi of the Human Tao Imperial Court. Rumble. The space-time sealed by the Human Tao Imperial Court shattered under Di Jiang's huge hand. Hou-yi was caught in his hand just like that. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He was even more shocked by Di Jiang's strength. Even if the Human Tao Imperial Court had not fully recovered, it was still a Khanate treasure. Under its suppression, even a quasi-saint would not be able to escape easily. But Di Jiang had rescued Hou-yi with just a slight shake, which was enough to show its strength. A casual attack could severely injure a quasi-saint. Half-origin. A proper half-step primordial chaos expert. Di Jiang's current strength was definitely not inferior to Di Jun's. It was the legendary half-origin realm, and was not far from achieving the Tao. And all of this, it was all brought about by the Tao of gods and demons. According to the normal course of history, although Di Jiang was strong, he was only at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. He was far from being as strong as he was now. This made Feng Zichen very excited. The more he changed, the more changes there would be in the future of the primitive world. Anyone could seize the opportunity to transcend and not be manipulated by the heavenly Tao. Fellow Taoist, I can't attend your wedding. This is a congratulatory gift from the 12 ancestral shamans. I'll give it to you in advance. After rescuing Hou-yi, Di Jiang took out a jade box and handed it to Feng Zichen. Then he left. Hou-yi, whether this is a calamity or a fortuitous opportunity, it all depends on your own fortune. Looking in the direction Di Jiang left, Feng Zichen was a little silent. With Di Jiang gone, there would be no Wu Gang in the future. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse for Hou-yi. The wizard tribe has dominated the primitive world for many years. It can be said that they are very rich. The gift they sent must be extraordinary. At this time, Feng Zichen had time to look at the gift from the 12 ancestral shamans. In terms of wealth, Ancestor Hongjun deserved to be the first in the primitive world. The second was between the wizard tribe and the demon tribe. In the primitive world, there were endless fortunes and countless natural treasures. No one would believe that the wizard tribe was poor. Hey, it's the natural Taoist jade. The wizard tribe is really rich. It's just a gift box, but it's made with a whole piece of natural Taoist jade. How extravagant! The natural Taoist jade was a special jade formed by the natural Taoist connotation. It contained the mystery of the great way of heaven and earth. It could help people understand the heaven and earth. It could also be branded with the Taoist connotation of the heaven and earth. It could even be refined into an acquired supreme treasure. The value of this item was no less than a congenital magic treasure. It could even be said that it was no less than an ordinary congenital spirit treasure. Its preciousness could be imagined. The jade box in Feng Zichen's hand was made with a large piece of natural Taoist jade. It could be refined into a good acquired supreme treasure. If it was stored in the chaos bead for a few hours, it might become a congenital spirit treasure. However, it was precisely this sort of treasure that was used as a storage container. Thus, the treasures inside must be even more precious. Chapter 449. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen could not wait to open the jade box. As this item was personally handed to Feng Zichen by Dijiang, there were no restrictions on the jade box. Feng Zichen opened the jade box easily. There was no shocking phenomenon, nor was there any abnormal fluctuation. There were 12 pearls lying quietly in the jade box, blooming slightly. Khanate pearls. These 12 pearls were the Khanate pearls. They were born with the Khanate Tao, and their bodies were surrounded by Khanate Tao. They were extraordinary. Their attributes were different. There were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time, space, wind, rain, lightning, and poison. They corresponded to the attributes of the 12 ancestral witches. Each of them was a middle-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. These were the Khanate spiritual treasures of the 12 ancestral witches. The Khanate spiritual pearls. The 12 ancestral witches were born holy, and could be called the sons of Pengu. When they were born, they naturally had Khanate spiritual treasures. This was a necessary benefit for Khanate godfiends. They had at least one Khanate spiritual treasure. Even if they were born without primordial spirits and could not use Khanate spiritual treasures, they were no exception. The Khanate spiritual pearls were the Khanate spiritual treasures formed when the 12 ancestral witches were born. The fragments of the chaos bead entangled with the origins of the 12 ancestral witches. It was the manifestation of their origins. Although its level was not high, it could help people comprehend the Tao and the Tao of the 12 ancestral witches. Good treasure. What a good treasure! Taking out the Khanate spiritual pearls, Feng Zichen's expression was slightly excited. Such a treasure was exactly what he lacked. Comprehending the Tao of the 12 ancestral witches was just a trivial matter to him. The fragments of the 12 chaos beads contained in it were the treasure that really moved him. When the Khanate spiritual pearls were combined, it would be a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. And swallowing a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, even if it was the chaos bead that had been promoted to a Khanate cardinal treasure, he would still gain a lot of benefits. Perhaps, an Khanate divine restriction would be born because of this. Come. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen directly took out the chaos bead and swallowed the Khanate spiritual pearls. Although supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures were precious, they were nothing compared to Khanate cardinal treasures. Losing a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure would allow the might of the Khanate cardinal treasure to improve further. No matter how one looked at it, it would not be a loss. Feng Zichen naturally knew what to do. One had to know that while Khanate spirit treasures had 9 innate divine seals, each innate divine seal was a grade. Khanate treasures with 46 innate divine seals were known as inferior grade Khanate cardinal treasures. A Khanate treasure with 47 innate divine seals was known as a mid-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. By analogy, a Khanate Dharma treasure with 49 Khanate divine seals was the strongest Dharma treasure that could be nurtured in the prehistoric era. A supreme-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. Anything that surpassed this limit would be the most powerful magic treasure known to man, the Chaos Treasure. That was a treasure that could only be nurtured by the great Tao and the chaos outside the realm. The primordial world was far from being able to do that. The primal chaos bead was a Khanate cardinal treasure with 46 Khanate divine seals. It was classified as a lesser Khanate cardinal treasure. There was a huge gap between it and the 3 legendary Khanate cardinal treasures. Just like the Saint and Hongjun, they seemed to be in the same realm, but the gap between them was huge. They were far from comparable. But now, after devouring the 12 Khanate spiritual pearls, the primal chaos bead had been further repaired. It had developed another Khanate divine seal and become a mid-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. Although it was still incomparable to the 3 great Khanate cardinal treasures, its power had been greatly increased. In the future, when Feng Zichen found more fragments of the primal chaos bead for it to devour, it would definitely be able to compete with it. As a chaos treasure, the primal chaos bead might not be inferior to Panga's axe. Indeed, the primal chaos bead was shattered by Panga's axe, but that did not mean that the primal chaos bead was inferior to Panga's axe. That was because Panga's axe was in Panga's hands. It had almost invincible strength. With just one strike, it had shattered the primal chaos bead. But if Panga's axe was not in Panga's hands, Would he still be able to shatter the primal chaos bead? It was Pangu who had made Panga's axe famous, not Panga's axe Pangu. Without Panga's axe, Pangu was still Pangu, invincible under the great Tao, the #1 chaos fiend god. However, Panga's axe was one of the 3 chaos treasures. It might not be stronger than the other 2 chaos treasures. Therefore, Feng Zichen firmly believed that as long as he could upgrade the primal chaos bead to the level of a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure, the 3 chaos bead would become the most powerful Khanate numinous treasure. It would become the second most powerful numinous treasure in the primordial world, second only to the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. After all, the primal chaos bead was formed from the essence of the chaos bead. It was its foundation and had inherited all its abilities. As for the 3 chaos treasures, they were Khanate cardinal treasures formed from the chaos treasure Panga's axe's essence after it shattered. They each inherited a portion of its power, but they were far from being comparable to the real Panga's axe. In that case, the 3 chaos treasures were inferior to the primal chaos bead, and the chaos green lotus of the same grade. It could be seen from their names. Panga's banner, Taiji diagram, and primal chaos bead were no longer known as Panga's axe. As for the other 2 chaos treasures, although they were more thoroughly shattered, their names were still preserved. This meant that they had the possibility of reappearing, but Panga's axe did not. Boom, boom, boom. After devouring the 12 Khanate pearls, the primal chaos bead underwent a shocking change. Countless mysterious runes were born from the void, densely packed and endless. They interweaved inside the primal chaos bead, forming a new Khanate divine restriction. At this moment, the primal chaos bead was upgraded from an inferior grade Khanate cardinal treasure to a middle grade Khanate cardinal treasure. The Tao light on its body became deeper and darker, like a black hole that devoured all the light around it. It made one feel as if they would sink into it and be swallowed by the endless primal chaos sea with just a glance. And this was only the external change. Inside the primal chaos bead, an even more intense change was happening. In the center of the primal chaos, the ancient door, the space-time door, became larger and clearer. It exuded an ancient aura, even more ancient than heaven and earth, as if it existed with the primal chaos. Wisps of purplish-black airflow surged out of the ancient door and wandered around the primal chaos space. Wherever it passed, the surrounding primal chaos chi seemed to have met a king and retreated, expressing their submission. Domineering. Incomparably domineering. Even more domineering than the primal chaos chi. This was a power that was higher than the primal chaos chi. It was the product of the combination of the power of the great Tao and the primal chaos chi. It had a power that was closer to the Tao. Such power was born in the depths of the primal chaos, the place where the great Tao lived in seclusion. That was the most sacred place in the world. The power of the great Tao was so majestic, unimaginable, and unsurpassable. It was truly omnipotent. Where the great Tao was, the primal chaos chi bathed in its power all year round. Of course, it would undergo a shocking change and become the power that was closest to the Tao. After the primal chaos bead was upgraded, the ancient door of primal chaos also rose in power. Its power was greatly increased, and it actually opened a passage that led to the depths of the primal chaos bead, stealing the power of the great Tao from there. Although it was only a trace, and it was not the purest power of the great Tao, it was still an extremely incredible thing. That was the power of the great Tao. Even if it was only a trace, it could still bring great benefits to people. Moreover, the power of the great Tao stolen by the door of primal chaos was more than a trace. It could only steal a trace at a time, but it was stealing this power all the time. In the long run, it would definitely be able to steal a lot of power of the great Tao for Feng Zichen. Regardless of whether it was used for cultivation or refining treasures, this energy was extremely valuable. In fact, if there was enough of this power, it might even be able to refine the Hongmeng purple gas or the origin of the great Tao. Of course, this required a lot of power. With the current speed of the door of primal chaos, it would not be enough even if it accumulated for hundreds of millions of years. However, The speed of the door of primal chaos, stealing this power naturally would not remain unchanged. With the upgrade of the primal chaos bead, its power would definitely increase further. At that time, it would steal even more power of the Great Tao. Perhaps, the power of the Great Tao that it stole would be even purer and more advanced. It would not be like now, where other than a small part of the power of the Great Tao, there was also a large amount of primal chaos chi mixed in. Good. With this power, my foundation will definitely be greatly improved. After putting away the primal chaos bead, Feng Zichen still could not hide the excitement in his heart. Such an unforeseen event was something that he had not expected. His original intention was only to increase the power of the primal chaos bead, so that he could better deal with the great calamity that would soon come. However, the outcome brought him a huge surprise. Feng Zichen did not need this item to increase his power. He was the great Taoist priest. As long as he cultivated step by step, he would be able to advance to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian at the fastest speed. However, he could use this power to refine treasures and innate spirit treasures. The great Tao was omnipotent, so his power was naturally omnipotent. This power was higher than the primal chaos chi, and contained the mighty power of the great Tao. It had an incredible ability. If there were enough of it, it could even create things out of thin air and directly evolve into innate spirit treasures. Even if there were not enough of it, it could be supplemented by innate divine materials to refine innate spirit treasures. Innate divine materials were of the same origin as innate spirit treasures. Logically speaking, they should be able to refine innate spirit treasures. However, innate spirit treasures that were refined after birth had an additional trace of craftsmanship. It was far from being as natural as those that were born from the creation of heaven and earth. Just this trace of craftsmanship could distinguish between innate and innate spirit treasures. However, the mighty power of the great Tao could eliminate this trace of craftsmanship, making the Dharma treasures refined by humans no different from the Dharma treasures that were born from the creation of heaven and earth. With this, one could refine innate spirit treasures. Go. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen threw the jade box made of innate Tao jade into the chaos bead, allowing it to absorb the mighty power of the great Tao to its heart's content. Although the mighty power of the great Tao was powerful, the mighty power of the great Tao that he obtained was obviously not pure. It still had some ability, so he had to test it out personally. He threw the jade box in because he wanted to see what stage the mighty power of the great Tao in the chaos bead could raise it to. If it was an innate spirit treasure, this power was worth paying attention to. If it was only an innate spirit treasure, then this power would be of little use. It was better to save it up. When there were more of it, he would calculate it. After doing all this, Feng Zichen put on the wedding robe that Niuhua had carefully prepared for him and strode out. After delaying for so long, the day of the wedding was right in front of him. It was time for him to go out and meet the guests. The auspicious time has arrived. Bow. In the ancestral temple of the human race, the ritual officer calculated the time and shouted loudly. Then Feng Zichen and Chang Yi bowed according to the instructions. First, they bowed respectfully to the heavens and earth to show the kindness of the heavens and earth. Then they bowed to Niuhua to thank Niuhua for her kindness of creating the human race. Finally, the two of them bowed to each other to show mutual respect. After the ceremony, the human path manifested. Golden clouds filled the world, turning into a bright golden glow that draped over the two of them, making them look exceptionally noble. This was the protection of the human path. From then on, the two of them were invincible. After the human path manifested a miracle, the heavenly path manifested as well. Above the sky, auspicious clouds gathered, auspicious chi fell, and boundless golden light appeared. That was the black-yellow merit. After the two of them finished the ceremony, it was a sign that they were married. The Xianhuang merit points naturally descended. Rumble. Vast amounts of merit fell from the 9 heavens. Although it was less than 1,000th of a sage's Tao, it could not be underestimated. With a whistling sound, it poured into the two of them. Feng Zichen was fine. He was powerful and not a quasi-sage, but he was better than a quasi-sage. The chi of merit that entered his body was completely inadequate and of little help to him. With a thought, Shaochen put away the chi of virtue, saving it for his own use. But Chang'e was different. Her cultivation in her previous life had been sealed by someone. Now she had just entered the Tai Jingxian realm. When the chi of merit entered her body, before she could react, it all turned into cultivation and began to improve her realm. In an instant, Chang'e's realm began to soar rapidly. Middle Tai Jingxian, late Tai Jingxian. In a few breaths, she had improved to the perfected Tai Jingxian realm. And it was still improving rapidly. Boom. Finally, with a loud boom, Chang'e seemed to have broken some kind of boundary. She transcended from the river of destiny and came to the river of time and space. At this moment, she had become Daoyuo Jingxian. The merit of marriage directly raised Chang'e's realm from Tai Jingxian to Daoyuo Jingxian, becoming an expert of the primitive world in one fell swoop. Fortunately, although Chang'e's true spirit had been sealed, her essence would not change. She was still in the quasi-sage realm, a supreme expert who had begun to transcend the river of time and space. Now that she had become Daoyuo Jingxian again, it was just recovering her cultivation. It would not cause any damage to her foundation, nor would there be any drawbacks. It would not affect her combat strength. Directly using merit to improve one's cultivation might have undetectable drawbacks, but using merit to recover one's cultivation was completely harmless. If the human body was compared to a cup, increasing one's realm meant increasing the capacity of the cup to accommodate more power. Naturally, one had to be very careful and not make the slightest mistake. And recovering one's cultivation was like pouring water into a cup. One only needed to crazily absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This was much simpler, and there were not so many scruples. Black-yellow merit was a kind of energy of heaven and earth, and it was one of the highest powers. Chapter 450. Using it to recover one's cultivation was naturally beneficial and not harmful at all. It was just a little extravagant. However, for the current Chang'e, recovering her cultivation was the most important thing. Being a little extravagant was nothing. Boom. After her strength reached the level of Daoyuo Jingxian, the innate true spirit in Chang'e's body was awakening. The power that belonged to Wang Shu began to recover, trying to break through the seal set by Dijun and the others and descend into the world again. Unfortunately, the seal that suppressed Wang Shu's innate undying true spirit was set up by Dijun, Fuxi, and Wang Shu together. How strong were these three gods? Since ancient times, there were only a few people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. The seal that they set up together could not be broken without the help of a saint. And Chang'e's current strength was only at the level of Daoyuo. How could she break it? Therefore, the power that belonged to Wang Shu, just as it showed signs of recovery, was suppressed by the seal left behind by Dijun and the others without any resistance. It continued to lurk, waiting for the next recovery. Who is it? The moment the marriage was completed, Dijun flew into a rage in the Lingshao Hall above the heavenly court. His majestic divine consciousness surged out and swept across the entire untainted land. Those who married 3 times discussed the secrets of heaven and earth, and described the Tao of yin and yang. It was the creation of all living beings. The combination of yin and yang gave birth to creation, and then gave birth to all living beings, bringing endless vitality to the untainted land. This was called endless creation. Those who could marry 3 times were all people favored by heaven and earth, and had the bearing of a celestial emperor. Otherwise, how could they be qualified to represent heaven and earth to explain the creation of yin and yang? Just like Dijun as a celestial emperor, he could marry people according to the heavenly Tao. The person who married people must be a figure born from the Tao. As the lord of all living beings, he could shake his position as a celestial emperor. In this case, how could Dijun not be angry? When a celestial emperor was angry, heaven and earth changed colors. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly became incomparably oppressive, and a murderous intent filled the air. All the living beings in the untainted land felt an inexplicable sense of fear in their hearts at the same time. It was as if they were facing a terrifying demon god. An unbearable pressure hit their hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Boom. Dijun's divine consciousness descended from the 9 heavens. An unparalleled power erupted, distorting spacetime and even interfering with the operation of heaven and earth. In a place where no one could see, Dijun's spiritual sense seemed to have transcended time and space, standing at the end of time and space, overlooking the passage of time. In a trance, time paused at this moment. At this moment, everything that had happened in the untainted land was clearly reflected in Dijun's mind. Feng Zichen. Do you know that you're courting death? In an instant, Dijun found the source of everything, the human Feng Zichen. In the next moment, boundless killing intent gushed out from Dijun's body, shattering the boundless void as it pounced towards Feng Zichen. On the shore of the East Sea, the boundary that Niwa had set up to protect the human race seemed to have lost its effect under Dijun's power. That boundless killing intent directly ignored Niwa's enchantment and enveloped everyone at the wedding venue. How terrifying! What a terrifying killing intent! What's going on with this suffocating feeling? In an instant, everyone felt the surrounding temperature plummet, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This was a chill that came from the soul, causing great fear and the shadow of death to loom over their hearts. Fortunately, although Niwa's enchantment seemed useless, it was still somewhat useful. After passing through Niwa's enchantment, Dijun's killing intent had weakened layer by layer and was much weaker than before. Otherwise, everyone present, except for Daluo Jingxian, would have been wiped out by Dijun's killing intent. How could it be like now? Apart from feeling fear, there was nothing abnormal. Dijun was just this powerful. Sensing the changes in the surroundings, Feng Zichen couldn't help but snort coldly. An invisible force erupted, shaking the void and forming ripples, shattering Dijun's killing intent. Although Dijun was strong, it was impossible for him to kill Feng Zichen with just a strand of killing intent. Not to mention him, even a saint couldn't do it. Therefore Feng Zichen easily shattered Dijun's killing intent. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? After doing all this, Feng Zichen asked in a deep voice. Dijun was the celestial emperor personally conferred by the Tao ancestor, and had obtained the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Even a saint would have to address him as Your Majesty, to show respect. Feng Zichen was naturally no exception. In the sky above the East Sea, Dijun's shadow silently appeared. He stared coldly at Feng Zichen, and didn't say anything for a long time. In the end he said silently, You're very good. Primordial sword ancestor, sorcerer of the witch race, great Taoist priest Pangu, human emperor Zichen clan. I admit that I underestimated you previously. I didn't expect you to cause such a big commotion. There's a faint trend of shaking my position. But from now on I won't. You've succeeded in attracting my attention. After saying that, Dijun didn't make a move. Instead, he withdrew his spiritual will. This made Feng Zichen, who was secretly vigilant, let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, he was no match for Dijun at all. Although he was the great Taoist priest and Daluo Jingxian was invincible, Dijun's realm was half-step primordial chaos. He had long surpassed the scope of Daluo Jingxian, and mastered incredible power. He could subvert cognition and distort concepts. Don't underestimate this half-step. This was the gap between heaven and earth. This was an insurmountable gap. One was to prove the Tao and verify the Tao. The other was to achieve the Tao and be the Tao. Their strength couldn't be compared. Feng Zichen could roughly guess the reason why Dijun didn't make a move today. It wasn't that he wasn't confident in killing him, but that he didn't have the courage to fight an all-out war with the witch race. He didn't want to offend Niwa, who was behind him. After all, Feng Zichen was also a sorcerer of the witch race. Niwa was the face of the primordial world. If Dijun attacked him, the 12 ancestral sorcerers wouldn't sit back and watch. Niwa wouldn't sit back and watch. In this way, the range of the impact would be wide. If things went wrong, it might trigger the great battle of the liches in advance. And Dijun would never allow such a thing to happen. The current demon race was not prepared to fight an all-out war with the witch race. If they fought rashly, the chances of winning were not very high. Moreover, even if they could win, The price was not something that the current demon race could bear. Thinking of this, Dijun retreated and didn't kill Feng Zichen. He didn't kill him today for a better future. When the demon race defeated the witch race, a mere Taoist priest would be nothing. Phew! Dijun's retreat not only made Feng Zichen heave a sigh of relief, but also made everyone present heave a sigh of relief. It was as if a huge stone hanging in their hearts had finally fallen to the ground. Dijun had put too much pressure on them. The feeling of not being in control of life and death was even more unforgettable. Speaking of which, most of the people present had grown up listening to the legend of Dijun. They had lived under His Majesty since they were young. It was inevitable that they were afraid of him. The Celestial Emperor is still so terrifying. At this moment, not only the people at the wedding venue, but also the countless living beings in the primordial world once again felt the power of the Celestial Emperor. After all, Dijun's killing intent was earth-shattering. The entire primordial world was alarmed. Countless living beings prostrated themselves under His Majesty and trembled. The scene was too terrifying. Who wouldn't be afraid? Ever since the birth of the six saints, the Celestial Emperor's majesty had been declining day by day. As a result, many people of the new generation did not take the Celestial Emperor seriously, and thought that in the primordial world, the saints were the most powerful. But today, Dijun had used his invincible strength to tell the world that he was not a match for Yi Qingtang. The primordial world was still his world. Even if the saints were in the world, they could not shake his position. Your Majesty is invincible. The heavenly court. The 3 palaces, 6 courtyards and 72 palaces. As well as Zhouxing and hundreds of millions of small stars. Above them, the demon race living among them suddenly let out the most pious cry after feeling Dijun's majesty. Dijun was their faith. Although they didn't know why Dijun was angry, this didn't stop them from expressing the excitement in their hearts. The moment he made a move, he suppressed the entire primordial world. With such powerful strength, how many people in the world could be a match for him? They were cheering for Dijun's strength. Your Majesty is invincible. Your Majesty is invincible. At first, this cry only spread in the heavenly court and the sea of stars. But as the cry spread, it spread wider and wider. And the voice became louder and louder. Gradually, it connected and resounded throughout the entire starry sky. Then, it spread out from the starry sky and resounded in the sky above the primordial world, ringing in the ears of all living beings. Celestial Emperor. In a trance, the image of a majestic emperor seemed to appear in the hearts of all living beings. It was incomparably domineering, incomparably precious, and shook people's hearts. Ancient memories were awakening. The scene of the Celestial Emperor suppressing the primordial world in the past appeared in the hearts of all living beings again, making them understand. This primordial world was still the primordial world. The liches were the true masters of the world. They had always been so and had never changed. Even the appearance of a saint could not change this point. It did not shake their rule. It had to be said that although Dijun did not get rid of the trouble of Feng Zichen this time, it had really intimidated all living beings in the primordial world. It made them feel the majesty of the heavenly court again, and put away the thoughts that they should not have. Although Dijun had left, the atmosphere at the wedding venue could no longer return to the previous cheerful atmosphere. After all, Feng Zichen had offended the Celestial Emperor. For a moment, the hearts of everyone present wavered. Other than the hardcore allies of the human race, many people had the intention to leave. In recent years, the human race had become more and more powerful. Therefore, when Feng Zichen got married, other than the allies of the human race, many of the surrounding races also sent people to congratulate him. According to their original intention, they had only come to congratulate him. Who knew that such a huge change would happen at the scene? This was unbearable. If the Celestial Emperor remembered them and thought that they were allies of the human race, he would destroy them. That would be terrible. Regret. Extreme regret. If they had known that the human emperor and the Celestial Emperor had a grudge, they would not have come to join in the fun. Their relationship with the human race was not so good that they would live and die together. Everyone. The The human race has the protection of the Nuwa. Although the celestial emperor is strong, the empress is not weak either. In the end, he has to care about the empress's face and will not go too far. Seeing everyone's expressions, Feng Zichen naturally guessed their thoughts. He could not help but stand up and speak loudly. Yes. Yes. Not to mention that the Nuwa is a saint. Even when the demon race was first established, the empress was once the demon emperor and was as respected as his majesty. The celestial emperor will not go too far. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. Otherwise, why would the celestial emperor retreat? Wouldn't it be fine if he just crushed the human emperor to death? With this thought in mind, they put their hearts back into their stomachs and continued to drink and have fun. If Feng Zichen had talked about other saints, everyone might not have been so polite. However, Nuwa was different. Back then, in order to expand the influence of the demon race, Dijun specially invited Nuwa and Fushi to join the demon race at the beginning of the demon race's establishment. They were known as the 4 emperors of the demon race in history. After that, the heavenly court was established. Fushi was worried that a place like the heavenly court, where karma was entangled, would drag down Nuwa and prevent her from becoming a saint. Therefore, Fushi stepped forward bravely and used his heaven-defying divine ability to attribute all the karma between Nuwa and the demon race to himself. This allowed Nuwa to be able to escape and completely sever her relationship with the demon race, so that she could become a saint in peace. However, although Nuwa had left the demon race, she still had a lot of influence on the demon race. In addition, Fushi was still in the demon race. It could be said that Nuwa was still one of the overlords of the demon race and had great power in the demon race. The demon refining gourd was in Nuwa's hands. If you're disobedient, do you want to go in and try? Of course, this was under the premise that it did not involve Dijun. He still respected Nuwa very much. However, if he touched Dijun's foundation, not to mention Nuwa, even Fushi would not be able to do it. He would still make a move when he had to. For example, just now, the coast of the East Sea was enveloped by Nuwa's barrier. If Dijun really cared about Nuwa, how could he brazenly make a move? It could be seen that, for Nuwa's face, it might not be very useful to Dijun. However, Dijun knew this, Nuwa knew it, and Feng Zichen also knew it. However, the guests below did not know it. This did not prevent Feng Zichen from fooling them. Feng Zichen was also very helpless. Today was his big day. If the wedding was halfway through and everyone left, then he would lose a lot of face today. Left with no other choice, Feng Zichen could only come up with this plan to make everyone stay. At this moment, even if someone saw through it, they would not leave. That was because there was another meaning in Feng Zichen's words. You don't dare to offend Dijun, but do you dare to offend Nuwa? Therefore, it was best to stay and attend the wedding in peace. A Khanate godfiend born from the origin of creation. This Panga's Zichen clan is really lucky to be able to find such a woman to marry. How enviable! In the void, streams of ancient spirit wills were colliding and communicating with one another. These were the great magicians of the primordial world. Whether it was the appearance of a human marriage or Dijun's attack, they were all worthy of their attention. Therefore, after Dijun stopped, they deliberately cast their gazes and secretly observed the main character of this event. Of course, they were no stranger to Feng Zichen. Chang'e, on the other hand, shocked them. This was another Khanate godfiend that had never appeared before, and it was a Khanate godfiend born from the origin of creation. How strange! In the primordial world, although there were many Khanate godfiends, they referred to ordinary Khanate godfiends. Top Khanate godfiends like Kuan Pengjin Yuanzi were still very rare. Every Khanate godfiend with such aptitude was worth paying attention to. In the future, they might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Fortunately, Goddess Nuwa made preparations in advance. Otherwise, it would be dangerous today. Feeling the gazes focused on the two of them, Feng Zichen frowned, but he could not help but secretly rejoice. Long ago, Nuwa had expected such a situation. She deliberately tampered with Chang'e and used the origin of creation to conceal Chang'e's true identity. Otherwise, Chang'e's true identity would not be hidden from the eyes of these old fellows. Then Feng Zichen was in big trouble. Taking a Khanate godfiend with the creation attribute and marrying an ancient moon god with the fate of empress were obviously two different concepts. No matter how tolerant Dijun was, he probably could not tolerate her. Fortunately, Nua's understanding of the Tao of creation was extremely deep and could be said to be the best in the primordial world. She personally covered up Chang'e, and it was almost fake. There were no more than 3 people in the primordial world who could see through it. Speaking of which, Nua and Fuxi were clearly Khanate godfiends born from the Tao of Yin and Yang, but they each broke their own boundaries and walked their own paths. One achieved the Tao through creation, and the other achieved the Tao through the Khanate 8 trigrams. It was amazing. This was also one of the reasons why Feng Zichen firmly believed that Nua was not simple. People said that although Nua was the first of the 6 saints to achieve the Tao, her strength was the weakest among the saints because she relied too much on merit. In Feng Zichen's opinion, this was undoubtedly very funny. Not to mention that among the 6 saints, which one of them did not achieve the Tao through merit? Just the fact that Nua had walked her own path early was enough to prove her extraordinariness. Those who underestimated her would pay the price in the end. The merit obtained from creating a human was merit, but the merit obtained from establishing a sect was not merit. The 6 saints of the primordial world all became saints by virtue, without exception. Among them, Nua became a saint by completing the human path. Therefore, she had been enlightened by the human path. Her foundation was so deep that it was far from the 5 saints who established sects to become saints. In the primordial world, only Tao ancestor Hongjun, who had been enlightened by the heavenly path, and goddess Hutu, who had been enlightened by the earth path, could be on par with her. Nua's strength was definitely top-notch among the saints. It was far from being as simple as it seemed. Sun Star Sun Temple. After returning here, Dijun could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and could not help but roar loudly. Bastard! What a bastard! This was the birthplace of Dijun and Tai. It was also the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. It was also the supreme holy land of the Demon clan. Few outsiders could set foot in it. Therefore, only here could Dijun roar loudly without caring about his image, and vent the anger in his heart to his heart's content. Thus, he did not have to worry about being discovered by outsiders and damaging the dignity of the Celestial Emperor. Big brother, why are you so angry? Although Feng Zichen's status is noble, he is just a Daoyuo Jingxian. Even if he is invincible in this realm, he is still a Daoyuo Jingxian. As long as he does not exceed this range, he is just a slightly bigger ant to us 2 brothers. When you and I take that crucial step, no matter if he is the sword ancestor or the great Taoist priests, we can destroy him with a flick of our fingers. There is no need to take it to heart. On the other side, after Dijun vented the anger in his heart, Tai came forward and advised. From his words, he did not take Feng Zichen seriously at all. It was as if he was not talking about some great medium of the untainted land, but some other ant. However, he was Tai, the top expert of the untainted land, the real number 1 person of the Demon clan. He was even stronger than Dijun and Fuxi. Others were not qualified to look down on Feng Zichen, but he was. Although his cultivation had not reached the level of Daoyuo Jingxian, his strength had long reached this realm. In front of him, Daoyuo Jingxian was indeed not much different from an ant. Only a half-step primordial chaos expert was worthy of his scorn. As the great Taoist priests, Feng Zichen was naturally an extremely powerful existence in the eyes of Daoyuo Jingxian. However, in the eyes of a half-step primordial chaos overlord, he was nothing. Without personally touching the realm of the primordial chaos Tao realm, one would never know the power of that realm. It was the Tao, the truth and the law. Its power was endless and contained everything. The current untainted land was different from the untainted land in Feng Zichen's memory. Its overall strength had improved by a level. Experts of the great perfection of the sage-to-be were no longer the peak below the saint. Above them, there was the existence of half-step primordial chaos. This was the current peak of the untainted land. However, it might not be long before half-step primordial chaos experts were eliminated. This was because Dijun Tai Dijiang and the leaders of the shaman and demon clans were about to take the last half-step and cultivate to the primordial chaos Tao realm, which was comparable to the saints. At that time, the saying that the saints were invincible would really become a legend. Originally, after Feng Zichen became the great Taoist priests, he should have been the strongest existence below the saints. However, under his manipulation, the strength of the untainted land had been promoted as a whole. As a result, although his strength was strong, he was far from being invincible. He was still suppressed by others. Fate was playing tricks on people. This was nothing more than that. Second brother, you don't understand. Shaking his head, Dijun replied. I don't understand. I don't understand again. Or is big brother worried that he will be one step ahead of the two of us and become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian before us? Seeing Dijun like this, Tai felt a little sad. Ever since the fall of the 9 golden crows, Dijun's invincible Dao heart had been flawed. He was no longer as great as before. Therefore, when he spoke, he could not help but have a hint of provocation, trying to reawaken Dijun's ambition. Sure enough, although the provocation was simple, it was extremely useful. After listening to Tai's provocation, Dijun's eyes could not help but turn cold. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? If it weren't for the witch race and fellow Taoist Nuwa, I could kill him with one finger. As if he was very dissatisfied with Tai's words, Dijun's tone could not help but carry a trace of displeasure, and the aura on his body was released. Boom. At this moment, Dijun's aura was like a rainbow. The aura of the Emperor was vast and mighty. The aura of the Celestial Emperor was completely displayed. It suppressed the universe and swept across the myriad worlds. However, there was no joy in Tai's heart, only sadness. He could not go back. He really could not go back. Dijun was no longer the Dijun from before. If it were in the past, when Tai used such a shallow provocation, Dijun would only laugh it off. He would not have such a big reaction like today. The Sun God Temple has such a function. It seems that we still don't know enough about our birthplace. Tai raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was the first time they had discovered that the Sun God Temple had such a function. In the past, the Sun God Temple's function was to gather the power of the sun. This was naturally very important at the beginning of their cultivation. It could speed up their cultivation. However, after they became Daoyuo Jingxian, they no longer needed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Sun God Temple's effect on them became negligible. Other than having some commemorative significance, it didn't have much value. However, the Sun Star was formed by Panga's left eye. How could the Khanate temple that was born in it be so simple? Of course, there were endless mysteries. It was just that Dijun, Tai, and the others didn't discover it. Or rather, there was some unknown power that suppressed the magic of the Sun God Temple and prevented outsiders from discovering it. However, treasures wouldn't be covered in dust forever. There would eventually be a time when they would reveal themselves. Dijun Taiyi's death was imminent. As their common mother, the Sun Star couldn't bear to see her child die. Driven by instinct, she activated the Sun God Temple and reproduced the power of this supreme treasure. The power of the Sun Star spread throughout the primordial world and the myriad worlds. How great was that? Even a saint couldn't compare to it. If she wanted to activate a supreme treasure, who could stop her? Even the power that suppressed the Sun God Hall was unable to contend against the might of the Sun Star. It dispersed in an instant. That was why Dijun's Dao heart was awakened. There's no hurry to investigate the Sun God Temple. It's here anyway. Can it run away? The most important thing now is to break through to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Only by stepping into this realm can our demon race have the capital to defeat the Magi. Otherwise, who can compete with the Lady of Earth among the demon race? Thinking of the Lady of Earth, Dijun couldn't help but feel a little heavy. She was a true saint. If she interfered in the battle between the Magi and the demons, there would be many variables in this battle. Although if Dijun asked Nuwa to deal with the Lady of Earth using their relationship with the demons back then, Niwa would definitely not refuse. However, it was not Dijun's character to place his hopes on others. If his hopes were not on himself, it would always make him feel uneasy. Therefore, it was better to place his hopes on himself. In the end, people still had to rely on themselves. Breaking through to the primordial chaos was the only way Dijun could think of to deal with the Lady of Earth with his own strength. The primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian was a realm that was comparable to a saint. Other than not being able to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao, there was almost no difference between him and a saint. This was the true capital to compete with a saint. That's right. Only by becoming the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian can our demon race defeat the Magi. Nodding, Tai Yi said with a solemn expression. The shaman tribe was too blessed by the heavens. As a race formed from Panga's bloodline, other than being tainted by the baleful aura of the heavens, they did not have any flaws. They could be said to be perfect. The demon race could not compare to them. It could be said that since the birth of the demon race, they had been suppressed by the Magi. Even if the demon race occupied Zhoushan, occupied the heaven realm, and established the heavenly court, they only had the capital to compete with the Magi. They could not win the battle, and were still at a disadvantage. Since the Sun God Temple can suppress the injuries on my Tao heart, I'll cultivate in seclusion here and strive to reach the primordial chaos Tao realm as soon as possible. With a thought, Dijun made a decision. If he wanted to recover his Tao heart and break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm in the shortest time possible, he could only do it here. In other places, although Dijun was confident that he could reach the primordial chaos Tao realm, it would take a long time. Now, the great battle between the Magi and the demon race was imminent. What the demon race lacked the most was time. Dijun could not delay. Oh, don't worry, big brother. Just cultivate in seclusion. I'm about to break through too. When the time comes, you and I will reach the Tao together. If word gets out, it will be a good story. It's just a pity that fellow Taoist Fuxi hasn't accumulated enough. He's still quite a distance away from becoming a primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. I'm afraid he won't be able to break through before the battle between the Magi and the demon race. Seeing Dijun like this, Tai Yi was naturally happy. However, when he thought of Fuxi, he felt that it was a pity. In terms of aptitude, they were all Khanate saints. Fuxi was not inferior to the two brothers. In terms of status, the three of them were all the three emperors of the demon race. The difference in status was not big. However, even so, Dijun, Tai Yi, and Tai Yi were still a step away from reaching the primordial chaos Tao realm. As for Fuxi, he was still quite a distance away. He was far inferior to the two of them. The reason was because of the difference in birth. Dijun and Tai Yi were born on the Sun Star. It could be said that they were born from the top of the primordial world. Even the three pure ones could not compare to them. The light of the sun shone on the primordial world, bringing endless vitality to the earth. This was an immeasurable amount of merit. Moreover, as long as the sun was not extinguished, the merit would not be cut off. As for Dijun and Tai Yi, they were born to enjoy this merit. This was the real reason why they could become celestial emperors. If they wanted to become celestial emperors, they would need to be extremely lucky. Only an existence like the Sun Star, which was blessed by the entire primordial world, could support it. With the protection of the Sun Star, no matter how great Dijun and Tai Yi's achievements were, it would not be surprising. It could be said that the two of them could cultivate to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian while lying down. However, this would take a long time. As for Fuxi, he was born in the Qifeng Mountain. Although it could be called a top grotto heaven in the primordial world, it was far from being comparable to the Sun Star. This caused the gap between him and Dijun, Tai Yi, and Tai Yi. He was born this way. What could he do? In terms of background, there were not many people in the primordial world who could compare to Dijun and Tai Yi. With Fuxi's talent, if the battle between the Lich and the demon race could be delayed by a few hours, he might be able to cultivate to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. However, there was really not enough time. This could only be said to be Fuxi's bad luck. Sigh. Everyone has their own fate. Fellow Taoist Fuxi doesn't have this luck. There's nothing we can do. Dijun was very open-minded about this matter. Ever since Fuxi joined the demon race, he had never mistreated Fuxi. Whatever the two brothers had, he would definitely give Fuxi a share to prevent him from being unhappy. Even so, Fuxi could not cultivate to the primordial chaos Dao realm. It could only be said that his fate was not enough. Big brother, what are you talking about? If fellow Daoist Fuxi also reaches the primordial chaos Dao realm, wouldn't we have a higher chance of winning against the witch race? Dijun's attitude vaguely made Tai Yi a little unhappy. He knew that Dijun did not like Nuwa and Fuxi very much. If not for the fact that the witch race was so powerful that the two brothers could not compete with them, Dijun would not have invited Fuxi and Nuwa to join the demon race, nor would he have given them such a high status. This was because he had no choice but to use their strength to fight against the witch race. However, it was true that the existence of Nuwa and Fuxi had taken away Dijun's power. This made him very unhappy. Perhaps this was the nature of an emperor. He had an abnormal passion for power. However, it would have been fine if it had been any other time. However, now that the demon race was on the verge of extinction, it was a little too much for Dijun to still be like this. One had to know that Fuxi had contributed greatly to the demon race being where they were today. Brother, you worry too much. When you and I become primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, there will be no suspense in the battle between the witch race and the demon race. Our demon race will definitely win. At that time, fellow Daoist Fuxi might be able to achieve the Dao in one fell swoop with the momentum of a great victory. Dijun smiled and said nonchalantly, in the future, there was no need for Fuxi. The two brothers were enough for the demon race. Fuxi was a little redundant. He could use this opportunity to get rid of Fuxi. After all, the demon race still needed Fuxi's help in the past. But now he was not so important. The demon race. They had already passed the most difficult time. If the demon race defeated the witch race, they would become the only protagonist of the world. Dijun would also become the true number one person in the primordial world. Tai Yi was his only younger brother. He could share the glory with him and be respected as the East Emperor. But Fuxi was an outsider. Why should he be respected as him? Wasn't this annoying? Moreover, Fuxi was backed by Nuwa. This was even more intolerable for Dijun. The combined influence of the two of them was already enough to shake Dijun's rule. As the emperor, how could he tolerate such a thing to happen? Therefore, Fuxi had to die, and he had to die in the hands of the witch race. This way, he would be able to arouse Nuwa's anger and make her attack the witch race without caring about anything. Then, the demon race's chances of winning would undoubtedly be greater. Using his own death to achieve the hegemony of the demon race. How magnificent! How magnificent! This could also be considered Emperor Shi's final contribution to the demon race. Thinking of this, Dijun glanced at Tai Yi and could not help but shake his head. This younger brother of his was still too sentimental. But if Fuxi did not die, the demon race would always have hidden dangers. Other than Fuxi's plan, Dijun did not plan to tell Tai Yi or anyone else. Firstly, he knew that Tai Yi and Fuxi had a good relationship. If he told Tai Yi about this plan, he would definitely stop him. Secondly, Fuxi was a grandmaster of divination. If he secretly schemed against him, it would be fine if he thought about it. If he said it out loud, he would definitely sense it and create variables. Second brother, let's not talk about Fuxi. You on the other hand. Big brother, you should really apologize. If you weren't dragged down by me with your talent, it would be easy for you to reach the primordial chaos path realm. Surpassing the saint would only be a matter of time. Now that you are being suppressed by the saint, it is all my fault. Seeing that Tai Yi still wanted to say something, Dijun hurriedly changed the topic. If they kept talking about Fuxi like this, it was very likely that they would be sensed by him. They had to be on guard. However, these words were indeed spoken by Dijun from the bottom of his heart. Tai meant big. One meant one of Dao begets one. From this name, one could tell how extraordinary Tai Yi was. He was the existence with the best aptitude in the primordial world after Dao ancestor Hongjun. In the era when Dao ancestor did not appear, Tai Yi was the number one in the primordial world. Even the three pure ones did not dare to compete with him. Even without the Hongming purple chi, it would be easy for him to reach the primordial chaos path realm. But he did not. Because he joined the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court was the place with the most karma in the primordial world. A long time ago, Tai Yi's realm had already risen to the primordial chaos path realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress the two of them alone when he was guiding them to become saints. However, due to the burden of the Heavenly Court, the karma on his body was entangled. He was unable to take the last half step and reach the realm that was comparable to saints. Only then was he surpassed by the 6 saints step by step. Dijun was not wrong when he said that it was all his fault that Tai Yi could not reach the primordial chaos path realm. That was the truth. It was also what Dijun felt guilty about. Chapter 452. If he had known that the Heavenly Court would drag down Tai Yi's cultivation, Dijun would not have let Tai Yi join the Heavenly Court no matter what. His original intention of establishing the Heavenly Court was to gather the providence of heaven and earth to assist the two of them in their cultivation. However, things did not go as he wished. He did gain benefits, but Tai Yi did not. Dijun regretted it. Without the Heavenly Court, Tai Yi would have attained the Tao early on, primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Even if he was not as fast as the 6 saints, he would not be much slower. He would not be farther and farther away like today. On the path of cultivation, one step slower would lead to another. Especially for people with outstanding talent like them, if they were one step slower, it would be difficult for them to catch up. Unfortunately, when Dijun realized this, it was already too late. The karma between Tai Yi and the Heavenly Court had long been entangled. It was almost impossible for him to escape and leave. He could only brace himself and continue forward. Niwa was more alert. She had escaped early, and escaped the quagmire of the Heavenly Court. If Tai Yi had left with Niwa back then, his fate today might have been very different. Dijun established the Heavenly Court and achieved himself, but he destroyed Tai Yi. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had used Tai Yi's future to exchange for his own. If such a thing had happened between other brothers, they would have fallen out long ago. However, Dijun and Tai Yi were different. The friendship between them was too strong. Their brotherhood was moving. It was even better than the relationship between the 12 ancestral shamans. Dijun could scheme against everyone, but he would not scheme against Tai Yi. Tai Yi's strength was clearly stronger than Dijun's. He also possessed the Khanate cardinal treasure, the Bell of Chaos. He could be said to be the #1 person in the Heavenly Court. However, he was willing to submit to Dijun and fight for him to conquer the vast territory ruled by the demon race. It could be said that his brother's relationship with him was deep. After all, although the demon race was big, there were only 2 golden crows born from the Khanate. Big brother, don't say that. This is my own choice. Seeing Dijun blaming himself so much, Tai Yi hurriedly said. It was not entirely Dijun's fault. Who knew that the Heavenly Court was a trap? In the beginning, Tai Yi had indeed benefited from the Celestial Court. His cultivation progressed rapidly, and it didn't take long for him to reach the half-step origin Tao realm. It was also at that time that Tai Yi realized that something was wrong. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the last half-step. After pondering for a long time, he realized that it was because of the Heavenly Courts. Unfortunately, he understood it too late. Besides, it's not necessarily a bad thing to be stuck in the realm for so many years. This will make my foundation more solid, and my accumulation more profound. With a strong foundation, I may not be weaker than the 3 pure ones. After a while, seeing that his persuasion was useless, Tai Yi changed his words and continued persuading. That's true. Second brother's talent is the best in the primordial world. Even if he attained the Tao later than the 3 pure ones, he would still be weaker than them. As expected, Dijun's eyes lit up when he heard Tai Yi's words. Tai Yi's talent was indisputable. There were many Khanate saints in the primordial world, but Tai Yi was the only one who was born with a Khanate cardinal treasure. This explained everything. It was not impossible for Tai Yi to overtake others on the path of cultivation. Second brother, it's good that you're confident. Big brother, you have to work hard too. Otherwise, when you become a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian, and I'm still in the Sage-to-be realm, I'll be letting you down for all these years. For the heavenly courts, Tai had delayed his future. If Di Jun could not break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm, he would not have the face to stand in the primordial world even if others did not say anything. Yes, big brother, don't worry and go into seclusion. I'm going into seclusion too. I have a feeling that I'm not far away from attaining the Dao. When the time comes, you and I will attain the Dao together. I think the faces of the Magi will be very interesting. Thinking of the expressions of the ancestral race after the two of them attain the Dao, even Tai's state of mind could not help but fluctuate. He joked with Di Jun for a long time. Tai hated the 12 ancestral Magi to the core. If it was a one-on-one battle, Tai was confident that he would win even if he did not use the Bell of Chaos. However, the 12 ancestral Magi never fought with him one-on-one. They always swarmed him and beat him until he had no temper. It was really sullen. Yes. When the time comes, we'll definitely teach the Magi a lesson. Tai's words touched Di Jun's heart. He nodded repeatedly. Yes. Tai will not disturb Big Brother's seclusion. I'll leave first. At this point, there was nothing to talk about. Only a breakthrough was the right thing to do. Therefore, Tai planned to go back into seclusion. However, before he left, he saw Di Jun frown and say, although I don't take the Zichen clan seriously, I can't let him have an easy time. Otherwise, won't the world think that the demon clan is easy to bully? If everyone is like him, wantonly provoking the demon clan without paying the price, then where is the dignity of the demon clan? Di Jun suddenly thought of Feng Zichen, and planned to teach him a lesson to warn all living beings in the primordial world. That's right. If this person is not punished, the dignity of the demon clan will not be shown. However, among the demon clan, only Yumi and Fushi can defeat Feng Zichen. And you and I have no time to attack. Because of his identity, Fushi will not attack him. The rest might not be his match. That's a little difficult. Thinking of this, Tai frowned. With Feng Zichen's strength, unless it was a half-step primordial chaos expert, no one would be his match. However, only Di Jun, Tai, and Fushi had such an expert in the demon clan. Di Jun, Tai, was in seclusion and had no time to attack. Fushi was Nua's brother. Of course, he would not attack Nua's face. That left Kuan Peng and the others. These people were either quasi-saints or Daoyuo Jinxian. How could they be a match for the great Taoist priests? Difficult. Too difficult. If we can't deal with Feng Zichen, then we'll deal with the humans. Isn't he the human emperor? Then we'll use the blood of his people to wash away his sins. That's good. Everyone knows that this is the consequence of offending the demon clan. Di Jun sneered and said, Feng Zichen was not easy to deal with, but were the humans not easy to deal with? With the strength of the demon clan, the humans were at their mercy. That's not good. If we attack the humans rashly, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to explain to fellow Daoist Nua. Tai was a little hesitant about Di Jun's suggestion. The humans were a race created by Nua. If they attacked them, wouldn't it be a slap to Nua's face? If the demon clan didn't have a good relationship with Nua, it would be fine if they offended her. However, Nua was an ally of the demon clan, and their relationship was extremely close. Wouldn't this be pushing Nua out? Second brother, don't worry about fellow Daoist Nua. If she cared about the past, she wouldn't have let the Zichen clan get married at this juncture. Obviously, she wants to completely separate herself from the demon clan. Speaking of Nua, Di Jun's tone couldn't help but be a little angry. Feng Zichen was Nua's face in the primordial world. Nua must know that he was getting married. Perhaps she was supporting him behind the scenes. Nua knew the harm of human marriage to him, but Nua still did it. This was clearly not taking him seriously. How could Di Jun not be angry? This was also why Di Jun was dissatisfied with Nua. At that time, he ignored the barrier set up by Nua and directly attacked Feng Zichen. It might not be without this reason. Nua didn't give him any face. Then why should he give Nua any face? Big brother, I think you might be thinking too much. Fellow Daoist Nua might not think so. After a while, Tai deliberated over his words and replied carefully. He really didn't believe that Nuwa would be like this. What good would it do her if the demon clan declined? Nuwa was different from other saints. There was a relationship between her and the demon clan. The stronger the demon clan was, the greater the benefits for her. If the demon clan declined, her interests would also be damaged. The gains did not make up for the losses. Besides, if a mere human marriage could shake the position of the Celestial Emperor, then the position of the Celestial Emperor would be too boring. It was better to abdicate early so that he wouldn't be ousted by others. Big brother, you're still a little petty. You've lost the spirit of the Celestial Emperor. Tai thought silently in his heart. Sigh, second brother. You're still too emotional. You don't know how sinister people are. Dijun was helpless towards his younger brother. Perhaps it was the confidence brought by his own strength, but Tai was often disdainful of conspiracies and tricks. He thought that those things were not presentable. He was also sincere towards his friends and never cared about gains and losses. Perhaps this was why Tai was so powerful. Only by being sincere in the Tao could one obtain the Tao. Tai had displayed this perfectly. Dijun, on the other hand, was good at scheming. His state of mind had fallen, so he was not as good as Tai. Alright, second brother. You don't have to worry too much. Since the human race has already walked out of the ancestral land, it means that they intend to join the battle for hegemony in the primordial world. Then it's understandable for the demon clan to attack the human race. Fellow Taoist Nuwa can't say much. She can't always protect the human race, right? Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Dijun said reasonably. If the human race wanted to grow stronger, it was impossible to rely on Nuwa's protection alone. Only by experiencing blood and fire could they establish a foothold in the primordial world. The demon clan attacking the human race was a form of training for the human race. Even if Nuwa was dissatisfied, she could only accept it. Even so, we can't go too far. When the demon clan attacks, let them avoid the human race's ancestral land. The human race in the other places will depend on their own fortune. Tai thought that it made sense and agreed to Dijun's plan. However, he also added a restriction. They could not attack the human race's ancestral land to avoid completely angering Nuwa. Let's do as second brother says. Dijun did not want to argue with Tai over such a small matter, so he simply agreed. Anyway, it was to teach Feng Zichen a lesson. It did not matter how many humans he killed as long as he achieved his goal. It was not a big deal to let some of them go. In this way, he could save Nuwa's face. Why not? Although Dijun said it happily, he could not bear to completely fall out with Nuwa. Now the situation of the Lich was unclear. Nuwa was still useful to him. It was not a good time to fall out with her. He had to wait until the demon clan defeated the wizard clan and completely controlled the situation in the primordial world. At that time, Dijun would have the capital to fall out with Nuwa. Under Dijun's order, in the boundless starry sky, countless demon clans were ready to go to the lower world to find trouble with the human race at any time. And this would be the prelude to the massacre of humans by the demon clan. If Feng Zichen knew that the massacre of humans by the demon clan was caused by this, what would he think? The great calamity of the human race was about to arrive, but Feng Zichen did not sense it at all. That was because he was experiencing a joyous event in his life. Entering the bridal chamber. As time passed, the wedding had reached the final stage, which was also the most important stage. The bride and groom entered the bridal chamber. Feng Zichen held Chang Yi's hand and walked into his bedroom amidst everyone's congratulations. Originally, according to Feng Zichen's original plan, at most he and Chang Yi were husband and wife on the surface. Once their true spirit awakened, this marriage would naturally end. But men. Most of them did not mean what they said. They ate in the bowl and looked at the pot. Chang Yi was such a beautiful woman, and she looked at him shyly. How could Feng Zichen tolerate it? On impulse, he threw all his plans to the back of his mind. Ha 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 ha. I think you can imagine it yourselves. Only this way is the most moving. After a night of wind and rain, Chang'e collapsed in Feng Zichen's arms with a tired face. The light of the moon on her body surged and enveloped the two of them. On Feng Zichen's body, the light of the Khanate Supreme Yang flickered nonstop. It resonated with the light of the moon on Chang'e's body and gradually merged into one, turning into a yin-yang taiji diagram. After that, a purple star rose from Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness and hung above the yin-yang taiji diagram. Wisps of purple gas hung down, reconciling yin and yang, and operating the two modes. The yin-yang taiji diagram slowly rotated, and boundless Tao runes were produced. Tao and truth intertwined, and countless mysterious runes appeared and disappeared. The mysteries of the Khanate Tao of Yin and Yang appeared in the hearts of Feng Zichen and Chang'e. The intersection of Yin and Yang was the most mysterious. With the Emperor Star in the middle to reconcile and operate the two modes, it added a bit of mystery. The two of them immediately fell into enlightenment. In a trance, Feng Zichen's understanding of the Khanate Tao of Yin and Yang deepened. The things that he didn't understand in the past were all understood now. The problems that he found difficult in the past were also extremely simple, as if he was suddenly enlightened. Moreover, the supreme divine power that he couldn't comprehend before, the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light, also had a rough idea now. A little bit of the moonlight flickered in his body, entangling with the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light. They gradually evolved and corroborated each other, exploring the source of Yin and Yang together. It was getting closer to the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light step by step. This was another supreme divine power that Feng Zichen dreamed of, the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light. Yin and Yang gave birth to all things, and everything in the universe was in Yin and Yang. Therefore, the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light contained all things and could melt everything. It was extremely powerful. Moreover, this divine power could be combined with the Khanate Five Elements Divine Light to form another supreme divine power, the Khanate Five Elements Divine Light. In this world, there was almost no one who could escape from the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light. Once the Khanate Five Elements Divine Light was released, how many people in the universe could resist it? This supreme divine power was enough to be ranked in the top 10 of all the divine powers in the universe. It was a true weapon of mass destruction. Although Feng Zichen's understanding of the Khanate Five Elements Divine Light was not very deep, as his understanding of the Khanate Tao of Yin and Yang deepened, he would be able to understand this divine power sooner or later. While Feng Zichen's transformation was still ongoing, Chang'e also began to change. The moonlight on her body became denser and denser. Ancient and mysterious runes appeared and danced around her, drawing in strands of mysterious energy from the core of the lunar star to increase her cultivation. This was the power of the lunar pearl. Under the power of Yin and Yang, the lunar pearl was awakened. It absorbed the most fundamental energy from the lunar star to help Chang'e recover. However, with Shihe guarding the lunar star, the lunar pearl did not dare to draw in the lunar star's power on a large scale to avoid attracting Shihe's attention. It could only steal the power intermittently when Shihe was unprepared. This way, although it was beneficial to Chang'e, it was far from enough to help her break the seal. It would take a long time for Wang Shu to reappear in the world. Thus 100 years passed in a hurry. Feng Zichen and Chang'e finally woke up from their enlightenment. The two looked at each other and smiled. They put on their clothes and walked out hand in hand. However, as soon as Feng Zichen walked out of his bedroom, he sensed that the fate of the human race seemed to be in danger. It suddenly trembled violently and appeared in the sky above the human Tao Imperial Court. At this time, if the mortals looked up, they would see a blazing torch fire suddenly appear in the sky above the human Tao Imperial Court. The torch fire was incomparably hot and enveloped in five-colored light. It landed in the sky above the human Tao Imperial Court like the sun, shining brightly and illuminating the entire human race. Countless images of the human race appeared in the fire, playing out the history of the human race one after another. This was the history of the human race. Everything that had happened since the birth of the human race had been recorded by the fate of the human race. Around the fire and in the five-colored light, the images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and Qilin appeared from time to time. They were the strongest allies of the human race. The five-colored light was a manifestation of the fates of the five Khanate races. They surrounded the torch fire, representing their strongest friendship with the human race. Look. Our fates are connected and inseparable. We must advance and retreat together. That's the torch fire. It's the fates of the human race. Why did he suddenly appear? Did something happen to the human race? The young people might not recognize the origin of the torch fire, but many of the older generation had witnessed the birth of the human race's fate with their own eyes. How could they not recognize him? The fates of the human race wouldn't manifest for no reason. His appearance must be accompanied by a major event. And this major event, it could be good or bad. Everything was possible. For a time, the human race was in a state of panic. They didn't know what had happened. Some of the older generation went straight to the human emperor's palace, wanting to get an answer from the human emperor. However, before they could reach the palace, the torch fire suddenly moved. He grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, he had expanded by tens of thousands of times, and was about to blot out the sky. Boom. Then with a boom, a huge beam of light shot out of the torch fire and exploded in the air. It turned into tiny torch fire that fell into the human territory below. Chapter 453. The tiny flames didn't vanish after landing in the human territory. Instead, they burrowed into the bodies of the human primordial unity golden immortals, and merged with their fortunes. All of a sudden, all the human Taijingxian felt that their fate was increasing rapidly. They were all puzzled as they didn't know what had happened to cause such a strange change. After Xian Hu did all this, his solid body suddenly turned illusory, giving people a feeling that he was like a bubble that would burst at the slightest touch. Clearly, it had taken a great toll on Xian Hu to enhance the fortune of all the primordial immortals of the human race at once. It had even damaged his origin, and it would take him at least tens of millions of years to recover. It could be said that his primordial qi was greatly damaged. With his primordial qi damaged, Xian Hu's strength was greatly reduced, and he could no longer maintain such a huge body. In the blink of an eye, his body began to shrink, from the size of the sun to a small flame. After shrinking, Xian Hu's body also became solid, no longer looking so illusory, which made people feel relieved. Previously, Xian Hu looked like it was going to be extinguished at any time, which was really scary. The people were terrified, fearing that it would suddenly be extinguished. The extinction of the human race's fate was a sign of the extinction of the human race. Fortunately, although Xian Hu's situation didn't look good, he was still burning, which meant that the human race wasn't really in a desperate situation. However, Xian Hu was severely injured for no reason, which was obviously not a good sign, which meant that the future of the human race was bleak. The human race. The future of the human race wouldn't be safe. Thinking of Xian Hu's current state, the human higher-ups couldn't help but feel worried. Xian Hu was the manifestation of the human race's fate, which was the best representative of the human race's strength. The stronger he was, the stronger the human race was. And vice versa. Now that Xian Hu was about to be extinguished, it was reflected on the human race, which meant that even if the human race wasn't facing the extinction of the human race, it was not far away. A great disaster was coming. With this thought, the human experts rushed to the human sovereign palace to see if the human sovereign had a way to resolve this crisis. After all, the human emperor was not only the strongest in the human tribe, but he was also one of the top 10 figures in the entire untainted land. There were not many things that could trouble him. They couldn't solve the crisis of the human race, but it didn't mean that the human emperor couldn't. This is, putting aside the thoughts of the human experts, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this strange scene outside the palace. He knew what was going on. This was the blessing of the clan's fate. This was something that would only happen when the fate of the clan was in danger of being exterminated. In other words, Xian Hu had sensed that the human race was on the brink of extinction. That was why he showed himself without being summoned, and even consumed his own essence to increase the fortune of the human experts. This was Xianhua trying his best to raise the prowess of the human experts, so that they could better deal with the upcoming calamity. That was the most frightening part. After all, over the years, with Feng Zichen's efforts and the rapid development of the human race, Xianhua's prowess was already comparable to the experts of Sage-to-be perfection. It was such a strong prowess that was still unstoppable in the face of the impending calamity of the human race. It was imaginable how terrifying this calamity would be. Needless to say, that calamity must be the monster race's massacre calamity. Only such a calamity would put Xianhua in danger of being exterminated. After so many years, what's supposed to come is finally coming. The monster race's massacre calamity is coming. Even though Feng Zichen was prepared for this calamity, he was still a little shocked when it really came. The human race really couldn't fight against the monster race. Even if they were 100 times stronger, even if they had the help of the 5 innate races, they still wouldn't be a match for the monster race. One of the 2 strongest innate races in history, the monster race that could make even the sages wary, their prowess wasn't bragging but fighting. The human race was just a postnatal race that was born less than 10 million years ago. How could they fight against the monster race that dominated the untainted land and occupied Zhousing for billions of years? Could it be that the monster race were all idiots? Billions of years of development couldn't compare to 1,000,000 years of development of the human race? The human race fighting against the monster race was undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. But even so, Feng Zichen still wanted to fight against the monster race. If he didn't fight against the monster race, was he going to wait for death with his arms tied? How could the monster race let the human race go just because they didn't resist? No. If they didn't resist, it would only encourage the monster race's arrogance. Therefore they had to fight. There were still 3 nails in a rotten ship. Not to mention a huge human race. Even if they couldn't win, they had to break a few teeth of the monster race. They had to let the world know that the human race didn't lack iron-blooded people. This battle could only be fought to the death. Other than that, there was no other way. The gap was too big. Besides, everything that the human race had was the result of Feng Zichen and the human race's hard work. Who could take it lying down and watch it be destroyed by the monster race? If they fought, they would die. If they didn't fight, they would die. Then fight. Fight hard. Killing 1 was enough. Killing 2 was a profit. Chang'e, go down and comfort the clansmen. I'll go to the human emperor palace to discuss with the elders. After turning his head and instructing Chang'e, Feng Zichen strode towards the human emperor palace. Originally, Feng Zichen should have personally comforted the clansmen. However, husband and wife were one. After he and Chang'e got married, Chang'e could represent him in this kind of matter to comfort the people. It saved Feng Zichen a lot of trouble. When Feng Zichen arrived at the human emperor palace, there were already many people gathered here. And these people weren't just the elders of the human race. There were almost all the experts of the human race. None of these experts were weaker than the perfected Tai Jingxian. Among them, there were dozens of experts who had already stepped into the half-step Daluo realm and were about to prove their Dao. It could be said that this was the first time that the human experts had gathered together. Usually, they were traveling in the primordial world and rarely returned to the human race. The reason why they were gathered together this time was because they had specially come back to congratulate Feng Zichen on his wedding. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time just to summon these experts who were traveling outside. It's still too little. After a rough glance, there were only about 3,000 to 4,000 human experts present. Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. 3,000 to 4,000 Tai Jingxian was naturally a terrifying force in the future. But now, it was an extremely weak force. It couldn't even be considered a mid-level force in the primordial world, let alone fight with the monster race. It was estimated that an army of the monster race would be able to destroy the human race. The human race had 3,000 to 4,000 Tai Jingxian, and the demon race had 3,000 to 4,000 Daluo Jingxian. How could they fight this battle? Therefore, in this battle, they could only defend, not attack. Everyone, the great calamity of the human race is coming. I'm sure you've all felt it. After a moment of silence, Feng Zichen glanced at everyone present and said in a deep voice. Xianhua didn't hesitate to make a move. Without him saying anything, everyone present should have guessed what had happened. If they couldn't guess, they would be a little stupid. With such intelligence, it would be difficult for them to survive in the primordial world. Your Majesty, where does the calamity come from? As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, someone immediately stepped forward and asked. They knew that the human race was about to face a great calamity, but they didn't know where it came from. If they didn't know the cause, how could they prevent it? The monster race. Without hiding anything, Feng Zichen said directly. This matter couldn't be hidden, and when the monster race army arrived, everyone would naturally know where the calamity came from. Therefore, it was better to say it in advance so that everyone could be prepared. What? The monster race? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and then fell silent. If it were other races, they would have the confidence to protect the human race. But facing the monster race, they didn't have the slightest confidence. These human experts didn't have a specific idea of how strong the monster race was, but they had all seen the strength of the witch race. There were countless primordial unity golden immortals, zenith heaven golden immortals, and dozens of quasi-saints. Destroying the human race would be a piece of cake. And a race that could fight against the witch race for hundreds of millions of years without falling. Its strength could be said to be completely beyond their imagination. With such a great disparity in strength, how could the human race fight? For a moment, the hearts of the human race were filled with despair. Why are you afraid? Seeing the despair spreading in the hall, Feng Zichen said. Your Majesty, that's the monster race, one of the strongest races in the primordial world. In the entire primordial world, except for the witch race, who wouldn't be afraid? Not everyone was Feng Zichen, who didn't have the slightest fear in front of the monster race. In the primordial world, the liches were the sky, and no one could disobey them. Those who offended them would only die. For countless years, many races in the primordial world had been destroyed by the witch race and the witch race. Any one of them was stronger than the current human race, but they were still destroyed. The monster race wanted to destroy the human race, so how could the human race be spared? However, although everyone was in despair, no one asked how the human race had offended the monster race. They weren't fools. When they recalled that Dijun had attacked Feng Zichen during his wedding, they could roughly guess what was going on. However, Feng Zichen couldn't be blamed for this. This marriage was arranged by the elders of the human race with Nua's approval. Feng Zichen himself didn't agree. Speaking of which, Feng Zichen was still a victim. If they hadn't forced him to get married, how could such a disaster have happened? In fact, Dijun's destruction of the human race was also an honor for the human race. These days, the only race that could make Dijun exterminate was the human race. Wasn't it an honor for the human race that the celestial emperor ordered to attack the human race? However, this honor required the flesh and blood of the human race. In the silence, Feng Zichen spoke. That's true. The monster race is powerful. They dominate the heavenly court and control Zhousing. Even the saints have to give in to them. The human race is just a postnatal race. Our strength is still at the bottom of the primordial world, and is far from being comparable to them. If not for the care of the dragon race and the protection of Niwa, we would have been destroyed countless times. It's normal to be afraid of the monster race. Who isn't afraid of the monster race? At this point, Feng Zichen paused slightly and then said loudly, but if we're afraid, will the monster race let us go? No. They will firmly carry out Dijun's order and slaughter the human race. Therefore, we have to fight. Even if we die, we have to die standing, not kneeling. Even if we can't hurt the muscles and bones of the monster race, we have to break a few of their teeth. Let them know that there are no cowards in the human race. Only then will we not waste our trip to the primordial world. Don't tell me you want to die kneeling. Everyone was silent, but Feng Zichen could not be silent. Everyone was in despair, but Feng Zichen could not be in despair. If he was like everyone else, then the human race would really be finished. That's right. Even if the monster race wants to destroy the human race, they have to pay the price. The human race has to fight to the end. The human race is not weaker than the human race. After being provoked by Fengzichen, everyone swept away their previous decadence and roared loudly with red eyes. They looked like they wanted to fight to the death with the monster race. That's right. At this time, it's the moment of life and death for the human race. It's the time for us to be united and face the disaster together. Although the monster race is strong, why should the human race be afraid? At most, we'll die. Fengzichen was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. They were afraid before the battle. Was this the attitude that the human race should have? Only when they were not afraid of death could they show the true colors of the human race. Yes. Fight the monster race, fight to protect the human race. What's there to be afraid of death? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Influenced by Fengzichen, everyone's blood was boiling. Cries of fighting to the death came out of their mouths, and their heroic spirit was undeniable. When the voice spread out of the human emperor palace, even Xianhua seemed to be infected and became more vigorous. This attitude made Fengzichen, who was sitting at the top, even more satisfied. If the human race was like this, there was no need to worry that the human race would not prosper. Everyone, please calm down. When everyone's blood gradually cooled down, Fengzichen raised his hand, pressed a few times and said, "Things are not as bad as we thought. After all, the untainted land is the territory of the witch race. How can the monster race come and go as they wish? Therefore, even if the demon race wants to destroy the human race, they won't send great overarching golden immortals. At most, they'll send some primordial unity golden immortals and half-step great overarching experts. In this way, although the monster race's strength is still far beyond that of the human race, it will not be so difficult to deal with them. If the plan is right, the human race may be able to survive this calamity." When everyone calmed down, Fengzichen continued to analyze. At this time, the witch race could not care less about the Tai Jingxian demons returning to the untainted land. But if the Daoyuo Jingxian demons came to the untainted land, they would die one by one. Did they really think that the witch race was weak? Daoyuo Jingxian was already the top battle strength of the two races. No one would let go of the opportunity to kill the other side's experts. Phew. It turns out that the demon god can't take action. Your Majesty, you didn't finish your words at once. You really scared us. Hearing that the demon god would not take action in this battle, everyone was obviously relieved. The reason why the monster race was powerful was because of the large number of Daoyuo Jingxian. To deal with the human race, the monster race only needed to send out hundreds of Daoyuo Jingxian to easily destroy the human race dozens of times. Everyone thought that it made sense. Without the Daoyuo Jingxian, why should the human race be afraid of the monster race? This was a crushing situation. It was impossible to rely on the Tai Jingxian demons to destroy the human race. It should be known that besides the 9 lords, the human race still had 4 Daoyuo Jingxian. And no matter how many Tai Jingxian there were, they would not be enough to kill the Daoyuo Jingxian. Of course, the array was an exception. Seeing the joy on everyone's faces, Fengzichen knew what they were thinking and said helplessly. He could only say helplessly. If the Daoyuo Jingxian of the monster race can't take action, then the Daoyuo Jingxian of the human race can't take action either. Otherwise, we will completely enrage the monster race and make them attack the human race without regard for anything else. Then even if the human race is protected by the witch race, they will be destroyed by the monster race overnight. It was true that the monster race was wary of the witch race, but if they relied on their cultivation to slaughter the monster race's citizens on a large scale, they would be courting death. The monster race had 3,000 to 4,000 Daoyuo Jingxian. If they attacked the human race without regard for anything else, even the witch race would not be able to stop them. Fengzichen would not be able to stop them either. Therefore, in this battle, they could only rely on the Tai Jingxian cultivators. Everyone's faces immediately turned bitter. To put it bluntly, the number of Tai Jingxian cultivators of the monster race was much greater than the number of all the immortals of the human race combined. However, this news was not too bad. After all, compared to facing the entire monster race, it was undoubtedly much easier to face only the Tai Jingxian cultivators of the monster race. This was also Feng Zichen's plan. First, he would make them feel despair, and then give everyone hope. If Feng Zichen had said from the beginning that he wanted everyone to face the Tai Jingxian of the monster race, they would definitely not be so full of fighting spirit now. He first raised the difficulty level to the maximum level to make everyone feel despair. Then, he lowered the difficulty level to give them a glimmer of hope. This move would undoubtedly greatly increase their endurance, and it would also be easier to stimulate their fighting spirit. Now, it seemed that this move was very effective. Everyone was rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, waiting for the battle with the monster race. In a battle of the same realm, the human race might not be weaker than the witch race. One had to know that the human race cultivated the Tao of the fiend gods, and they paid attention to bloodline atavism, awakening the innate bloodline and reversing the innate life form. Those who could cultivate to the Tai Jingxian had all transformed into innate life forms. Their bodies were extremely powerful, and they were on the same level as the monster race. If they really fought, it would depend on their own methods. The only thing that was more worrying was that the number of monster race experts was much greater than that of the human race. The monster race is powerful, and it's difficult for the human race to compete with them. Therefore, those who want to leave the human race now, please take the initiative to leave. Every race had people who were afraid of death, and the human race was no exception. What Feng Zichen wanted to do now was to make them leave the human race on their own accord, so as to avoid the trouble of cleaning them up in the future. As soon as he said that, the hall immediately fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to speak, and they even held their breaths. These words were too harsh. Although he said that they would take the initiative to leave the human race, what he actually meant was that they would leave the human race. This was not a small matter. If things went wrong, the human race might be divided because of this. However, there were also a few bold ones who looked around in the crowd, wanting to see who was so afraid of death that they would betray the human race at this time of crisis. Feng Zichen waited for a while, but no one stepped forward, so he continued. If you take the initiative to come out now, we can still part on good terms. However, if you want to leave after the war breaks out, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Feng Zichen's tone could not help but carry a trace of killing intent. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and inexplicably shivered. This time, not long after Feng Zichen finished speaking, a few people showed hesitation. In the end, they gritted their teeth and flew out of the hall with a resolute look on their faces. You're courting death. Seeing these people leave, the people in the hall were so angry that they could not speak. There were even a few hot-tempered experts who could not hold back their anger, and used their divine abilities to kill them. Stop. However, before the divine abilities that everyone used could hit the few people who escaped, they were casually blocked by Feng Zichen. He gently stroked his palm, and all the divine abilities disappeared. Of course, the few people who wanted to escape were also stopped by him. Fellow Taoists, I've already said what I wanted to say. Let's part on good terms. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. However, since you have already left the human race, the things of the human race have nothing to do with you. I won't ask you to compensate the human race for the price they paid to nurture you. Now, as long as you leave behind the things that belong to the human race, you can leave. Feng Zichen glanced at them indifferently and said, these people were really courting death. Did they really think that they could survive after leaving the human race? The primordial world was dangerous. Without the protection of a mighty figure, they would definitely become cannon fodder in the great calamity of heaven and earth. Every time the world was in turmoil, the ones who died the most were those innocent living beings. For example, after the lich and demon tribulation, the world would collapse. Those who had a backer could sit back and relax, while those who did not could only wait for death. Moreover, how could it be so easy to be a traitor? Feng Zichen wanted to take back everything except cultivation. For example, magic treasures, pills, luck, and so on. It was fine if they didn't have magic treasures, but without luck, They would be trampled to death by ferocious beasts when they went out. Your Majesty is right. The few of them looked at each other and gritted their teeth. At this point, they had no other choice. Feng Zichen had already called them fellow Taoists. This was completely cutting off their hopes of returning to the human race. The only thing they could do now was, there was only one way to go. With a ruthless heart, the few of them first threw out their magic treasures and storage spirit treasures. Then, they severed their bloodlines and even destroyed their physical bodies that they had refined for many years. At the same time, Xianhua trembled and took back the luck of the human race from their bodies. In this way, their connection with the human race was almost cut off. Is it worth it? One of them saw this scene and asked in a daze. After severing their bloodlines and destroying their physical bodies, even if they recovered, their strength would be greatly reduced. The price was heavy. Was it really worth it to pay such a price just to leave the race that gave birth to them? Unfortunately, he did not understand. For these people who were afraid of death, living was the most important thing. They could give up everything else. Your Majesty, we will take our leave. After doing all this, the few of them bowed to Feng Zichen and turned to leave. This time no one stopped them. Therefore they left easily. Your Majesty, please forgive us for taking our leave. Seeing that Feng Zichen really let those people go, many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They hurriedly got up and wanted to leave the human race. This time there were dozens of people who stood out, several times more than before. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were burning with anger, wishing they could burn their bones and scatter their ashes. Chapter 454. What did these people want to do? Did they really not care about anything in order to live? If looks could kill. No. If Feng Zichen allowed them to attack, then these people would probably be stabbed into pieces by their looks. Fellow Taoists, please go ahead. Feng Zichen said indifferently. It was just a group of people who had died. There was no need to care. We will take our leave. After bowing again, this group of people, like the people before them, abandoned their magic treasures, severed their bloodlines, obliterated their bodies, and left the human race with nothing. Your Majesty, wouldn't it be too easy for them to let them go just like that? After no one left, someone among the people who stayed behind asked indignantly, as if they were very dissatisfied with Feng Zichen's decision. How could they be dissatisfied? These people fled at the last minute. They were clearly traitors to the human race. If they didn't kill them, how could the civilians be angry? If they were let go so easily and didn't know the rules, wouldn't it be encouraging everyone to escape? Human Emperor. What a mess. The hearts of the human race were going to be in chaos. Hee. Feng Zichen only chuckled at everyone's dissatisfaction and didn't care too much. He understood everyone's worries. It was nothing more than his punishment being too light and easily disturbing people's hearts. But was his punishment really light? Everyone, there's no need to be angry. It's good that they left. These people's minds are not difficult. Leaving them in the human race is also a scourge. It's easy to shake the morale of the army. Now that they have been chased out, the human race will have no unstable factors. They can unite and fight against the demon race together. Moreover, how can their relationship with the human race be broken so easily? Their lives were given to them by the human race. Since they have left the human race, they have to leave their lives behind. This is a natural karma that can only be eliminated by death. Therefore, these people have to go through reincarnation. Only in this way can they end the karma between them and the human race. The grace of giving birth to them was greater than the heavens. How could it be offset by bloodlines and bodies? Moreover, their cultivation methods, Tao, divine abilities, and the resources they used for cultivation all came from the human race. What kind of karma was this? It wouldn't be enough to repay in a lifetime. So they wanted to leave? That was impossible. This karma was too heavy, and only death could resolve it. After all, death was the end of everything. If they left the humankind, these people would all die a violent death before long. This was karma. Do you really think karma is a joke? Even the saints were not willing to be tainted by it, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. This was the reason why Feng Zichen let them off so easily. They were going to die anyway, so there was no need to dirty their hands. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing if Feng Zichen was telling the truth. Everyone, please look. Feng Zichen knew that no one believed him. Smiling, he waved his sleeve and used the circular light technique, forming a huge circular mirror. The surface of the mirror was very clear, and it reflected everything within 10,000 miles around the human territory. Among them, there were many indistinct figures. They were the ones who had betrayed the human race. The reason why their figures were faintly discernible was because they had destroyed their physical bodies. Now they were only in the state of souls. Without a real physical body, how could they not be faintly discernible? What are you looking at? Everyone was a little puzzled. What did Feng Zichen want them to look at? How did these people escape? However, the speed of these people was indeed fast, as expected of those who were afraid of death. All their skills were focused on speed. In a short while they had run out of the territory of the human race. Their speed was really good. However, what did it mean to just watch them escape? Just as everyone was puzzled, the scene changed. A black wind blew past, and those people did not even have time to cry out before their souls were crushed. Only their true spirits were left, and they were taken away by the power of reincarnation. Hiss! What is this? When everyone saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. What was that black wind? It actually destroyed the souls of dozens of Tai Jingxian so easily. It was too terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Even if these people's physical bodies were gone and their strength was much weaker than before, they knew that even if they took action, they would have to put in some effort and pay a heavy price if they wanted to kill these traitors. It would not be as easy as this black wind, to be able to destroy those traitors so easily. Even if they went themselves, they would not be able to end well. Could it be that the human emperor had taken action? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Feng Zichen suspiciously. Although the meaning was not clearly stated, as long as one was not blind, one could see the meaning. Was His Majesty dissatisfied with them and secretly killed them? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that they died just as His Majesty said that something would happen to them? Everyone, this has nothing to do with me. That black wind is called the Black Wind of Nirvana. It is a strange power produced after the void is destroyed. It contains the power of Nirvana. How should I describe its power? It is useless against Daluo Jingxian, but it can easily kill Tai Jingxian. Not to mention that they don't have physical bodies. Even if they were at their peak state, they wouldn't be able to withstand this wind. Shaking his head and smiling, Feng Zichen explained. The death of those traitors really had nothing to do with him. It was all karma. As early as when they decided to betray the human race, there was already a faint aura of death on their bodies. It was just that they were so focused on severing ties with the human race that they did not notice it. This was the calamity of death that blinded the soul. It made the consummate skill that cultivators relied on to survive, the sudden inspiration, completely ineffective. Really, everyone was still a little skeptical. After all, this happened too coincidentally. Everyone with my ability, crushing them is as easy as crushing ants. Why would I need to use such underhanded means? Moreover, everyone is a person who has seen his true nature, and has become one with the Tao. How can you not see the simple principle of karma? When he said these words, Feng Zichen was also angry, and his words could not help but be a little harsh. Moreover, there was a hint of the charm of a Tao shout in his tone. Tao shout. Tao shout. This was the supreme magical power of the Xianmen sect. It turned sound into Tao sound and used the power of the Tao to shock people's hearts and make them see their true nature. Sure enough, as soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, everyone suddenly shuddered. It was as if the fog in their hearts had been lifted, and they suddenly felt enlightened. Before the tribulation arrived, the tribulation aura had already been released. There was still some time before the demons slaughtered the humans, but the tribulation aura that filled the world had already arrived, and began to confuse everyone's minds. Previously, The reason why these human experts suspected that it was Feng Zichen who did it was because they were bewitched by the tribulation aura and lost their basic judgment. Feng Zichen used the Dao shout to wake them up. Fortunately, the tribulation of the human race was far inferior to the tribulation of the shamans and demons. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would not be able to wake them up. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your advice. Everyone came back to their senses and immediately thanked Feng Zichen with cold sweat. With the tribulation aura around them, it would be difficult for them to survive the tribulation. It was extremely difficult for a normal person to transcend the tribulation. Moreover, they were people who had been invaded by the tribulation aura and lost their minds. The tribulation aura was too terrifying. If the tribulation aura did not affect their minds, many people would die in the primordial world during each great tribulation. Everyone, we have no way out. Feng Zichen did not let them see the fate of the traitors without a purpose. He wanted to tell everyone that it was useless to leave the human race. Even if he let them go, the heavens and earth would not let them go. Therefore, put away the thoughts that you should not have and prepare to fight to the death. Only death. After everyone woke up, their intelligence had recovered. Naturally, they could understand what Feng Zichen meant and express their stance on the spot. Very good. It's good that everyone has this ambition. The human race is fortunate to have everyone. Nodding, Feng Zichen was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. Regardless of whether they had really planned to fight the demons to the death or not, now they had no way out. They had to fight the demons to the end. By the way, how many human experts do we have outside? With a thought, Feng Zichen suddenly asked everyone. There were many human experts who had traveled outside over the years. Those who had returned to attend the wedding were only the majority of them. A small number continued to travel outside and did not return to the human race. About 300 to 400. A human elder from the Changming clan stepped forward and said, the Changming clan was an elder of the human race. With the cultivation of a half-step Daoyuo Jingxian, he was in charge of the Changming temple. He was very familiar with the human race who had traveled outside. Of course, the Changming clan did not have this name before. However, after he took charge of the Changming temple, the name was no longer important. He changed it to the Changming clan. 300 to 400. That's not a small number. Call them all back. It's time for them to contribute to the human race. Nodding, Feng Zichen said, 300 to 400 primordial immortals was not a small force at all. By the way, if any of them are unwilling to come back, there's no need to force them. Just chase them out of the human race. There's no need to care about them. In the end, Feng Zichen added, those who did not want to repay the human race would have to wait for their retribution. Of course, if some of them had not received any favor from the human race since they were born, it was understandable that they did not repay the human race. The heavens were fair and would not kill the innocent. Yes, Your Majesty. The Changming clan received the order and hurried back to the Changming temple. The Changming temple stored the Changming lanterns of all the humans who had traveled outside. Naturally, they had a way to contact them. Everyone, the demons are too powerful for the human race to fight against. Therefore, we need to think carefully about how to fight this battle. With the internal conflict resolved, it was time to talk about how the human race would fight against the demons. Your Majesty, what do you suggest? The difference in strength was too great. The chances of the human race defeating the demons were too low. Therefore, they did not hope to defeat the demons. They only hoped to preserve the human race's strength as much as possible. Defend. Feng Zichen announced his strategy. Defend. Everyone was puzzled. That's right. That's right. Only defend and not attack. Feng Zichen nodded in affirmation. How do we defend? If the demons invaded, would the human race be able to defend against them with their strength alone? All the major cities are protected by the chaos formation. Therefore, I want all of you to guard the major cities and rely on the chaos formation to firmly block the demons' advance, and not let them take a step into the human race's territory. Feng Zichen had long planned how to fight against the demons. The human race's cities were built for this purpose. The location of these human cities was very particular. They formed a circle around the human race's territory and formed the human race's first line of defense. If outsiders wanted to enter, they would have to break through this line of defense first. However, this line of defense was not so easy to break through. There was a chaos formation in the city. It was a supreme formation recorded in the chaos bead. It contained the true meaning of the Great Tao, and was the supreme formation of the space-time Tao. Even if the chaos formation set up by Feng Zichen was less than a billionth of the original, it was still one of the strongest formations in the primordial world, second only to the primordial world's three great formations. Moreover, the most powerful thing about the chaos formation was that it could distort space-time. Every city had a chaos formation. It seemed to disperse his power, but in fact, it was not. The space-time that belonged to the chaos formation had long been folded. There seemed to be many, but in fact there was only one. In other words, there was only one chaos formation. It was the formation that protected the human Tao Imperial Court. The other chaos formations were all products of distorted space-time. They seemed to be in the major cities, but in fact, they were still in the human Tao Imperial Court. Once these chaos formations were activated, space-time would overlap. Although everyone was in different places, they shared a set of formations. This meant that they could provide support at any time. If any side was attacked by the demon's main force, the human experts in other places could quickly provide support. No, they could not say that. It should be said that no matter where the demons attacked from, they would be facing all the human experts. In this way, unless the demons gathered all their forces to attack the humans at once, it would be difficult for them to break through the human race. This was one of the abilities of the chaos formation. It ignored space-time. This was much more advanced than teleportation formations. Unless a half-step primordial chaos Tao realm expert sealed space-time, no one could stop the power of the chaos formation. Next, it would depend on whether the demons plan to attack in batches, or decide the outcome in one battle. If the outcome was decided in one battle, this method would be useless. However, there was a high chance that the demons would not use this method, because the humans were too weak. It was not worth it for them to use this method. They would only use this method if they could not succeed after a long time. However, this was enough for the humans to hold on for a while. This method is not bad. But can the chaos formation block the demons' attacks? It was a good method, but everyone was worried about the power of the chaos formation. Usually, they knew that the chaos formation was very strong, but they did not know how strong it was. After all, there were only a few famous Khanate formations in the primordial world. There was no one called the Chaos Formation. You don't have to worry about that. Although the Chaos Formation is not famous, I comprehended it from the inheritance of the great Taoist priests. It is a first-class Khanate formation in the primordial world. It is extremely powerful, and can be ranked in the top 10 of the primordial world's formations. It should be enough to resist the demons. Of course, he could not tell the true origin of the chaos formation. Feng Zichen could only push his origin to Pengu. After all, he was the descendant of Pengu. It was normal for him to obtain an extremely powerful Khanate formation. So it's the formation passed down by the great Taoist priests. Then the humans have nothing to worry about. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard that. They did not expect the chaos formation to have such a shocking origin. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.